Okay, I bet you guys can hear me now. Every time. It wouldn't be one of my streams without it. Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. It's one of my streams. That's what I do. I leave myself muted so that you guys can't hear me. I just want to confuse you and confuse myself, and I think I've done the trick. Hello, everybody. Thank you for being here. I've revamped the stream. The overlays, the muting is off. I think you're messing with me. Can I turn up the volume? I can. How's this? Is this better? Hopefully that's better. So it is a Friday and we are streaming. And the main reason for that is last night, pump up the volume. You preferred it when I was muted. Cuboid. I'll try it one more. That's max. So, it's not. There's new max. Hopefully that's okay. That's good. Good. All right. So I wanted to stream yesterday, but I had the embargo on the Manor Lords video, and I really wanted to get that out. So that's why we didn't stream yesterday. So I appreciate you guys all for joining me today, and we're gonna play some City Skylines too. This came down to a vote on the Discord, where I asked all of the channel members, patrons, and Twitch. You want clipping? Where I asked everyone what we're going to play tonight, and City Skylines 2 came out on top. That said, like last time, I'm going to be recording this. I have the last stream partially edited down, so we may have time for another game. We'll have to see. We are going to be drinking a couple of things, though. I have a brew. I have a cold brew because I was up until 4 in the morning editing that video. I also have some beers because it's building a brews. So you guys are gonna have to help me figure out what beer we're gonna drink. And yeah, it'll be fun. We have an ad break right now though on Twitch. So before we start out, I want to thank everyone who contributed to the hype train. Particularly Nikki Bobby, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. Vic, thank you so much for the resub. You don't need to do that. I want to get you. Allie, thank you so much for the Prime sub. It's Arcana, thank you so much for the Prime sub. The Assassin, thank you so much for the sub as well. Chirico, thank you so much for the sub. Earth Angel, Ravencore, also thank you for the tier 1. JPM 66210, thank you so much for the resub. And Vimba, thank you as much as well. You like unsweetened iced tea? YouTube is faster tonight, is it? I'm looking at YouTube and it looks like it's behind, but I can't tell. Either way, everyone on YouTube, thank you for being here as well. We're gonna start out the way that we always do. I wanna know where you guys are at this evening. I'm gonna start out with YouTube though, because Twitch is on an ad break. So on YouTube, where are you guys coming from tonight? There's 540 of you over on YouTube. And I see Manor Lords, the big question, maybe. We're gonna play at least a couple hours of City Skylines and we'll see. I've got my coffee, so I might be able to stay up for 4 like we normally do. And hype train is still going, guys. Thank you so much. Let's see. I see Ohio, North Carolina, Columbus, Chile, Oklahoma, Houghton, Michigan, great city, Grand Rapids, Michigan, Vancouver, Sydney, Albuquerque, Wausau, West Virginia, Bailiff, Seattle, New Zealand, Verona, Phoenix, New York City, New Jersey, East Portland, Brisbane, Little Rock, Arkansas, New Brunswick, Bend, Oregon. I'm gonna screw it up again. Florida, Australia, Phoenix, Perth, Pittsburgh, Dublin, Ohio. Jillian, thank you so much for becoming an associate planner. Check the folder. There's gonna be a video. I have the next Magnolia County is the rough cut is gonna be up. Charleston, Las Vegas, Jacksonville, Pennsylvania, Nashville. Thank you on YouTube. Thank you all so much for being here. Now on Twitch, where are you guys at? I see these rolling in. I see Tampa, Istanbul, North Carolina, Calgary, Hot Springs, Rochester, Montreal, Seattle, Wisconsin, Montgomery, Alabama, Auburn, Manassas, Kansas City, San Diego, Braga, Buffalo, Germany, Cleveland, Mexico City, Warklaw, Poland, Essen, Germany, Colorado Springs. By the way, all of you guys in Europe, you're crazy and I love you. Thank you for being here. Sao Paulo, Brazil. Bristol, Wisconsin, great town. Newfoundland, Canada. Holly, Michigan, Indonesia. Thank you all so much for being here. So we are going to load up our city again, and we're going to have a drink. I'm gonna let you guys pick. I have 2 different beers tonight. It is called Third Space Brewing Happy Place. And the other one that I have is just a basic Liney's, a Sunset Wheat. So I'm gonna put up a 1-minute poll. Oh, the image I just used for one of my alerts shows a broken icon. Really? First Necron, I will keep an eye out for that. Thank you. Oh, that stinks. I see it. If you guys see anything that's broken, I've completely redone the stream tonight. So I'll put up a poll to ask about this, which beer, and then I want to show you what I've done and hopefully catch any problems. My goal is to make the stream more interactive, more attractive, and just work a little bit better. So I haven't done the interactive part, but the interactive stuff will come soon. YouTube is going to be behind. The reason YouTube is behind is we're rolling over in 4K over there. Mr. Mason, I see you over at YouTube. Thank you for being here, buddy. Which beer tonight? Happy Place or Sunset Wheat? And in the meantime, you can spend your planner points, just 1 each. I'm going to flip through a couple of these and show you what they look like. So for streaming, I've gone ahead and added this. So it kind of slides over like that. Hopefully it's not all that, it's not going to obstruct things too much. And then obviously we've got Be Right Back. Oh. Doubles the mic. That is bad. I don't know why it would do that. Give me 1 second because I could try to fix that. Oh my goodness. And I create all sorts of problems. I'm going to temporarily mute myself so I can change that. Give me 1 second. Okay, now it should be fixed. Now is it good? Now we're good? Got it? Okay. So those are the sorts of things I'm going to need a little bit of help with. I thought I got it. You have no idea how much time I spent. Echo. YouTube had the echo. I think it should be fixed over there now as well. Spent a whole bunch of time rebuilding these, adding a whole bunch of plugins to OBS, trying to make things look good. Went from mic muted to mic really on. Yeah, double the mic, double the beers. Means I have to have 2 of them, huh? The Happy Place is what you guys have chosen for me, and I love it. So we are going to be building on this city again. And in the last episode, or last stream, not episode, we went ahead and built this small community around this rail yard over here. We made a custom rail station over here and built a tiny community. Now, we have a ton of mods. I'm not sure if I should mix. Do you guys like the technical difficulties? There's a lot of them around here. We built this custom rail station. We spent way too much time on it. Obviously, a town of 217 people would have this elaborate rail station that is just very pretty and very dead. Not a lot going on here, but it is what we did. This is what we did. I should do a CS1 city like Biffa. So it's funny. I'm in this weird spot where I find that it's hard for me to go back to CS1. Yeah, it's hard for me to go back. Not just the way the game controls, the way the game looks. I'm gonna finish my series, but I don't think I would start a new one at this point. So yeah, not gonna happen. Not gonna happen most likely. But good on Biffa if that's what he wants to do. I highly encourage him to do that. Big Jake, thank you so much for being here. Appreciate you, buddy. We do have to do one thing. You like that? You like the tile plaza? I think it turned out all right. You have the same issue. You miss all the CS1 content, but you're already used to the CS2 mechanics. That is my biggest issue. Before we get started, I'm gonna load up my settings and I'll show you the mods again, just in case you missed that. I'm gonna load up my photo mode settings. There we go. Brightens everything up, makes it look a little bit nicer. And then the other thing that I wanted, well, I'm nervous to do this. We'll just do Skive. I'll show you the mods here. This is a fully modded city, but here's the thing. It's not just modded. We went crazy and we added basically every mod that we could find. So let's see. This is the active play set. We have all of these mods enabled. 529. I'm not going to read them all. There's like 50 of them. So the one thing that's kind of funny, you want me to, if I'm going to call Jedi, I'm going to call him on Discord. I'm not going to call him on Skype. What year is it? 2005? Where did I get my computer? NASA? I built it. I guess someday I'll have to get on a Skype call with somebody. Here is all of the mods that we have in here. It's a ton of them. A little bit of everything. Basically grabbed everything. And I know that our mod list is already out of date because Extended Tooltip, for instance, was removed by 89 Pleasure, but re-uploaded and taken over by Mimosi. So we gotta fix that. Ad break. You use the zoom. I don't know if I can zoom in here. I don't think I can. That is not the only thing I can do. Would be to the thing I don't want to do, the thing I'm nervous to do, which is look at Paradox mods from within the game because it could crash it. This is probably a better way to do it though. You guys have there's an ad break on Twitch again. I'm sorry. I delayed one, and that might be why you have one. The build's going well. Build's going really well. It's very small. I think today is going to be mostly residential growth, along with all of our city services. So we've got an elementary school, death care, clinic, police station. I don't even know if we have a fire department right now, so we'll have to do that. Oh, zoom on Skype. I thought you guys couldn't see Skype, so I thought I'd go through this. Go through it real quickly. You guys can see all the mods in here. So if there's anything in here that you think I'm not well utilizing today, let me know, because I might be just forgetting this in here. It's such a big list. You checked before the stream started. CS2 on Twitch had like 30 audience. Now it's 10 times bigger. Well, thank you all for being here. I feel very fortunate that you guys all show up. Should build a building for tickets and a waiting area at the train station. I agree. So one thing that we might be able to do. Well, I don't want to give away the next Magnolia County. But I have a couple of solutions there that I employed. After the ads, the audio and video desync sometimes. That stinks. So there we go. That is all of the mods. Got a whole bunch of them. I'm not sure why those are at the bottom. Hopefully that doesn't cause any issues. It works. It works. Extra networks and areas give life to the train station. That's a good point. Before we get started, I'm curious. Let's take a look. I'll show you around and I'll see, because I am curious if we added. We didn't. So I don't think that we added any of the extra networks through here. So the paths and things. So we have these side paths, but if we grab this invisible pedestrian path, we can just run this through here. I'm going to turn everything off. We can do something like that. Just end. What are you doing? There we go. We'll do the exact same thing over here. Try a hangout. So the hangout areas. Ooh. Do you want to see what the hangout areas are for? 'Cause I don't think it's for that. So I'm pretty sure that the hangout areas, I know what the hangout areas are for. So we can make we'll make a custom farm. That's what they're for. There, something like that. I'll connect these up here as well. And then this should attract people on those paths. Let's see. Endervein, thank you for being here. It does not constantly have trains backing up. This is the extra networks. Oh, I have TAA on for a city tour. And look at that, the blurring. That's excellent. Let's get that fixed. Because we won't be able to terraform anything if I don't turn that off. Let me see. There it is. So when I'm doing the city tours, it's just so much less flickering that I have to use that. You can kind of see it with the trees just doing that thing. They're very unhappy right now. So that's why I had TAA on. Do I have a widescreen? I have a widescreen on my my streaming PC. So I have on the streaming PC a YouTube window, a Twitch window, OBS. I also have Spotify, so everything's up on a widescreen. Yeah, exactly. Who needs a platform? We've got this. I guess that is one improvement that we could have made. We could have. Let's see. Concrete surface 1. Concrete surface 2. I'm going to go with 2. And I got to make this thing smaller. I look like Post Malone if I didn't choose to rap and went into city planning, and no face tattoos. I'm not sure how to feel about that. Is that a positive thing or no? What music do I listen to? Lately, I've been listening to a lot of Foo Fighters. But I listen to a little bit of everything. I've mentioned before that Thundercat is basically my favorite artist. So Thundercat all day, every day. Been watching the first 13 Magnolia County episodes in a row. What city is this? This is Four Palms Bay. It is our stream-only, fully modded city where you guys help me pick out the mod list, and it is a crazy one. What does City Planner Plays listen to, though? Madonna? No. Madonna. Man, I haven't thought about Madonna in a long time. That feels... yeah, that's been a minute. Was that Surface 2? I can't seem to pick this with Picker. No, it was Surface 1. Okay, I'm going to pick that, and then I'll pull this back, and we will make a platform. That makes sense. We should have that, not just a plaza that goes all the way up to it. Maybe we'll do something like this. Even more time spent on this elaborate train station that a tiny town probably wouldn't have. But I love this place. I think that it is one of the coolest things that we did in the last stream, and I greatly enjoyed making it. In fact, I enjoyed it so much, you might see even more of it coming up soon. I'm going to get this right, and then we will get started in a moment. I'm going to show you around, and then what I'm going to do tonight is record this again. So when we get into that, I'm going to kind of pretend that we're starting over, and I'll introduce this as a video. What's up with all the detailed info? That is, which one is that? That is, give me 1 second. I'll pop through the mod list once more. I think that you are talking about, where is it? The one with all the info. So we used extra networks and areas to draw the invisible paths. And the one with all of the, actually, you know, the easiest way to find it is actually going to be right here. Extended tooltip. That's it. Extended tooltip. So it's really helpful. You can hover over basically anything, and it gives you the land value, the number of households, the rent. It can help you diagnose some issues in here. The city does have a name. This is Four Palms Bay, named after the 4 palm trees that we have all over here. I do love Flying Lotus. Flying Lotus is very good. Pen and Beer, thank you so much for the bits. Appreciate you. We are going to begin shortly. Let's look around a little bit. So we have these workplaces over here. We've got our little industrial district. We thought about what to build over here. This is kind of the entry point into the city that came with the map. And this is a really undesirable location because it's got a rail right here. It's got the highway right here that eventually will become an interstate. So it's kind of a strange location, even though it's got a great deal of water. So this became an industrial area. And then we have our rail yard over here. Kind of the first thing that we built in our city. My favorite Foo Fighters song. I don't know. I have so many Foo Fighters songs that I just love. Foo Fighters are one of the bands I've seen multiple times. So I don't know that I could pick a favorite song. You live a block from the rail in your town. It's pleasant having the trains go by. It is. When am I going to stream Fortnite? Never. If I stream a shooting game, it's going to be CS2, obviously. So this is our city. We've got the only services that we have. We've got death care, health care, and yeah, we don't have police or fire actually. We also, the other one we have is trash collection. So that's it. So we're going to need to build a little bit of everything tonight. No Unreal Tournament. Have I ever been to a Foo Fighters show where Dave brought someone onto stage? Hey, yes. I want to say he did that at Lollapalooza when I went there. CS2 is. All right. So we are going to begin, and I'm going to start recording, and I'm going to say, what map is this? I see this on YouTube. This is Sunset. Let's look on Sky. Sunset Beach by the Actual Real Chair. I will tell you something. The image does not sell. What a great map this is. We'll take a look at that one more time too. So this map, we modified it slightly to add a bunch of palm trees, which interestingly, it seems like we can't even see them right now. Are they gone? Oh my goodness. No, they're up here. We've got palm trees that we've added, but besides that, the map is exactly how it would be if you download it on the store. The most impressive thing is actually right here. And because of our water mod, it doesn't look so impressive. Makes me want to change that actually. So we enabled, where is it? This water features mod. So water features has seasonal streams. We had that enabled, and I think that's why this isn't looking like a marsh. But generally, this area right here looks like a marsh. I actually had to turn that mod off for the sake of Magnolia County because the river ran low. So it was a mess. It was an absolute mess. So hopefully this comes back because this was probably one of the better parts of the map. The fact that this was a marshland and I don't want to build and encroach upon that. You can kind of see what it looks like. So hopefully that fills back and just keep an eye on it. I listen to hardcore gangster rap sometimes. You never know. Depends on the day. Yeah, so this is really nice marshland when it's filled in. It's not so nice right now. Okay, so I'm going to begin recording. Just a couple seconds. I'm gonna have a drink real quick. I want to thank you all so much for being here. Salute to all of you. And wonderful. The happy place is my happy place. So thank you so much. Are there any U.S. North American train assets that I feel? As I feel the trench. There are no assets right now. Hopefully soon. Sipping on some tea. That's good too. All right. Give me 1 second while I get the recording started. And I think we're good. I think we're good as long as I'm not screwing this up. All right. Welcome back to Four Palms Bay. In the previous episode, we spent some time building this little town. We've got about 200 people now, but at this point, I want to spend a little bit more time expanding and making sure that all of our city services are met. We also didn't spend any of our development points before, so we're going to spend some time on that as well. So the very first thing I want to do, though, is think about where this city would grow, because right now we're pretty well hemmed in. If you take a look at this, we've got a major barrier here. You've got a rail network. We've also got this highway. So the city's not going to move this way. And if we look this way, we've got water and a hill. So that is a major barrier. So I think we'll develop in these areas first, kind of adding some of our residential population and some commercial along this major road into town. However, there's a lot more work that we can do today. And I think that's going to be across the river, probably the path of least resistance for this community right now. So I'm going to begin by thinking about how things would lay out over here and also how we would cross the river. And when I look at this, I can't help but think that this probably isn't the most logical location. This is probably the major road through the community. So I might want to take this road right here, Manor Street, and turn it into Lilac. And yes, this is how the sausage is made. And we'll turn this right in and head across the river, and then we'll do a bit of expansion over here. But I want this road to really set the tone for everything else that we're doing. So for that, I'm going to use Anarchy extensively because I know that this is in the way already. So let's grab this. I'm just going to angle this right in. Oh, just kidding. I'm not going to angle this in. I'm going to not angle this actually at all. Well, we'll give that attempt number 2. There we go. That's better. We'll figure this part out in a second, but I wanted to do that so that I could move this over. And that's the height of realism. Just move this out of the way when you need it. Now, on Lilac Street, so we're going to send this across the river. We're going to have to use a little bit of eminent domain in this house right here, but I kind of want to preserve some right-of-way. So we're going to pretend that we planned this out because we clearly didn't. What I want to do is grab maybe 2 tiles all the way along here, and knowing that we can upgrade a road in an asymmetric way or towards one direction or the other, we're going to move it over here. Yeah, that crossing is terrible. This is not good. We're going to need to fix this. Also, we've been trying to avoid grids, and as a result, look at how beautiful and straight this road is. It is something special. It's a sight to behold. All right, I'm going to delete all of these homes along here, and that's going to really help us build up our population, clearly. Also, I'm going to remove some of these other homes so that we get more in here and kind of fill right up to this. Driving drunk would make the road straight. I think you're onto something there. I would not recommend that, though. And on that note, have a sip. Oh, we are starting exceptionally early with the eminent domain. That is going to be a hallmark of this build, that we are not going to be afraid to admit our mistakes and try again. So, yeah, you know, here's the thing. I think this will be fine once we upgrade this to have more lanes, but our cemetery is still not far enough over. And I don't want to upgrade this right now, but I want to know how wide it needs to be. Oh, that looks terrible. We will need to adjust that. But I want to move this over so that we don't have to move the cemetery ever again. While we're at it, we'll just bump that back. And maybe we'll move some of the textures and try to make it look a little bit nicer. Although we don't have the ability to, I think. No, we do. We can move the textures over and make it look a little bit nicer. So that's kind of our long-term goal for this area. But for now, we'll keep it as the 2-lane. And we just basically preserve the right-of-way. The pedestrian crossing on Manor Street. You can see where my head's at, Manor Lords. Yes, this is brutal. Let's remove that. We can't. We don't have road services unlocked. We'll worry about that in a second. Let's get this. I'm gonna tee up this bridge because apparently this home really wants to come back. What are you doing? Go away. Don't want you here. And we are going to get this right-of-way preserved at least. We'll just pretend that this is not actually happening. It's just right-of-way preservation, not a bridge being built. And we actually should bump that up. I've had this really bad habit in City Skylines 2 of not increasing the height of my bridges. And as a result, all of my bridges look terrible. So I'm going to try my best. Let's bump this thing up. And we'll do something like that. And then we'll cross. And then we'll go back down. Maybe like 10 units. Yeah. That's a lot better. That's a lot better. Manor Lords is great. I think I think we may do a little bit of Manor Lords tonight. We may. But back to this. I'm going to cross at one more location because if we just have this will end up being a cul-de-sac, which we don't want. So what I think we're going to do is we'll get rid of this and then we'll bump this up right over here. So again, 5 meters across the water, and then we'll go down 5 again. Now I want this to basically follow the tree line, and we'll use our curved road tool to try to make this nice and organic. Probably should grade this, but we have move it, and I'm going to rely on it more than I should. So let me see if I can bump this down. I can't select a node right there. So we'll just have to do the right thing and grade it appropriately as we should have in the first place. What's the keyboard shortcut to increase height again? Page up. But I have to have a node there, and I don't have... Actually, oh, hold on. Let's say I draw a node. Learning on the fly. Now I can use move it and drop this down. The only problem is I can't see the contour lines. And that's not a move it problem. That's really kind of just like a general City Skylines 2 issue. I wish that there was a mod that would allow me to enable contour lines whenever, but that mod does not yet exist. I'm very hopeful. Truthfully, I should just learn how to do it myself. San Francisco style planning. We're just bending the terrain to our will, and that hill now respects us. I think that we're in a good spot. So now we've got that, at least we have an idea of where we're heading. Now I want to focus on this area once again because we did plan out some roads. This is an industrial street right here, so we're not going to do a lot with that. This goes into our lumber-ish industry, but over here we've got plenty of space to add in some homes. So I think we'll do something like maybe like this. And then we'll cul-de-sac this back here. Get a couple more home locations. And then back here, I think we'll do the same thing. Let me just delete this. The new Oklahoma City Tower is going to be taller than the World Trade Center. I heard that. Let's see. I'm going to try to get the center of this. There we go. I always forget to turn off snap to zoning cell length, but that is what the main issue is with this. And there we go. That's not super pretty, but it's going to work. We're on an ad break on Twitch, so I am going to stop for a second. I want to go through the activity feeds, and I want to know if this is uncomfortable for you guys. So just record a video while we're hanging out. I'm gonna let you guys have some interaction though, and we'll see how it works. Yeah, you guys are gonna be the planning commission. Darn it, more ads. Let's see. Oh, holy cow! I missed a lot. Christopher. Oh, wait. Gotta go back even further. D3 Harrison, thank you so much for 3 months. That's what's up, handsome. Thank you so much. Denagonia, thank you so much for the Prime. Ski 36, Ski 316, 10 gifted subs. Thank you so much. 30 minutes ago. I'm way behind, but I appreciate you, Ski, and for bringing the hype train to level 5. First Necron, thank you so much for the tier 3 again. 5 months. First Friday stream. It is a Friday stream. Christopher, thank you so much for the Prime. The real Sassafras, thank you so much for the Prime. Wicked Pizza, thank you so much for 4 months of Prime. Vanna Racken, thank you so much for the tier 1. Hey Phil, happy Friday. Looking forward to the Manor Lords release. Me too. It's such a great game. You're gonna love it. It's early access, but there's a lot of great stuff in there. HMSLF, thank you so much for the Prime. Sloth Speed Creations, thank you so much for 4 months of Prime. I'm good. How are you? Brain Freeze, thank you so much for the 1 gifted sub. I gotta get back to you. I did see that. I've been swamped. I'm gonna get back to you. Derek, thank you so much for the tier 1. Appreciate you. Panda Sauce, Thank you so much. 3 months, tier 1. Appreciate you. Been watching your videos, and I feel like I've landed. You feel like you've learned so much about planning. Turns out New Zealand and Australia have some pretty interesting master planned areas. My hometown, Christchurch, Adeline in Australia, Dunedin, and Octagonal Centre, worth checking out for ideas. I have a cousin in New Zealand. Have not seen him since high school, but if I ever see him, I want to ask him about it. So yeah, that's very cool. Masaru, thank you so much for the Prime. Lola Bug, thank you so much for the tier 1, 5 months. Appreciate you. Pendant Beard, thank you so much for the biddies. Hey, Astro, thank you so much. Thank you. Always happy to see you. Lord Vaden, thank you so much for the 5 months at tier 1. Pixelon, thank you so much for the Prime. And Chummy, thank you so much for the Prime as well. Hank, good to see you here, buddy. Hopefully you're enjoying the nice weather too. Thank you for the biddies, buddy. Dunedin has a total solar eclipse in 2028. That's amazing. I think the next time we have a total solar eclipse by me, I'll be dead by a lot. So Plan Convention says, down the beer and get the whiskey out. Time for some shots. You guys don't want to see that. You guys don't want to see that. Trust me. Skinny B, thank you on YouTube for becoming an associate planner. I'm going to take a drink and then we're going to start zoning. We're going to go nuts. We're going to really load this thing in with our beach cities, with our waterfront zoning. And I'm sorry, I'm losing my words a little bit tonight because of how much time I spent editing last night. So, Hank, thank you again for the biddies. And Corsi, thank you so much for the Prime. Zabine, thank you so much for the tier 1. 2 months. Appreciate you. Your definition of a wild Friday. You know, Hank, if you keep giving the biddies, I'm going to have to, every time you give me 100 bits, I'm going to take a drink. So thank you so much. Some strong beer. This is, 5.3. So that's a little bit stronger. Yeah, it's good. It's good stuff. Okay. For my editor, we're back. All right, so let's get zoning here. And what I think we're going to go with, again, is going to be some of our European beachfront properties or waterfront housing. I think it looks really natural in an area like this, but unlike last time where we spent a bunch of time individually zoning these, I think we're going to pack them in back here because we don't have a lot of space. But I do want to take a look at the contours quickly before I zone and try to drill this into my head because you can't see it. And we'll do something like this, and then I'm going to pop back and forth. I think over here I can start to get away with some larger buildings, and we'll do the exact same thing over here. Go all the way back. And on this side, I think it's a bit safer. And we'll have to fix this stuff. That'll be fine. No, it's not. It's not fine. We are going to we'll get rid of that. We'll try again. But here it's fine. Here it's fine. You're going to have nightmares about that cul-de-sac? Me too. I have nightmares about cul-de-sacs in general. You guys are probably surprised to hear that. I think, now that I think about this, zoning toolkit disappeared on me, which has been happening. I don't know why it's happening, but it makes me want to spend some development points because if I unlock my road services, I'd be able to control the zoning using key walls and things of that nature. So let's spend some development points so I can control zoning. And we'll pick up the advanced road services, 1 development point. I don't think we want to spend development points on anything else just yet. This will be good enough for now. And the reason I wanted to do this at all was I want to add a key wall right here and right here. We'll have the buildings face the cul-de-sac. And then I'll remove these so that we can do something like this. And I'm going to leave a space here so we can have some sort of a path network back here, some sort of amenity to make better use of this. So now I think it's the same deal over here. Oh, we've got a little bit of space. So I can go about 3 units back all the way along here. But I want to have a road going up this way because otherwise we have a gigantic funnel right now. And the whole city's a cul-de-sac. So the way that we can start to de-cul-de-sac this is to add the one redundant road that we can through here. So I'm going to level this right along here. I think that we'll take Anchor Street and send this right along here. Do something like that. And then I'll curve right into here. There we go. Slaytaz, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Here we are, and we ended up with this retaining wall. Normally, I think I wouldn't like that, but I am super into it right now, so I think we might roll with that. It shows what we've done. I might even add more to it. We'll add the retaining wall. The only thing I don't like about this is the thing that you probably hate about this too, and that is the crazy shadowing. Hopefully someday that gets fixed. For the time being, we can pretend that it looks good. So there we go. We'll level this out. One thing that I like to do, actually, if I can, we'll take this, make this smaller. I'm going to find a midpoint, bring this up, and then I'm going to slope from this midpoint over so that we have a nice controlled looking wall. Do the exact same thing over here. And then there we go. We'll just, this'll, if you can ignore all of the crazy shadowing, I think that looks pretty natural. So there we go. If you squint, it looks good. I agree. Just ignore the shadowing. Squint, and it's great. Along here, we're going to just load it up once again. Commercial's our biggest need, but this just, outside of maybe 1 or 2 little spots of commercial, it doesn't, I just don't see it. I'm going to add a little bit though. We'll have a little bit of neighborhood commercial right here. Again, I'm rolling with the European. I'm kind of feeling that for this build, even though it's a North American build. None of the assets that are currently in the game really feel like they're out of place in any particular city, as long as, I guess, except for the skyscrapers, I guess, and none of the low density buildings do. Not sure if you guys feel similar to me in that regard, but that's how I feel. For whatever reason, that's what I wanted. I wanted to be able to go a little bit further back. Before we fill in over here, I am going to add a few paths. I want to, I see what you guys were talking about with the oval about. Oh no, I can't let that be. That's no good. We'll get that fixed. Even if it makes everyone here upset, that's fine. So here we go. Turn off right in the center. Let me think of what is causing me not to be able to do this right. Okay, there we go. Oh, that is much better. Much, much, much better. I wonder. We have plopped the growables. Oh, we said we're going to be detailed. We're going to be detailed. Oh my goodness. I forgot about the power. I'm getting trees popping up though, so I might have to adjust that, but oh my goodness. Feels so much better. Feels so much better. I'm going to do the exact same thing right here. I don't know if you guys are spending a lot of time plopping the growables. Oh, shoot. But you might want to consider it because it does make things look a lot better. We can make it look like it's Manor Lords by doing this. Remember, with great power comes great responsibility. Oh, I do need to remember that because I can do things like this that are absolutely terrible. Move It is amazing, and Move It is also the most dangerous mod in the mod set if I'm not careful. I know who I am. What is going on with this? Okay, what I'm gonna do, I'll zone right there. I want a larger building to fill. I'm going to move it where I want it to be so I can get a trail around it. There we go. Something like that. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I am rediscovering my love of mods. It's so good. It's so good. So the same thing here. I spent all this time trying to zone these perfectly, but I don't need to do that. I just need to move the buildings where I want them to be. And you're seeing exactly why cul-de-sacs exist, for better or for worse. We get an extra lot in here because we've moved these buildings where we want them to be. Wonderful. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Let's zone along here as well. Actually, we'll do the paths. That the whole reason I wanted to do this was paths, and of course I made it impossible for myself to add a path now where I wanted to have it initially. So I guess the cul-de-sac folks will get the privacy that they probably desire anyway. So no privacy for you. Go away. There. Now we'll get our path. There we go. Yeah, I think I can sneak it back in their backyard. The one thing that stinks is we've got all of these bushes popping up. So I think that we'll need to go in and remove those ourselves. Come up at 100%, take this down. Do I have any assumptions as to when the next batch of fixes will come out? I have no idea. If you could tell me, I would appreciate that as much as you would. Hopefully sooner than the last ones, because it was a minute. It was a little bit too long. Okay, so I'm gonna fix the the terrain around here, and then I said detailed. We're doing detailed. We're doing modded. So I think I might adjust the roads, the trees and the roads as well. I'm just going to have a lot of fun with this, and I hope you guys are here for it. You have a feeling it's very close? Is there a Bob? Not yet. I really hope there will be. There are mods that are very helpful, but not like Bob yet. Okay, so we've got that all flattened out. Let's smooth this out. And then I think we can... Oh, that was not what I meant to do. There we go. And I think I'll leave it at that. That's good there. We'll detail it up later. I think this will be fine. The only thing I want to add now is that path that I keep talking about and never actually get to putting in here. And what I want to do is basically run this. We'll turn on our contour lines and run it up the side of the hill. Have a couple of places to get down. This is really for recreational purposes for the most part. There we go. Sometimes you have to have amenities that just make your community a nicer place to live. And I feel like this is the sort of thing that's like that. Just makes it a better place to live. I'm going to run this up the backside here as well. And we'll do something like that. There we go. I like that. I think that would make this a much better place to be. Is the music supposed to be sound like someone is screwing up? No. Hopefully it's not that bad. Hopefully they have some sumps in their basements. You know, I'm not an engineer, so that's why you end up with this. Music is fine, good. Gonna be a Strava challenge near you? I'm making the Strava challenge. Yeah, this is definitely a challenging path. Okay, so I'm gonna load the rest of this in with residential. And I'm going to leave a bit of space, separation between the hospital. Now, the one thing I didn't do, I always forget to leave space for the upgrades. And the ambulance depot, that's in line with this. This upgrade, the extension wing, I don't have space for it, but I also don't love the way that this thing fits in. So maybe I'm not going to worry about it. Maybe when we want to add this in, we'll do it our own way. Add it across the street or something. So yeah, I won't worry about it. I'll leave this space for sound more than anything else. And we'll have consistent zoning back here. We'll leave a little bit of space. And I know that we can go about 3 units back here, but we've got trees I want to preserve. So we'll save those. Chaotic Angel, you didn't know that I stream. I stream every week. Join us. Join us. It's normally Thursdays, but thank you for being here. The city needs a Dollar General. No, that would take the whole city down. We're not doing that. Okay, so now that we've got this getting zoned in, I'm going to run a path back here. Now, this is a small town, so I don't know that this path would be here, but again, we're going to try to follow some realistic development patterns, but also we just kind of want to make a place that would be a good place to be. It's kind of one of the differences with this build is I don't want to be completely constrained by reality. I want to think about things that would make this a desirable place to live that might not happen normally, that I would love to see happen. And we're just gonna go for it. We can fit in a bit more zoning around here. So I'm going to preserve some space. So this isn't too crazy to get a road up here, but if we don't preserve the right of way to have a road heading up here, it'll never happen, or at least it shouldn't happen. And I'm going to pretend that the right of way did get reserved. So we'll leave a couple of units gap right there. And then I'll run this back here. We'll do the exact same thing over here. Let me look at the contour lines again. Probably fine enough to go all the way back, but we'll contain ourselves a little bit. And there we go. One thing I don't like, I guess it's facing the water. That probably makes sense, truthfully. So there we go. We've got a little bit of space. I'll make it a little bit more space. And there we go. Right away is preserved. Careful getting close to the water. Oh, the seasonality. Oh, so I turned that off. Maybe I should turn it back on. That's actually, I'm going to ask that in a poll. So here's your guys' first opportunity to influence the build tonight. And I want to know, should we turn water features back on? Yes or no? So I'll give you a minute to vote on this. You can cheat it. Let it flood. Yeah, let's take a look. We'll see if our marsh came back. Our marsh did not come back. So that makes me wonder if we have to turn it back on to fix this. Well, it takes a long time for water to return to normal. Oh, Diana's in here. Hello, Diana. Kiki Kara. Just wanted to say you really enjoyed my videos. You downloaded City Skylines a few days ago, and the beginner's guide has really helped you enjoy the game. Thanks for what you do and all your help. Your voice is also really relaxing. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Beverage of choice tonight while we wait on our poll results is up. We've reached the next milestone. It's level 3, large village. Let me look at this real quick. Police and fire. So that's why we didn't have it before. We had to reach milestone 3. So we'll get that added in. Beverage of choice tonight is Happy Place. This is a Midwest Pale Ale. Oh, there it is. I think you guys can see. And it's delicious. It is absolutely wonderful. A little bit hoppy, a little hoppier than I normally like, but this one's good. Goes down well. Damn, you're still not feeling well? I sorry about that. I hope you start to feel better soon. This is the Sunset Beach map that we're currently building on. And I've drained all the water apparently using the water features mod. And you guys say that we should turn it back on. And Bueno Churros contributed 100 channel points, 107. So it's time, it's go time. So this couple of things. We've got a couple of things that we need to think about. So obviously I want to turn the waves and tides back on. I need to reset this though, because I had this all jacked up for, maybe it's better now. I had this all jacked up for the Verde Beach demonstration, and it was really intense. We'll turn on the seasonal streams as well. The snow melt. We don't have any on this map, so I think I might turn this off. Oh, it's not tied to snow visuals. So maybe we just need to do it? I don't know. Constant flow rate. I wonder if I should just reset these settings. They are reset. So we'll roll with the defaults for now. And then the last thing is we have detention basins and retention basins, which if we had rain on would be a thing, I'm guessing. Does it actually? Let's see if it actually is impacted by that. It does. Okay. So this is the big question. Do we want to turn basins on? I'm going to leave a poll for that one as well. We'll have to restart it. It'll add. This is going to be a lot of water management. I'm not going to tell you that it's going to go well if we enable it. But should we enable detention and retention basins? Yes or no? So if you are curious about what this is, so detention basins basically will detain water after a rain event. Oh, there's an ad on Twitch. Sorry, everyone that's getting an ad. I'll just hold this up. You can see it in a little corner window. The retention basins would always have water in it, so you'd have to figure out which one you'd actually need for a specific area. Free the water for all. Height of realism. That cul-de-sac redo. It is. We're taking all the mulligans in this one. So we've got another 30 seconds. Yes, it's winning. But if someone had a lot of channel points, they could definitely sway this one. 120 votes or so, and you could flip it from a no to from a yes to a no. Now, if we do turn this on, I'm gonna need to save the game quick, and then we'll exit out. Overwhelming, crushing victory, 65% to 35%. Twitch wants to see the detention basins turned on, so I'm gonna save this real quick. And you can see, oh, Magnolia County, episode 20. It's in there. Oh, that's super interesting. So episode 2, mid. And then let's turn that on. And actually, I probably need to go and save it now. And then let's restart. Okay, and I'm going to go into the just chatting screen for a minute while I'm restarting, and I'm gonna thank all of Hank, you got me again. Thank you for the biddies. Gary Kelsey, thank you so much for the tier 1, 5 months. Destiny, thank you so much for the prime sub. And LJ Stella, thank you so much for the tier 1. I think, you know what I might have to do as a channel point redemption? Calling well, for a channel point redemption, we're gonna need to have me take a sip of my beer. We'll have to add that. The next thing that after I've done all this is to did I get random hail today? I didn't know there was hail. I had beautiful weather. I hope there wasn't hail today because my dog was outside all day, seemed happy. Nothing mid about this. I'm gonna do one thing. We're doing the sausage getting made. I'm going to upload something really quickly while we're doing this. Anonymous Gifter, thank you so much for the 1 gifted sub. Appreciate you. For the person that just got this, Malicious, I am going to be uploading a video as we speak. Give me 1 second. There we go. That is the next Magnolia County rough cut. My editor's gone through it, but I didn't add any jokes or anything. There it is. It's up. Is this an Apple wireless mouse? This is my shame. You guys can make fun of me for this. It is a terrible mouse, but it's also wonderful for editing. This thing, I can't explain what a dumb design this is. I mean, if you know it, you know it. You get the charge at the bottom, the best place to, I can't do a magic trackpad. I just can't. So I use Final Cut, and I can go like this on it and scroll through my timeline, which it's just amazing. Dog reveal, shame. I felt that as if it were Game of Thrones, and I'm walking down, I'm Cersei, shame, shame, shame. Yeah, this is a terrible mouse, but it's the mouse that I have to use. I can't edit without this thing. When I went to Arizona and I finished my edit, the most embarrassing thing that I brought was this. Not a great mouse, but it's great for editing. Someday maybe I'll get used to a magic mouse pad or something, but for now, it's the mouse I work with. Yeah, the touch interface on top is amazing. If someone wanted that, if someone wanted to get me to buy their mouse, it could be crazy expensive. I would do it if it had the trackpad on top, or the touchpad on top. Where am I? I'm in Madison, Wisconsin. 10 King 1. Got you. Thank you for being here. First time. Appreciate you. Corsi, just wanted to thank you for what I do. Helped you a lot during very rough times when you were having way too much anxiety, and my content calmed you down for months. Really love what you do. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Astro, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. Your brother lived in Madison when he worked at Epic. Epic is great. Great amenity for the community. Hope you enjoyed his time there. Lots of people put in, I think it's 5 years, and they give you this worldwide vacation and a sabbatical. This is the best office. The office is good. There are things I want to do with it, though. There are things that I think, if I could figure it out, could be a lot more fun about this. Actually, I got one thing that's a little bit off. I've thought it's really bright in here. I generally don't have the light above me on. I'm going to turn that off before we go, because it doesn't feel very chill right now for me. So yeah, ceiling light off. That feels so much better. The other thing, I have the light behind me. I don't know what color to have. So I just went with like a soft yellow. Feels good. Feels good. Check it out. Okay, sure. We'll take it while we're loading back into the game. A quick intermission. Figuring out the best color. What do they call the Amaran light? I can't even think of what it's called. Oh yeah, Sidus Link. Terrible name. All right, we're almost there. And then I'm gonna force you guys to help. Okay. So you want to see orange? This is orange. Purple. There's purple. You guys like purple? Blue. Purple goes hard. Blue's good. Baby blue. I guess that's more of a teal. Maybe this is more of a. There we go. You love the purple. And then we do anything in between. I guess we got, let's say, pink. A light. That's the yellow. The purple looked better. Sky blue. Let's see. It might be. Oh, it's. Oh, I haven't really played with this yet. But yeah, I can. It's changing the color in real time. So yellow is what I've normally been doing. Teal's good. Okay, so now I'll ask you guys in a poll before we get started again. Have it transition between colors. I don't think I can do that. This is a professional light, so it's way too nice to do that apparently. Crowd control light. I want to figure out how to do that. You know what I need to do? One of my favorite streamers, and I don't know, I probably in here. Kodiak the Kodiak is one of my favorite streamers, and part of it is because of how interactive his stream is. Part of it is he's a fellow Midwesterner, and I just enjoy listening to him. But he has all of that stuff set up, and what he should be doing is consulting with people on how to run their streams. That would be amazing. And I would consult with him. Yeah, actually, I don't know how to do a shout out in here, but if I can, I don't know how. If I did. Wait. No, I have no idea how to do it. Yes. Check out Kodiak the Kodiak. I'll drop a link in. And then I'm going to ask a poll as well. So I'm going to poll you guys, and then I'll drop a link to Kodiak. What color for the background, and then we'll get back to the game. Yellow, which is what we had before. Purple, teal. Let's see what other colors. I've got yellow, purple, teal, blue, red, UV. Okay. Pink and green is too aggressive. I kind of agree with that. I know Kodiak's a Lions fan. That is his one big flaw. But we all have flaws. All right. You guys get to pick the color, and I will find a link to Kodiak's. Kodiak the Kodiak on Twitch. And I'll drop it on both YouTube. He's got a YouTube channel. Oh, YouTube says magenta. You're picking colors for the background. So I'm going to leave the background color up. I just kind of picked it at random. I picked yellow. So if you have a strong opinion. Matt, you're an Lions fan. Yeah. I think I've got to ban blue now. And give you guys a couple of these. We can't blue. Lions blue. Darkness is winning. Yeah, it sounds like purple is what everyone's looking for. But as long as teal loses, you're happy. Purple won. Okay, so there we are. And we can go straight back in to the game. So I want to get the photo mode back, right? Ravens colors. Didn't even think about that. In high school, I had a buddy here in northern Wisconsin. He's this gigantic Ravens fan, and no one could figure out why. But he was just all about it. He wore Ravens stuff every day. Purple draws the eye. Good. Well, I appreciate Jortman for the 93 channel point contribution. Appreciate that. There were a lot of votes. There were thousands of 1,000 of votes. So there we go. Take a sip. I will. Before we get back into it, Ski, thank you so much for the 10 gifted subs. Gmulp. You know what I'm trying to say it, but thank you for the prime. Fairy Dad, thank you so much for the 1 gifted sub. Z-Bean, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. You guys are all super generous. Really appreciate you guys. Purple is the Web 3.0 color. I feel like it's the default. We're in my streaming room, and here we are. Teal was half the votes. You know, I don't know that I could have done it because of anything that's too close to the Lions. Yeah, I'm from northern Wisconsin. I grew up 45 minutes from the UP. So that's one of the reasons why I talk about, it's one of the reasons why the UP features so prominently in my builds is simply that I grew up in that area. Both. So I've grown up basically all along Highway 51, I-39. I've lived everywhere, up and down. I'm still, Madison is on I-39. So yeah, the UP. I was like 45 minutes from there. In fact, my 18th birthday was me beelining it to the UP and hitting up a casino because I could. So the UP is the Upper Peninsula of Michigan, also known as Superior, in my own special universe. It's also the part of Wisconsin that Michigan stole. That is one of the reasons for my accent. So if you've ever wondered why, now you know. Now you know. Greetings from Fond du Lac. Great community. I used to have to go to Fond du Lac every month for a meeting. And I liked it. Good community. Michigan slander always. As I express my fondness for Michigan, I will also slander it. Will I ever do a Floridian build? Maybe. After going to Florida, it's a fascinating place. Okay, so I am curious. We've turned down all of our water features. I want to do something momentarily, just to see how this is going to change things. So I'm going to turn up the sim speed. We can get 8 times through here. I don't know if we can do anything. The water sim speed, 16 times. Let's let this thing rock. We'll let it cook for a while and see what it does. I don't know what these other things do. Restart water, reload water sources. Sounds very dangerous. And it looks like the water's all drying up anyway. So all right, I'm gonna do it. This is probably dumb. Worst case scenario, it crashes and we try it again. Reload water sources. Oh no. Oh, this was the mistake. That wasn't always there, was it? Are you guys are seeing this too, right? Was that always there? What is holding our tsunami back? Okay. Moses. The abyss. It's a little tsunami. Yeah, I think we might need to load back in. I think I might have made a mistake. That doesn't seem normal. Maybe it was like that before, but I don't know. Okay. Attempt 2. Attempt 2. You didn't see anything. You didn't see anything. Ah, just kidding. You saw me crash to the desktop. Okay. We try again. I've unleashed a tsunami. We don't have disasters DLC yet. Indeed. Chat kind of maybe broke the game. If you like this background, the only thing about Bing that is acceptable is the Bing wallpaper app. Everything else about Bing is terrible, but this is amazing. Am I excited about Satisfactory at 1.0? So I need to be honest and say that I purchased Satisfactory and I haven't played it yet. So one of these days, and then I'll get excited about it. Blaming us, shame on you. That's what I have to do. Sounds like I need a Microsoft sponsorship. Oh, I don't know about all that. Microsoft. My Microsoft sponsorship would be I only use a PC because of gaming. Oh, wow. That is interesting in the autosave. All right, we're back in. We didn't see anything crazy. It's going to be just fine. PC's better than Apple. The only thing I like more about PCs is that I can build my PC. But I greatly prefer computing on a Mac any day of the week. Okay. All right. Look, there is no tsunami. I'm not going to ever hit that button again. It was a terrible mistake. We'll just fix this and get back to building. So give me just one more second. I'm off my game now. I got totally thrown off by that. There we go. Phil, where can I get in touch with you and take a crack at editing some of my videos? I actually have an editor right now. Appreciate the offer. There is a portion of the Discord that I'm opening up for freelance services. And at one point, I was looking for an editor that was local. It didn't work out. But right now I've got just enough for my editor, and we'll just roll with that. But if anything ever opens up, I will announce it, probably in the community tab, probably on Twitter, probably in streams. So yeah, stay tuned. I don't use GIMP. I use Affinity, and I'm disappointed it was purchased by Canva. Hopefully they don't destroy it, but I'm not hopeful. Would I ever consider doing offline events? I very much thought about that, but nothing imminent to announce. I've been crazy swamped. The thing I don't like about Canva, so I think that Canva is going to want to make Affinity a pay app, a monthly subscription. And the whole reason that I have Affinity is because I don't want to pay monthly fees for anything. It's why I use Final Cut instead of Premiere. It's why I don't pay for the Creative Suite. I mean, I've had the Creative Suite in school a whole bunch, and I decide not to use it because I don't want monthly fees. I just feel like if your software is good enough, I'll pay full price and I'll pay it often. So I would rather they earn my money than trap me into it, if that makes any sense. You're wondering if the dynamic water is responding to the no rain. Oh shoot, you're right. Okay. I'll turn weather back on because we're gonna need that. And then hopefully that fixes things. Have I tried the traffic lights enhancement mod? Not on Paradox yet. I did not. So I didn't try that mod, Destiny, because I was afraid that it would impact the save, and I didn't want to do that. So I haven't tried it. I saw Biffa use it on his build. It looks very interesting, and I hope it gets brought over, but I didn't do anything with it. How's the simulation now? Not a lot different. It's a little bit better at the higher levels. At the lower levels, underneath the 100,000 population, is about the same. Lane control is a game changer. Oh yeah, I could see that. Bird, you can combine Thunderstore and Paradox. I have not tried that, but I'm not surprised it works. They have tried to fix the post-processing bugs yet? No. There have been that's the TAA. That's the one that I think is saddest for me. Thunderdocs. Where will the downtown be? I'm not 100% sure just yet. Likely, I mean, we'll get back to our build in just a second, but it's likely going to be this area right here. I've kind of been eyeballing this. It's relatively flat. There's already this beach drawn in, and it just kind of seems like the place where you might expect the city to really grow into its own. But we have to get over there first. Right now, we're trapped right here. Downtown will be downtown, of course. Exactly, Hank. You get it. Before we start again. Top K-Pop, thank you so much for the tier 1, 6 months. Appreciate you. And Nikki Bobby, thank you for the prime. You gifted all those subs and you weren't even a subscriber. Appreciate you. And now, of course, there's an ad break. We're not gonna start yet. Police and fire, that's what we're gonna be up to right after this. We're probably gonna need to do that across the water, truthfully, unless we were to place it right next to a train station, which I don't really want to do. So yeah, that beach zone is going to be the city soon enough. Yes. So I think that's another reason why we start expanding this way reasonably. And we'll start building once the ad break is done. But I think most of our development for now is going to occur back here. This would seem to be the path of least resistance. And then we have the ability to come along here and then maybe even have a link in between the two. But this isn't very desirable outside of its visibility. And then being able to cross the water, or cross the highway, these big barriers, I just don't see it for a bit. There's just not really a reason to just yet. If there's more ad breaks than usual, it must be Twitch because I haven't changed any settings in forever. Ads are back. Time for YouTube. Sorry, Dark Nova. Where do I get inspiration for the lore in my cities? Personal experiences and the news. I also look at a lot of urban planning websites. So, all right, our ad break is done. So I want to get building again. So we were working on this. I'm going to build a little bit in this area before we extend across the river and start to think about some of our city services. So the first thing I want to do is we're not gonna grid. We're not gonna do it. We're gonna grid, but we're not gonna hardcore grid, which is you guys have a feeling of what that means, right? Hardcore grid is going to be just this perfect grid that I love to go with all the time. That is not healthy for me to go with all the time. So we'll try to go with something that's a little bit more natural and organic feeling. And we'll see if we can, if we actually can get there. I'm pretty bad about that. The police at Four Palms are unable to arrest criminals until a downtown is made. What are you talking about? There's no criminals here. So we've decided to re-enable the weather because we have the water features mod enabled as well. And without the water features mod, or without the weather enabled, we may not see rain, which would cause the mod not to work correctly. So kind of a cascade of reasons why we are doing this. We'll have to see how it turns out. It's all an experiment here, but that's half the fun. For this, I'm going to come in at a 90 and then send it off. This is for roadway naming purposes. And then I'm going to have a few roads coming off from here at 90s. We'll do something like this on the side of the transformer. Across here as well. And I'm getting awful gritty. But I think it's pretty unavoidable in this location. And I'm trying to, this is an arterial, even though it doesn't look like it, this is an arterial right here. So I'm trying to minimize connections. I'm doing a fairly poor job. I don't want to cul-de-sac this entire area. So we will have more junctions than is probably super desirable, but this is the beginning of the urbanized area. So I guess it'll be fine. And I'm going to turn that in like that. And I'm wondering, I mentioned earlier my desire to kind of make this feel like it's filling in this area a little bit better. And I'm wondering if through Find It, if I have one of the surfaces, if I can adjust this one. So I'm going to try that. Let's see, grab a surface here. Yeah, now I can move this around. So my thought is, oh, these are just paths. So it's kind of a weird situation. I don't think that there's a great way for me to fix this now that I think about it without really changing this considerably. And interestingly, even these paths, these are all surfaces. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna not do that for now. We'll add landscaping around here and kind of leave it as is. But that is, yeah, that's gonna bug me. I'm gonna really want to do that at some point in time. Okay. So in this area, we'll have commercial along the main drag. And fulfill some of that commercial need that seems pretty relentless at this point. Actually, not here. We'll save this all for the cemetery. This side is appropriate because we've got the rail right behind it. And nothing else would really work in this location. Now, I kind of wish that I had some parking lots. So I think we're going to spend some development points and unlock parking areas. And I kind of want to look and see what else we have available to us that might be useful. I think for the most part, we probably just want to leave it right now. Maybe roundabouts. And oh, the highways. The highways, because we have this segment over here that is a local road, so that'll get us the ability to upgrade this. And there we go. Now we're back in business. The other thing is that'll give us the ability to create our interchange over here that we wanted to build that we weren't able to build in the previous one. Oh, and the ability to cut off all of our water and power from this area if we're not careful, which is, I'm not careful. There we go. Oh, there we go. No water, let's go. We're rolling. We're rolling. All right, so that should hopefully get this area connected. No, not going to happen. Where did I go wrong? Anarchy is probably where I went wrong. the most dangerous mod in the entire game. Let's give it another go. And I wanted to keep it underneath the road, but maybe I just need to do that. And now we're good. Okay. So good enough for now. Have I seen the picture of Houston in the 70s? So many cities. Urban renewal in the 70s. They basically leveled entire towns, entire downtowns of major cities, simply to add a whole bunch of parking. Wonderful. Absolutely insane. Okay, but we are going to add some parking because actually, why bother? Look at this. These assets are just basically parking lots. This one doesn't have parking, I guess, but it's taken care of by this one. Share parking with your neighbor. Gas station. It's hilarious. I can't ever get gas stations in Magnolia County, and here we've got gas stations just spawning everywhere. And I guess they're North American. I thought maybe they were European. There we go. Perfect. Auto-oriented development all the way up and down here. Just what we wanted. And reasonably, it is kind of that street. So I guess it kind of makes sense. For better or for worse. Probably for worse. I'm going to extend this all the way along here and then right here as well. So you might think that this is a strode, and that's because it is. We have a lot of access on this road. And strode, not a real term that is used in reality by planners. At least I've never heard it used by a planner, but a road that provides both access and mobility. That's what this is becoming. And as a result, probably see a bunch of traffic along here that would need to be resolved. Access consolidation, change of use, something like that in the future. DJ John Mary, thank you for being here, buddy. And thank you for the biddies. I drank my entire beer, so I have to switch to the other one. I am playing with all of the mods. JBS, you've heard it used and not in a good way? Yes. It is. Hello from warm Florida. It's warm here too. So hello from warm Wisconsin. Bill, you redeemed something. Oh. Nick, thank you so much for the biddies. And I see there's a whole bunch of activity that I missed. It looks like... What did you redeem? Hank, what did you redeem? I missed it. But here we go. Yorkshire tea. We had some already. So yes, I had some that day. Emote chat only. Okay. You know what? I can do that. So I'll give you a couple minutes. Enjoy. In the meantime, if you're not on Twitch, you don't have to deal with that. So I'll give you guys I'll set a timer. I'll give you a minute. All right, I'm gonna load up the rest of this with residential. And like I mentioned in the previous episode, or the previous stream, we are going to be increasing the density, hopefully naturally. So that's why we have mostly low density residential stuff, a couple of higher density things throughout here, but not all that much is very high density. So along here, I'm going to go back to the European beachfront properties and load this in. This looks terrible though. And still I'm missing my zoning tool. So we'll just control it with our key walls. Oh, that's terrible. That's fine. Well, I was hoping that we would have more zoning along here, but it looks like we're going to get what we're going to get. So that timer tells me that emote only chat is off, or I should turn it off? But I don't know. I don't know if I should. What's up with the green UGA logo? That is blasphemous. That is blasphemous. The first time I went to Atlanta, I saw that and I thought to myself, what is going on? So many Packers logos around here. Crazy. Yes, you're back. That was chaos. Thank you for the reminder. I missed those. So I'm looking at the prompter up here, and I went on the Elgato. Actually, you know what? I want you guys to help me. I want you guys to help me. We're gonna take a momentary break from this after finish the zoning. And you guys are gonna help me. I need screen announcements. I do. What I really need is the announcements to show up here, because then I can see them. So you guys are gonna help me, but give me 1 second. All right, let's fill in the rest of the zoning up here. I gotta check our terrain heights though, because there's not a lot that we can do right here. So I'm gonna add one home right there, and then maybe one more right here, and that's about all that we can do. And then this, we actually shouldn't have any zoning along here because this is our industrial road. And then I'm gonna remove these key walls and destroy zoning right there, but that's okay. Okay, now I'm gonna let this fill in for a second, and while that's going on, I want you guys' help. I'm trying to convince Elgato to go ahead and add YouTube to chat. So let's see. I'm gonna show you guys the post, and if you could, just like it. From the past month, here we go. If you guys want to help me, it's saying Kodiak the Kodiak on posting. Give me 1 second. Do I play Reddit? I do. The Elgato mic is good. I like most Elgato stuff. My main problem with Elgato is that they're not supporting YouTube, and I want combined chat up here so I can see YouTube as well, and I also want to see highlighted notifications. And I want to get a pedal so I can switch back and forth between chat and then some of my activity feed. That would be my thing. Yeah. So YouTube, I could bring YouTube up to speed, but I can't right now because it doesn't make sense to do so right now if I'm not chatting with them. So if I were chatting with them, yeah. Why no Manor Lord stream? Maybe a little bit. Batch, I can start the stream now. Here we are. We are harassing Elgato by asking you for your upvotes. So yes, that's what I'm hoping for. So if you guys agree, please go on there and upvote it. Elgato people do look at that, so hopefully they say something. Hi from Denver. Hello from Madison, my old city. Love it there. 3 upvotes. No one cares. I posted it right before the eclipse too, which is hindsight being 2020. Maybe not the best timing. How did I misspell pedal? Because I was trying to get out to the eclipse. Denver squad. All right, we are back. I'll fix my spelling of pedal. That's why Elgato decided not to comment. We had this filling in. Interestingly, we exhausted all of our commercial demand, which is why those aren't filling in, but I'm cool with that. Ooh, we're seeing some flooding now. Interesting. Very interesting. So that is going to be a reason that we don't want to build too far onto the coast. All right, we've got that area zoned in. Now we're going to cross the water, and I want to start thinking about some of those basic city services. So I'm going to buy a tile, and I want this one right here. And I think I might go for this one as well, just so that we kind of round this out and we have access to the coast. And then we'll start to send this back. And then I think I want the road along here to kind of follow the tree line. Again, I don't want to grid this too much. We'll have a grid, but it'll be organic. And I need to be using the curved road tool. So we'll do something like that. I like that. That feels good. And then I think in this area right here along the coast, I don't want this directly on this road right here, which is an arterial, but I want it to be within close proximity. So we'll have a couple of roads coming off from here where we have some of our city service buildings. And then we also are going to need a high school. We have an elementary school, but no high school. So I think when we have more space as this opens up, we'll add that high school over here. You hope I had an incredible day. I had a great day. I had the best time. Honestly, really excited about Manor Lords. Had a lot of fun with that, putting that video together. Lots of fun. So I hope you had a great day as well. That looks awful gridded, but it's not, I assure you. Is the marsh marshing yet? I'll add a couple of services over here and then we'll take a look at the marsh. So I'm going to add police and fire over here, but let's take a look at how much space we have. Plenty. So fire over here, police. Actually, we don't have plenty of space. I will manually move this around and then force what I want to occur, and then we'll adjust the road accordingly. Perfect. And then we'll get rid of Cedar Street. All the mulligans, because we can. So we should. That is our mantra in Four Palms Bay. If you can get away with it, why wouldn't you? So we'll do it. And there we go. Nice connection right in. So that should give us enough space for the future as well. But let's, yeah, that expands in place. This one does as well. So we should be fine there. The other services that I want to think about, obviously education. So we've got our high school. I'm going to place that way over here. We're going to need to buy more tiles to make this a possibility though. But I kind of want to plan for that. Maybe we don't. Maybe we just put it right about here. And then for our sports stadium, we'll figure that out after the fact. So I'm going to run that right here. And then for this, I'm going to abut that right up to the building, but then I want to use the replace tool to back this out as far as I can, because I kind of like when you get that extension beyond it, and then we get some space to plant some palm trees, which I think will be really nice. And there we go. So this will probably end up being a pretty significant collector, which isn't ideal, but if you kind of look, actually no, it won't, but it will. So I talked a little bit kind of in the intermission about this area right here. This is probably one of the few areas that we could cut across relatively easily without tunneling. Right here we would be able to. So I could see this road looping back around or going behind the schools, maybe the other option, maybe the better option there. So maybe it's not a big deal. We'll keep that one. Actually got you interested in City Skylines content. You love it. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Hi from YouTube in Pennsylvania. Thank you so much for being here. Is it possible to replace the school's trees with palm trees? It is not, which is unfortunate. We can grow the trees, but we can't replace them. Unless that's a new mod. Maybe flip the school. I don't want the school to, I actually don't want the school to be on the collector, but hold on. Let's play with this. I will follow that line. So if we were to do something like this, that road heading through the hills would be a little bit easier to accommodate. So maybe we'll do something like that. I like that actually. And then I'll send this right through there. And then I'm going to use the replace tool again to back it out. There we go. And I'll draw this road in right away, or kind of stub it in as a reminder to myself. It almost seems like it's teed up perfectly for it. And there we go. And then for the football stadium, I think we'll have it completely disconnected from there, and we'll have some other amenities that serve the school in this area right here. No football field. We'll have a football field. I want the football field completely disconnected though. So that's one of the beautiful things that we can do with Find It. But I want to fill this area in a little bit. And again, this is going to be mostly residential. Oh, and we've got this ugly thing over here that we also have to... I created a mess with Move It. So you didn't see it? It's always been like that. It's perfect. I'm going to reserve this area for a little office and commercial district. Same thing right here. But then I think that we'll switch to having some row homes. And I'm going to go with some European. I really like the way the European assets look. It feels more appropriate in more places than the North American ones. So I'm going to roll with the European assets again. So I hope you're enjoying those because we're just going to keep doing it. And I'm going to control zoning with these paths. And we've got an ad break. So I'm going to take a momentary break. Betamax, thank you so much. Hopefully little guy's doing well tonight. I've missed a few things over here. Top K-pop, thank you so much for the 6 months at tier 1. I appreciate you. And Sean Bear, thank you so much for tier 1, for the tier 1 sub. Let's see. Ad alert back to YouTube. I'm still going to sit here. The thing is, if you go to YouTube right now, understand that I'm going to sit here in a minute and a half. So it's not really much of a gain. Yeah, we got 40 seconds more of ads on Twitch. So I'll hang out. In the meantime, everyone on YouTube, there's 1,119 people on YouTube. Thank you all so much for being here. I know I'm chatting over on Twitch, but I appreciate you guys. Appreciate you guys. And I am working to get the chat fixed. So, again, Bug Elgato. 26 thumbs up now. Thank you, guys. I appreciate that. 26 people now have thumbs up. Maybe it'll get Elgato's attention. And 6 comments. Appreciate all of you guys. Gotta watch the stream on YouTube and be here for chat. That is something that some people do. Cox Daniel, thank you so much for the tier 1 gift. The Magnolia County has uploaded. And it is it's viewable. Okay, the ads are done. Wait. It's nice for me to wait during the ad breaks. I just thought that would be common courtesy that everyone would give. I don't fix that 2D blot. I know. We'll get that fixed. I thought that was common courtesy that everyone would give, that you would just wait during ad breaks and not force people to miss a whole bunch. That'd be crazy. Cough medicine kicking in, Bueno Chero. Thank you so much for being here. Hopefully you're doing all right. No, it's not. That's crazy. I can't do it on YouTube. I'm not seeing when they get ads. But on Twitch, I feel like if I see it, I should probably be nice. Okay. We're going to get back to it. I'm going to keep building this out. Oh my goodness, it's on both sides. So if I add those walls, we can have full depth. And then I should be able to delete it afterwards, hopefully. No. Oh my goodness. I need the zoning tool back. I don't know what's going on with it, but it is a problem. We'll just deal with it for now. But that is something that I'll have to resolve in short order, because without it, we've got to have a whole bunch of crazy key walls and things like that I don't necessarily love. Along here, we should be able to have 2 depth row homes for most of this. And then I'm going to send another road back here. No zoning on it. That is not what there's no purpose for that road without zoning. So I guess we'll have a trailhead. Actually, we should be planning to have a road up here at some point. So I will reserve that for a road, so we won't zone there. And then I'll go 2 deep all the way along here. And I'm sure if there were a developer working on this, they would be very disappointed that one of the flattest areas they couldn't actually build. But I think it's what we've got to do. And the last spot right over here. And I'm thinking we may start to rezone some of this and add in additional uses when we have more zoning options available. Right now, we just don't really have much. There's a demand for residential, and that's basically it. I think that might be some of the mods that we added into the build. And those mods, we added in a realistic population mod that I think is forcing us to build a whole lot more residential than we would otherwise normally build. Because it feels at this point like a lot. Coco, thank you so much for the resub. Tier 1, tier up for the Prime. 2 months. Appreciate you. Okay, I'm going to let this fill in for a second. It wants more residential. Low density. We might just do it. I think we might have to buy another tile or 2 in right next to these. I want to see the contour lines, though. I'm wondering if... Yeah, there's not really a purpose in buying this tile. It's these 2 right here. They're going to be helpful. So we'll grab these 2. And that should give us more space. So we'll be able to build our stadium across from here. And we'll also be able to build some more low density residential. We're also a long ways away from our main community. So we may want to think about another interchange. So maybe that is why we buy this tile eventually. But for now, we'll just roll with it. Let's send this off along the side of our hill. And then right here, we'll send this road off this way. So we're just using the terrain to figure out where our roadway network would make the most sense to be. And then that's generally how they're developed anyway. Unless it's a suburban area, then it's saleable lots kind of leading the way. But even then, factoring in the terrain like this would be something that would be expected, and honestly would be the way to get the most saleable lots anyway. So for here by the high school, I got to think about how this would impact the high school. So I think what we might do, we'll have a parking area or something like this. So we've got some parking here, but I would imagine we have staff parking as well and visitor parking. So I'm going to send a road right here. We'll have a bit of parking. Maybe I'll end this. So, oh, kidding. We'll give that another go. And I'll have this meet up right here so we minimize our junctions by the high school. There we go. And then over here, we'll do something very similar. I'll send these. I'll try to minimize the number of junctions that I have. And there we go. I think that makes some good sense. I am going to grid it up a little bit right here while also following the terrain. I guess we'll have an organic grid, which is kind of what we've been doing throughout this entire area. And follow the contour lines as best that we can. And there we go. I think that this will work out okay for us. And that we'll just load that up with mostly residential. Now, I forgot about our football stadium, which is going to be a problem. In fact, I'm probably going to need to call a mulligan on some of this. Let's go ahead and find this. Our stadium. Before we start building things, we can place this thing with anarchy. Maybe football. American football field. That's not the right one. Yeah, what is this called? Chat, do you guys know what this is called? Soccer, you're funny. Okay, let's see. The American high school. Ah, there it is. The high school sports field. All right. Oh my goodness. I'm always blown away by how big this thing is because look at this. We've got the high school and it's way bigger than the high school. Yet we have to place the high school to figure out where we're going to place this building. It makes no sense. So, generally. Oh, interesting. So if I hit, it was closing it out like I was accessing it through the dev mode. I think. Oh, thank you so much for the raid, Forsaken. Hopefully you got, how was stream tonight? Forsaken Captain. And what were you guys playing? How do you access dev mode? I'll show you that at the end. I'll show you how to access dev mode. Yo Planet, love your content. I always caught your YouTube videos. Thank you so much. Appreciate you guys. Thank you for Forsaken. I hope you guys had a great stream. Thank you for the raid. Appreciate you. I do have a video on how to access dev mode, but it was an old Thunderstorm video, so yeah. I was drinking my Happy Place. This is gone. There it is. Now I'm drinking a Liney's Sunset Wheat. So pretty boring stuff. The high school is actually unrealistically small. Yeah, the high school is small. The sports stadium is big in relation to it. I think I would completely agree with that. Yes, the Happy Place. It's so good. Sunset Wheat is also very good. How long do I think I'll be streaming for? So I think we're going to play a bit more City Skylines. I want to get, we probably need to get to level 4. And then I might hold a vote and see if you guys want to see some Manor Lords. We'll see. The one thing about that is on YouTube, I don't have an accurate thumbnail then. I think on YouTube I'd have to actually close the stream and restart it, which is frustrating. But it's kind of how it works. Okay. But for now, let's get back to this. And what we're going to do is eliminate some of these roads and try to fit this high school football stadium. You know, it doesn't actually have to be over here because we have the ability to move things around. Why don't we actually put it over here? This is a much larger, flatter area. It's off the arterial, which I don't love if we have it that way. But if we face it this way, we actually open up some opportunities. So I mentioned that we're going to have staff parking right here next to the high school. If we extend this road, Mill Street, out a little ways, and we have our football stadium right here, we open up. Oh, first of all, we reached milestone 4, which we really wanted to get to. And the reason I wanted to get to that is we get our district creation tools so we can actually name this city. We get low rent housing. We get our offices. We get all of our transportation stuff. We get parks, finally. We can load this place up with dog parks. We also get all of our early access or the pre-order buildings. So lots of good stuff. I really want to get to the internet, which is level 5. So we'll get there because we'll get the internet and we'll also get post offices. And then I feel like we've kind of well-rounded things out. But right now that we've got some good stuff opened up. And I'm going to let you guys help me name this community in just a moment. But let's finish out this high school campus because I have a vision for this now that I didn't have before. So we'll extend this road. Wait. Nope, that's not what I wanted to do. 2 high schools, not the game plan. The game plan was 2 sports stadiums, and now it doesn't fit again. Dang it. We're back at square one, except that I no longer care. That's why. So the sports stadium, when I grab this, if I hit the right mouse button to rotate it, it disappears. So I'm just going to anarchy this thing, put it in place, and then use move it to move it where I want it to be. And then we've got to modify this road. And I didn't want to encroach upon the forest, but reasonably, I think a sports stadium is probably as good a reason as any to encroach upon this forest. So we'll do that. Let's see. Anarchy off so I don't make all sorts of crazy mistakes. All the citizens hated that. All the citizens wanted 2 high schools next to each other, east and west, right there. No problem. They had no problem with that. Only the planner had a problem with that. So I'm going to send that road right there. Very ugly, but it'll tell the history. Oh, that is brutal. We'll go straight with. I want this. I still want to prioritize the same. Well, no. You know what? This will break up the flow and cause people to stop. So if they were coming through here, rather than being able to speed through here, now they get an intersection and they're forced to slow down. Or we could even roundabout it up. I like that. And then I have anarchy on, or I can. So I'm going to cheat just a little bit. And we'll send that through. You didn't see that. I didn't see it. It's just something that we're doing. All right. So we have our stadium here. We've got our high school. We're going to have some parking right here. We'll have maybe some basketball courts and tennis off to the side. See what exactly, Ethan? We didn't see anything. Everything is perfect. And then we've got to add in a whole bunch of parks to get us to level 5 so that we can add the internet. So let's see. For our parking, large parking lot. The thing about this large parking lot, I don't want to draw in a whole bunch of custom parking lots for no reason, especially when they're in rectangular areas. But also, this parking lot is ridiculous and not very pretty. The lights on it, in particular, I just despise. But I think we'll roll with it. And I'll take this right here and try to attach this to some of these other areas. We can have pedestrian facilities off from there. And it's mad. Why is it mad at me? Snap to the side of the building maybe. And 90s. It's still mad. Overlapping. It shouldn't be mad at me. And I'll prove it with anarchy. And then use move it to make everything perfect. Oh, that looks bad. I don't know why that looks as bad as it does, but you'll have to forgive that. Hopefully you can. Your mod list is only 500. Why is this mad at me? Yeah, that's my problem. I have all of the mods. Make my own parking lots. Here's the thing. I've made a parking lot in a unique parcel. But if I were to just add parking lots everywhere, that's all you guys are going to see is me making parking lots all day, which maybe that's what you want to see. Maybe that's the content you're looking for. I would assume that most people don't want to see that. I love that idea. We could use the surface. That's a great idea. So we'll grab this. Whoa, not the high school, the surface. Oh my goodness. I felt a momentary hang when it was auto-saving and I had brief panic. Yeah, we'll do this. And then I should be able to add an invisible path. Invalid shape. It's not. There we go. There we go. That was genius. Thank you all so much. Thank you all so much. Kodiak the Kodiak is in here. We were talking about you, Kodiak. So I actually said I wanted to stream earlier today, and I wanted to raid Kodiak, but it didn't work out. The main reason for that is we had our kids home from school today. So I figured it wasn't a wise idea to stream with my children home and ignore them well, they're home. I wanted to hang out with them, so there we go. So I think that will work. I like that. Thank you for the suggestion. We're also going to add in, I don't think we don't have any of our sports parks unlocked. I think we're going to do that. So we have to get park maintenance first, and then our sports parks, and we don't have enough points for our large parks. No big deal. The sports parks are the ones I care about anyway, because I want to have a small complex over here. So do something like this, a basketball court, and then for tennis, we can add one of those as well. Luxapan, you've been watching me on YouTube for years. Glad to find me on Twitch. Thank you. Thank you for being here, Luxapan. Appreciate you. All right, so there we go. We've got that in place, except that this isn't connected. There we go. I'm curious. Here's where curiosity will get the best of me. If I bump this back, and then I try to use one of those invisible paths. So let's say I use the invisible car path with a pedestrian road. Is this connected? Because it should work. No, it's not. That's unfortunate. All right. Well, at least we tried. We'll get rid of that, and I'll just move that back. I thought maybe I could. Oh, I thought I broke the asset for a moment. I was hopeful that I would be able to actually not have a road connected to this. I can still kind of do it. I can adjust the surface, but it's probably not worth it. And there we go. So now we've got the high school campus in place, and I need to add a connection across here as well, because I mentioned, the fences. Oh, the reason why you need these to be completely custom. The fences, they're everywhere. We'll just need to use our imagination. They come out here, they walk on down. It'll be fine. I think now, before we load this up, we've added 0 parks to the community outside of these couple right here. I'm going to load this place up with different small parks, playgrounds, and then obviously we've got to have a couple of dog parks to appease everybody. Kodiak, I see you. And I'm not nearly as talented with streaming as you. So I'll just give you that, and I can't do any sound effects or anything. We're in an ad break, so we're going to take a momentary break. And let me just go through and thank everyone. S. Frogger, thank you so much for the Prime. Jimmy Bob Wayne, thank you so much for the Prime. M. Rubin, thank you so much for the Tier 1 sub. Canyon Tiger, thank you so much for 2 months at Tier 1. And Luxapan, thank you so much for the Prime. You're not seeing the ads because you're subscribed. Anyone who is a subscriber now, hop in the Discord. If you go into City Hall, which is the top secret Discord channel in the Discord, there's a link to the April folder. And I just uploaded the next Magnolia County video. It is the extended cut. It's the one before I get to edit it. I usually take out about 25% of it. So instead of being an hour, it'll be 45 minutes to 50 minutes. We'll see what it ends up being. Yeah, the April folder. Oh, the marsh check. We will check on the marsh in just a second. As soon as we're done with this, we'll check the marsh. City's going well. We've done a lot of planning of this area and not a lot of building. A lot of road building. Another 13 seconds, we'll head over and check the marsh. Actually, here, I will actually, so when I'm actually recording, and so we were talking about how the sausage is made. So, my editor, please ignore all of what I'm about to do. Normally, I do the most irritating thing in the world, and I'll go moving whenever I'm moving around, so that clip that part out. But yeah, here we are at the marsh. And I will tell the editor when we should start going back. But here's the marsh. It's looking a little better, but it still looks bad. It's still not completely recovered. It's considerably better though. Before, this was completely empty. It looks like an area that we shouldn't be building in now though, which is better. Adopted Gaming, you enjoy the YouTube videos and you're glad you could catch a live stream. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. T Dorkin, thank you so much. Dornkin, thank you so much for the tier 1. Appreciate you, buddy. Needs more rehabilitation. The neighbor's pack won't be satisfied. Yes. Building the marsh anyway. We've enabled all the water mods, so we'd flood out. It'd be terrible. Extended paths. We'll check that out in between games. We'll check that out. I think that before we do that, we've got a couple more things that we want to take care of. What I'm gonna do now. Okay, now that we've got this ready, let's go ahead and place all those parks. I'm gonna start with everyone's favorite, the dog park, and I want to add a few of those back here. I always forget to add the park maintenance building. We have our little city services complex, and I was thinking of adding commercial and office back here. We finally have office to do that, but there's no demand, so we'll probably, instead of going with that, we'll add in our park maintenance facility back here. And I'll add a dog park along the water. I'm really nervous about building along here though, because I don't know what's going to happen with the water mod just yet. So we'll keep being cautious. And the only place you can see the water is the dog park. Over here, we can be a little less cautious. And we didn't really preserve any space for this. So maybe the only place that makes sense is along this industrial road, which stinks, but I definitely have been in a place where there is an industrial road with a dog park along it. Johnny, hop in the City Skylines modding Discord. They will troubleshoot for you. They'll ask you for a this is for anyone who's having trouble with mods. Hop in there and you'll be able to export your log file, and hopefully they can help you sort things out. Okay, so we've got 2 dog parks, probably fine for a city this size. And then I want to add some small playgrounds, basically wherever I can fit them in. I think that every kid deserves access to a playground, so we should have more of them than fewer of them. Problem is, again, I left no space for them. And obviously having it in the shopping district makes little sense. So there's one spot where we can add one, and one maybe right here, as long as we turn off all of our snapping. Oh, and I took out a house for that. That is not the height of realism. I'm going to clone this one. And we'll just... Nothing to see here. It's always been like that. On this other area, we've got a lot more flexibility because we haven't totally filled this in yet. So we'll add them in a couple of different locations. So we put one right there. And one deeper off in this area. We're going to develop this soon, so having some parks makes a ton of sense. From there, the next thing I want to think a little bit about is we were talking in the previous episode about this area and wanting to have a park. Now we could go with a completely custom park, but right now I kind of just want to keep building. So what I'm going to do instead is add a plaza here and then clear out some of the trees behind this area so that we can preserve some of the views of the water. And then maybe rather than a custom park, we've backed this out a little ways so we can add a path that goes from this park out of here. Because I guess the other thing we could do, if we want to pretend that there are no fences, is we could use anarchy snap onto here. We'll use our imaginations. That's what we'll do. And then we will run this back here. There we go. A nice waterfront walk along the coast. For part of it anyway. We'll head this back into the forest as well. And underneath, can we make it? Can we make it? We have anarchy on, so we can do anything we want, which isn't necessarily a good thing. There we go. Run this back this way. There we go. I like that. That is that'll be a nice addition to this area. We can make one more connection over here as well, or maybe go underneath the bridge just like we did before. Anarchy is amazing. Being able to do whatever you want, regardless of how the game feels about it. It's so freeing, and I love it. It feels like I should be able to do this. So being able to force it is fine by me. And I remember leaving right of way right here in case we wanted to bridge over. That's never going to happen. So instead we'll use that for the path right there. Now the only unfortunate thing about forgetting anarchy on is we've got anarchy sorts of issues like this tree. Oh. Well, I think we had autosave on. So we're going to have to see how this went. That was kind of gutting. I'm not going to lie. We're going to have to see where that went. All right. Glasses back on. It's oh, that hurts. That hurts so much. That's mods. That's City Skylines 2. Yes. I see that. Yeah, we're getting the Fs and the RIPs in YouTube chat as well. Thank you guys on YouTube. That was very painful. I'm hoping we're gonna go back in. We'll load our autosave. Yes, mods beta. CS2 is doing some things. Hank, I think you have the right idea. Twitch said it's Manor Lord's time. It might be. I want to round out a couple more things. We're going to see how much we lost. I have a feeling it's not as bad as it seems. But that was incredibly painful. Let's fingers crossed. Okay. We lost some, but there's that park right there. We're going to speed run. I should have got a Mac. You mean like the Mac Studio behind me? The one that can't play City Skylines 2? Okay. Let's see the damage. All right, well, it could have been a lot worse. We have our dog park with trees all... actually, those trees are supposed to be there. Our dog park's there. We basically lost this path. But beyond that, we're okay. That said, I feel like we've played with fire. I'm going to load this back up. I'm going to get this back. And then for my editor, please just know you've got to go backwards now, and we'll pretend. Well, no, we're not going to pretend. We're not going to pretend. We're not going to pretend anything. Okay. We're going to switch back. Oh, you guys can't see. I can see. I'm so bothered. Sorry, guys. Sorry, guys. All right. So I wanted to see where we were. Here we go. We've got our park. This is the last thing that's in this save. So we placed this park right here, which means that when we placed the park right here and added our paths, it never took. So I've got to reset all of my settings. Yeah, I want to stay in daytime. Okay. We're good. We're good. We're doing fine. The dog parks. Yes. Did we preserve the dog parks? You guys have the real important questions. One dog park here. We've got our, we'll consider this the east side dog park and then the west side dog park. We're good. We're good. This will be the central dog park at some point in time. Whew. Okay, let's build this park again. So we crashed. It's mods. It's City Skylines 2. You crash every now and then. The game is getting warm. The room's getting warm. We're heating up. We've just been cooking. The game's cooking, and when it cooks, we sometimes lose things. So we're gonna try this again. If this crashes again, we just call it. we accept our L and we move on. But we're gonna try first to not have any L's tonight. So I want to move this here. We're gonna do our paths again. We're gonna turn on our contour lines. We're gonna turn on anarchy. We're gonna build right through here, and dang it, we're gonna have a good time. I'm gonna even turn off all the snapping because this time I'm getting wild. And really, I'm gonna try to follow the trees. I feel though like I have to speed run through this so I don't lose it, and I don't think that going faster helps anything. But it feels right. Things are heating up. I need to bring back. So during the early access period, I actually had a thermometer in my room, and I took a picture of it, and I was like, look at what this is doing to me. It's 88 degrees Fahrenheit, which someone in chat, please convert that to the rest of the world's units of measurement. But 88 Fahrenheit is way beyond what my room should be. And the only time it has ever gotten there is with this game. 31 Celsius, yes. So this little room in the early access got to that. It's still pretty toasty. I will tell you, I decided to wear a pink polo and I have an undershirt on. And I'm continually questioning that decision tonight. 31, that's still below freezing. All winter, Hank, I kept the window open so that I could actually enjoy being in here. Okay, we're back in business. Four Palms Bay, E2. What is that? That mini T. Oh, that's my mouse. We made it. There we go. So we're not mid anymore. We're beyond mid, but we're not to the end because we didn't get all of our units in. Yes. Woo! Thank you all for your patience. We've made it. We're gonna keep going. We're gonna keep going. Now we're gonna mad dash for this. So I want to add our last few city services in. The first one I'm gonna add in. We've got our train. I want a taxi depot. We're not gonna do buses yet today. So let's add that. And we're gonna add our taxi depot out in our little industrial district, which isn't super centrally located. We didn't add our interchange yet. We're probably not going to today. But we will add a dispatch center so we don't have to add a whole bunch of taxi stands all over the place. And we'll leave it there. We're still bleeding cash, so we probably shouldn't be investing in lots of other things. The other thing I want to think about is all of this low density residential. I'm going to probably just load this up. We'll go back to our European, and we're going to go fairly dense back here. And by fairly, I mean we're just going ham. I do want to have a path going to the high school though. And we'll make that fairly central. And try to make it look orderly. And then I want to desperately get to level 5 so that we can finish up our last few services. And then we've got to tropicalize this. And the way that we're going to do that is by adding a bunch. We've got our road upgrades unlocked. So what I'm going to do to tropicalize, it's a very planary term, this whole area is we'll basically go through and add in these up and down. And we'll go up Hamilton Street just for now for demonstration purposes. We'll grab a palm, not the coconut. I know I've been yelled at about that in Verde Beach. That is not an appropriate street tree. And then Anarchy on, and manually add in some of these trees, which I think is just kind of a vibe. A vibe that we should be able to do in the game that we can't, but we can. And this is the way that we crash everything too, which is really exciting. Yes, all of the palm trees. Would be good to get a mod that just shuffles all the low density. Is that a thing? The suspense is killing you. Hank, what suspense? What did I miss? Hope the Stardew's been going well. You've been enjoying one? Yeah, we're going to do Stardew soon, but it's crowd control. And I've been focusing on other things. Oh, you were going to crash soon. That's the suspense. We're not going to crash. We're going to be okay. Your wife is Filipina. Every time she hears you say palm trees, she yells at you coconut. She wants coconut. We'll give her some coconuts. We'll do this street with just the Florida palms. Okay, so I'll go up and down here, and then I assume that if we want coconuts, that they must be the most appropriate street trees. Everyone wants a coconut landing on their car. The other thing that we lost when I was so rudely interrupted by that crash was the placement of our park maintenance facility, which we were going to add to this little city services center over here. That was interesting. Kept that up. I'm going to turn off Anarchy so I don't screw everything up, and it won't let me place this where I want to. Oh, I see. It's loading. So this actually loads on the short side of the street. So that is helpful to realize because I don't want that loading on this arterial. This is one of the few ways to get over here. With that in mind, if we were to place this way, we get garbage cans on our arterial. Not ideal. I think we'll back this out a little ways, and then we'll add an alley. There we go. And we have our city park district. Perfect. And you get to see palm trees from there, not garbage cans. Control S. We have autosaves on. We've made it. We'll just keep making it. There we go. Can I change? Actually, I will bite on that one. So our save interval is 5 minutes. 1 to 2 minutes is going to be obscene. So every 5 minutes, we can lose up to 5 minutes. It'll be fine. The roads and the buildings look so bad. They're not great for some of them. I'm going to go on a tangent because you said that. I really wish that I could take this road. Ideally, this road should end right here, but I can't do that, which to me is really frustrating. So thankfully I can undo it because we have Move It, and Move It's amazing, and Cuboid is amazing. So thank you, Cuboid, for putting that together. But yeah, I feel like that should end right there. It's strange that it can't. Maybe to make this more reasonable, more useful, we'll send it back here. It kind of seems like it has a purpose then. So you could leave or enter on either side. That's better. Pull it all the way to Lindbergh Street. I will bite on that. So multiple ways in and out of here. Lindbergh is likely a major collector, but I think it's okay to have that there. There we go. Perfect. Now we'll get the rest of our low density residential, and we finally have some office demand as well. So I might diversify some of the uses that we have. And interestingly, I didn't go for beach properties down here accidentally. I am going to call a mulligan on these ones. And we will embrace the European residential that we placed down here, considering it will end up looking like a different developer worked on this, which is completely fine. We also have the ability to do low rent housing, and I might add a small low rent building near the school, figuring that it would be ideal to have the ability to be close to the school if you needed this. Oh my goodness. That is not what we want though. Too big. Again, too big. Still large, but possibly more rational. We'll have to keep an eye out on that. Myrtle was displeased with Verde Beach too. So we're going to have some things. What's my advice for someone who struggles to leave open space between roadways behind zoning? Think about the amount of space that you normally see behind things. Think about the zoning is. So one of the things I guess I struggle with in City Skylines 2 that I didn't in City Skylines 1 as much is all of the parcels are really delineated in City Skylines 2. I'm going to go on a tangent again. And editor, please exclude this. Almost every single building has a fence, which gives you the idea of a parcel, but it also means that unlike a building like this, where you might just imagine that there's a lot behind it, you see where the lot is. So that ends up being really weird. I don't know how exactly to get beyond that outside of doing stuff like this and then just trying to imagine it being bigger. So these are the 2x1 buildings and they don't have a fence. And as a result, you could make this feel yourself like it has a larger lot. And thinking about that, looking at Google Maps, you know, especially if you're struggling with the scale of things, which even as a planner, I struggle with scale all the time. Being able to do something like this, though, giving it more space, looking at a map and seeing that there are places that will have bigger lots because of the natural terrain around it, not feeling like you have to crowd things in. So I think that's probably the biggest tendency that both myself and people have is the tendency to just want to min-max and fill in every square inch of your city. You don't have to. You can leave some space. You can leave some things to breathe. And I didn't realize we had an ad break on Twitch, and I apologize for anyone who missed it. In the meantime, Lord of Llamas, thank you so much for the resub. 7 months. Hope the start has been going well. I've been playing offline in my own save, but we will get to that very, very soon. Betamax game, thank you for the biddies. Your wife suggested that I should have the dog park in the center of a cul-de-sac roundabout. Ooh, could do that. That's an interesting thought. Betamax game again. Can you use invisible paths on that park maintenance facility to make the road less weird? Yes, that's a good idea. And gotta eat all the breads. Thank you so much for the prime. Once again, let's leave this out, editor, one more time. So yes, I think we could use find it and grab a surface, and we could reasonably do something like this. I added a node there, added a node here, or I tried anyway. We'll add a node after. I guess I could do something like this and then eliminate this road. Actually, I'll just get rid of this altogether. I can't do anything about this one in the front. It has to be there. But I think now I could use an invisible road on this, but I want to straighten it out. There's perfectly straight. And then we'll use our invisible road. And we'll do just bi-directional car road. Turn off all the snapping and then it didn't work. Because I have to actually connect it. It's the wrong one. I'll give that one more shot. Let's see. I'm very curious about this now. One more attempt. It's not digging it. So I'm gonna say maybe not. But we'll leave it there. Oh, look at that. It is actually responding to that. So we'll leave it. We'll see what happens. Not 100% sure that it'll actually work. I'm going to speed it up for a second to see if we actually have any vehicles going through. Yeah, I don't know. Can I connect it to Lindbergh Street so it's not a cul-de-sac? I could. The problem with that is that we end up with two really close junctions. So it's not a problem now, but in the future, you probably see some issues. We'll do it for now. But yeah, that's not ideal. That's way too close. That would be how I would generally feel. Oh, guys, thank you so much for the hype train. Appreciate you guys. Fang Rang, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Appreciate you. And Astro, 5 gifted subs again. Thank you so much. I really, really appreciate you. Learnatic, thank you so much for the Prime. Larat GG, thank you so much for the Prime. Gotta eat all the breads. Got you before, but I'm gonna get you again. Thank you so much for the Prime. Appreciate you. Wait. Did I just miss that? Did the vehicle go up here? I feel like I just missed that. I guess if I really wanted to see, I can look at YouTube because they're slightly behind. Batch, thank you so much for the biddies. Gotta support the local creators. Thank you, Hank. I appreciate you. Yes, it did use it. Cool. So there. You know what? Beta Max Game, thank you so much. We experimented a little bit and we learned that what you suggested does work. We can use an invisible path and have a nice connection here. It looks a lot better. And if we wanted this to be even better, if we wanted to really get in the weeds, I think we could do something like this. And let me get rid of all these snapping. Okay, I'm way too in the weeds at this point. But if you really wanted to put a lot of care and attention into every single building, you could. That does look better in my humble opinion. But yeah, probably not the level of effort that we should put into these. You guys will spend hours watching me build one building at a time. Yeah, I like that a ton more though. That looks so much better. Let's see what else. You know what? We've already put the care and attention into this building. I'm gonna finish it. And Thrustin, thank you so much for the raid party of 6. Hopefully you guys had a good stream. What were you guys playing tonight? And editor, still cut all of this out. We're just hanging out right now. We'll come back. I'll show the end result if you guys remind me. Hank, this is 5 drinks for you. Oxygen not included. I've been meaning to try that. I'm gonna hold off though, because I want to watch other creators play it, and I haven't watched any, but I saw that Biffa is planning on doing so soon. And Rustin, I'm giving you a follow, and the next time you play it, if I'm online, I will watch you. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. The hype train just keeps on rolling. I really appreciate all of you guys. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. I'm going to this is going to be the most highly decorated and most beautiful city park district building ever because of the hype train. Because of the hype train. Why else would this be so absolutely beautiful? We're doing the coconut palms too. This is going to be all in honor of Betamax Games' wife. So we have the decorated park building. We've got the coconut palms, and it's good. I'm digging it. Foamy, good to see you in here. I would actually recommend playing it for anyone else before watching anyone else first. It's one of those games where you will never ever build like you do your first time through. Okay, Foamy. I'm gonna bite there as well. I will take your advice on that. And I will not watch Biffa. But I'm gonna blame you. I will pick it up. I feel like I have a whole big list of games that I've been meaning to pick up. And then I do pick them up and I don't play them. So we'll have to see. And now that I have Manor Lords, I've got 2 games that dominate all my time. Manor Lords and City Skylines. So I'm switching the grass to be this more decorative grass. So I'm going to even delete the grass surface in here. I'm super sidetracked now, guys. I'm really sorry. I know that this is not, maybe this isn't the content that you came for, but just know that what you get when you come into a stream with me is sometimes you get a whole bunch of crashing. Sometimes you end up with a whole bunch of mic issues like usual. And then other times you get to watch me make the most detailed park maintenance building ever, because that's what the people want and that's what they're going to get. You love the mulligans? I love the mulligans too, so I'm glad you're here for them. Lastly, we'll get rid of some of this. And look at that. Did the park maintenance building need to have this much landscaping? Certainly not. But I love parks, and we know that the park maintenance depot is going to be taking care of our dog parks for us, so might as well take care of them as well. There we go. There we go. No Manor Lords? I am not saying there's no Manor Lords. Let's round this up. We got a couple more things that we're going to do in here. Let's see. I want to place a few offices. I'm going to rezone a bit of this for offices. Maybe some of the buildings that don't have parking. We'll turn those into offices. And then I'm going to add a bit of low density. What's some North American low density residential back here? And those will probably end up all being trailers, which I just love. And let's see how far we are from our next level. And we're not that far away, but we're not going to end this until we get our internet access and our mailboxes. So I'm going to load this area up with more residential. We'll go back to our beach properties. This time we'll go with North. Oh my goodness. I'm going to load this area up with beach properties. I'm going to go back to the North American waterfront housing, and we'll my little bit of fear there was we had an autosave, and boy oh boy, it felt like it was going to crash again. Thankfully though, no crashing. We're good. We're good. All right. We've got, what is this? Oh, another path back that way. So we'll send another road heading back towards that path. And I'm going to redo this one. And then we'll send a roundabout right there. And then in the roundabout, because we can, we'll decorate a bit. I'm super sidetracked and distracted, and we're just doing all the things, and I apologize, and also I don't. There we go. It's not even centered, but we're gonna call it close enough. We're not gonna let perfect be the enemy of good there. Good enough. We got level 4 emails. Thank you so much, guys, for the level 4 hype train. I appreciate you. Thank you guys so much. What are those awful shadows? That's a thing that happens. We can't dwell on the bad things. We are going to be happy about the good things. And the roundabout's a good thing. The shadows are a bad thing. we had some of those as well with the retaining wall earlier as well. So definitely stinks, but it's all right. I'm happy to have the roundabouts. More of these. I'm just going to kind of load this up all the way through here. And I'm thinking we may even just fix some of our terraforming issues as we have them. Let's see. I'm going to look at the terrain here. This is a little bit more challenging. We can go about 2 deep back here. And then again, it kind of leads us up here, but I don't think there's any reason to go that way. It's just the heights are... Actually, no. There might be development on here in the future, so I don't want to make that impossible. So I will lead a road, kind of tee it off into there, and we won't develop along there. Couple back here. Couple units back. And then we'll load this up again. So beachfront North American here. And then on this end, I think it's pretty tight. No, it's not actually. So we'll bring it back once more. So we are kind of speed running through some of this development, but I think that's fine. Some places aren't the most ornate and detailed, and we'll say that this is one of those places. And then for a moment, is that a flood basin? No, I think this should be okay. It seems like we're on higher ground. So we should be okay right here. That is going to be an interesting consideration once we get over here, though, because if we get too close to this area, tons of flooding. So we'll have to think about that. Okay. So now I'm going to speed it up for a moment. Our biggest demand item is actually high density. I'm going to add in a bit more low rent housing. And I'm going to redevelop a couple of the things around here. So near our transit facility would be a good place. This sort of housing. So we'll go a little bit smaller. Hopefully that's not too tall. This one looks better. We didn't look at the one over here to see how tall it ended up getting. It's not my first choice. But I think we might live with it. What might make it better is backing this out a bit and making it feel like it has a bit more space. It's a little bit better. It'd be sick to see me recreate a city such as Carmel. Is it Caramel? Carmel? Indiana? Where they use 0 traffic lights and intersections only? Someday we could. It'll actually probably function better, truthfully. Could I just plop the growable? That would fix the demand for it. I could. I forget about that. They're not really super well organized just yet. We'll wait. We'll wait on that until we have the ability to look at all the icons. There's that project that Sully's working on to pull all the icons in. So when we have that, it'll be much better. I think while we're waiting to reach the next level, I am going to work on this interchange, which is probably super foolish, but we're going to go for it. What I'm going to do is send this road underneath here instead. And then we'll have a fairly simple interchange right here. Although the problem is we're very close to the tracks. So the only thing that would really work right here would be a parklow. Swebby Webby, good to see you here. Streams are good. Streams are good. I'm going to call a mulligan on that idea. We'll keep our interchange over here. I'm super torn. So if we have it over here, we can go underneath this bridge that we already have and reuse this. No, I think we're gonna go for it. I'm being super indecisive because I'm not really happy with any of the options that we have. maybe we do something like this. And then pull it back up. So for now, what I think we're going to need to do is parklow this. So I'm going to send this up a little ways. And then I like to switch back over the continuous tool for these. And let's see, this is 8 units. So we'll go up 4 and send this back in. And then we'll do the exact same thing over here. We'll keep it running. Again, probably foolish, but we'll go for it. Over here, we're about 8 units, 7. Let me get this one more over. And then continuous this right back in again. We didn't go up high enough there. Let me try this one more time. I'm seeing all the chats, but I'm gonna focus on this because I'm bad at making interchanges. Okay. Now I'm gonna upgrade this to be a highway. And maybe even play with it like that a bit. And then lastly, gotta take this. I really don't like that this is going up. Oh, I'm gonna live with some imperfection for now. This will probably get rebuilt anyway. And then we'll anarchy this into here. Oh, no, we won't. The rail yard has not been fixed off stream yet. Yeah, no. I should have, but I did not. So that's a future project. Okay. Anarchy allowed us to get this going. So we'll accept that oddness there. And there we go. So now I can reverse all of this, hopefully with anarchy off. See if it lets me. It will. It will. And I can upgrade these other pieces. And there we go. All we have to do now to finish this is control some of these. So no lefts here. No lefts there. No lefts there. And let's see. You should be able to get on the highway over here. Get off over here. Want to make sure that we can't turn from here. You can't. I think it looks good. We have an ad break on Twitch, but I want to know if you guys see any issues with this. Oh, these roads are confusing. I feel like this was not confusing. I feel like this is a simple one. It's a very simple. So we want to get rid of this. Looks great, Swebby Webby. Thank you. Then we've accomplished our goal. It'll actually work. I know we have an ad break. I apologize for anyone who's not getting this. I'm not going to do a lot. And I'm talking to people who can't hear me anyway, so. I'm going to just do that. And then I'm going to take a look at everything happening over here. I'm going to get this connected first, and then we'll take a look. Let's see. Connection, the wrong one. There we have a water connection. We'll get our power connection, and then we should be good to go down here. And I think for this one, I could just bring it along. And there we go. All right. So we made a simple parklow right here. We've got water and power back over here. Hopefully, sanitary sewer is back. It's not. It's mad at me. We'll give that another go. And now we're good to go again. All right. And we've almost got to the next level. I'm going to take just a momentary second. Oh my goodness. I missed so many notifications. Give me just 1 second. I'm going to go through some of these. I meant to do it on the ad break. The main goal, Tilly Cat, is to get to Manor Lords. We're almost there. Once we get to level 5, I got 2 things to place, and then it's Manor Lords time. So Larat GG, thank you so much for the Prime. Lunatic, thank you for the Prime. Astro, I got you for the 5, but thank you again. Appreciate it. Farah, Van Garange, thank you so much for the Prime. Floridian Aiden, thank you for the Prime. Hippie Deluxe, thank you so much for the Prime. Batch, thank you for the biddies. Hank, thank you for the biddies, for the supporting the local creators. Clyde, thank you for the biddies. Anonymous Gifter, thank you for the tier 1 gift. Hank, more biddies. Amy, thank you so much for the biddies. Vainglorious, Clydewell, Batch, Clydewell again. Amy, Clydewell again. Top KP, thank you so much, all of you, for the biddies. Should Feels Bad, thank you for this tier 1. Lurk Nest Monster, thank you for the Prime. Odin MVT, thank you so much for 6 months at tier 1. That's super generous of you. And Waaaazzzup 1223, thank you for the Prime. All right. Charm. What are you doing to me, buddy? Lights look great, by the way. Thank you so much, Webby. That was all you guys. So thank you. We had a poll about that. And here we are at Tiny Town level 5. And this is really what I wanted to get to, because this means that we can get our post office and our internet connection, which is really kind of the final little piece of the puzzle here. Let's go into our communication services, and we're going to add a post office. We've got some space over here that maybe we can allocate towards this. The problem is Lindbergh Street wraps pretty closely to this. I am going to snap to the road, and we're going to go for it. We're going to place this right here along Lilac Street. We'll anarchy it. And I think the way that we'll handle this is to reorient Lindbergh Street and maybe even rename it. We'll just get a little bit closer to that tree line, and we'll play with fire. It'll be just fine. We're not going to worry. And we'll have something that looks like that. Ruining the dog park. Perfect. What are we doing? I don't even have anarchy on it. It's still going nuts. Oh my goodness. So many not real streets. Okay. Now we're good. Now we're good. Everything's fine. And there. So the reason I like this location is we're close to our arterial, so it would have easy access to the highway, but it's not directly on the arterial. I do not like that. So I never really got to see this, the way that this connection works. And that would be an impossible movement. Oh my goodness. Oh. Serenity now. Serenity now. Serenity now. Oh. I think we're going to boot it back up. No bad vibes. We're good. Everything's perfect. Everything is fine. You made fun of the post office. I made fun of it. One job. That's what I get. I made fun of the post office, and they immediately took it out on me, crashed the game. It's just telling me that it's the end. It's the end of City Skylines 2, and the time to switch over to Manor Lords and just play that for a little bit. Put the post office loop in the other way. That was my goal. I was just about to rotate. I hit M to go in to move it, and I was going to rotate the post office around. Do you believe this? Look at that, guys. The autosave is exactly, it's perfect. Don't worry about this. We're fine. The autosave is perfect. Okay. This is where the autosave was. I can deal with this. Let's, we'll get back in. We'll make the photo mode settings look pretty again. We're back. Back to day. Back to weather being off. Nothing happened, folks. There was never a crash. Everything was just fine. We don't have to be sad. To my poor editor, I am desperately sorry. If it gave you the chance, I'd never have autosave so close. So if I move the autosaves closer, I'm going to feel like I'm crashing all the time. And that's the primary reason why I don't have autosaves even closer than they are. Okay, so here's the foolish thing that got me to crash before. I hit M because I wanted to grab this and rotate this around, because when we clicked on this building, we saw that the loading was occurring in a bad location. So basically all the mail trucks were coming out right here, and it was way too close to this intersection of Linden and now it's Kent Street right here. It's still Hamilton. But now we can see that it's perfect. This is better. I can deal with this. In fact, be even better. There. We'll do that. A bunch of trees. I'll get rid of the trees. There. I got rid of one of the palm trees. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Those were Floridian palms. There. Okay. One of our main amenities down. We've got our post office. It's in a better spot. It's close to our main drag. It's close to Kent Street, which is a major collector in the area, and we're not loading too close to the intersection. The last thing I want to add is our telecom coverage. So for this, I've got to get rid of legacy flavor or disable it. I always forget the code to this, the key code. Here we go. That should work now, hopefully. There we go. The community is big enough that we need 2 of these, or we could unlock the telecom tower. I don't think I want to do that though. That's going to cost us way too much. We're still losing money. So I'm going to place 2 of these. We'll place one over here with our contours on. We'll place it at the top of the hill. And maybe this is how we get our road stubbed up to here. So we'll place one right here. And then our other one will be over here on the hill. And now I'm going to speed run these roads in place because I am so nervous. Okay. We'll dirt road. We'll gravel road up the side here. And I'll turn off anarchy so I don't run into problems. And then lastly, I'll grab this building and snap it right there. Oh my goodness, everything is on fire. Oh. You know what? This looks like a problem for future Phil and future us. For now, we're going to pause. No, we're going to let it run. It'll be fine. Oh my goodness. Myrtle has not been appeased. She's very upset. Verde Beach 2 was not good. A couple of crashes. We pretended they didn't happen. And of course, this is what we end up with. We deserve this. We deserve this. You know, if I can't see the fires, they're not happening. So we'll look this way and we'll just send this up here. Oh my goodness. I cannot believe that. Oh my goodness. Okay. And the most pressing needs of our community have been solved for today. Oh my goodness, it's there too. Oh my goodness, it's everywhere. It is literally everywhere. Okay. The most pressing needs of our community have been have been solved. We've got the internet, we've got mail, we've got an interchange. And nothing else to see here, folks. Everything is just fine. I think this is where we're gonna leave it for City Skylines 2 today. Thank you for joining me. I'm gonna end the recording. Okay, hold on. We'll end this the right way. We'll go into this mode so you can't see it. Thank you so much for joining me today. If you enjoyed this one, hit the like button. If you're not subscribed to the channel, please consider doing so. And I want to thank you for your time today. I really appreciate it. I can't wait to see you next time. Take care. Bye-bye. And I look down, so that's weird. No, there's no city tour. We're good. We don't, well, I'll save it. I could do a city tour afterwards. Speaking of saving, we're gonna save this immediately, and I'll put this on Paradox Mods again. And if you guys want to mess with this, you'll have the ability to. Yeah, in the meantime, you can see what's happening. Oh my goodness, we're flooding and it's on fire. That is insane. I don't even know what to say about this. Clearly we're having some things happening. Alan Bors, thank you so much for the 5 gifted memberships over on YouTube. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Well, we're gonna save the suspense for next time. Obviously, we've got some things going on. We'll figure out how this ends next time around. So you guys know, you guys know to come back. In the meantime, I think I'm gonna take a momentary break and give you guys some chair while I switch over. I'm gonna use the restroom for a second as well. So I'm gonna switch over to Manor Lords. We'll play for a little while. It's 11 my time. I could play for a couple hours. I could have some fun. Riri, thank you so much for being in here. If you guys are not following Riri, you should. Riri is building an amazing community, an amazing map that they put together themselves. It's very, very cool. Yes, it is Manor Lords time, but for just about like 5 minutes, I'm gonna give you some share. Brain freeze. Thank you. Yes, it's Friday. Let's go. So in the meantime, I will take a quick drink, and then chair for you guys for a while. Actually, I'm gonna go to chair, and then I'm gonna come right back here because if something's wrong, you guys need to tell me. So chair merch is on the way. Not quite ready yet. Okay, so I'll be back in like 10 seconds. I want to know if there's problems. So, were there problems or was it good? Double music? No problems? Just chair love. Okay, in that case, since it's all good, more chair for you. Okay, and I'm back, and we're gonna start some Manor Lords. So anyone on YouTube who's expecting, oh, although I look over at YouTube and I still see the chair. That's because they're behind us. So if you're on YouTube and you're expecting Manor Lord, or you're expecting City Skylines, I apologize. We're gonna switch gears. We're gonna play a bit of Manor Lords. So I'm gonna switch that over on Twitch really quickly, and then we'll jump into the game. And for anyone who is watching on YouTube, do know that if you rewind, you should be able to see it. Building our title, Manor Lords, while building and brews. Although I don't have brews anymore, so it's a little bit of a lie. Okay, there we go. David on YouTube. Yes, that's the Chair, your second favorite streamer. Chair appreciates you. Okay, we're gonna switch over to Manor Lords. Here we go. Question actually before we go in though. How does Manor Lords compare to Final Frontier? I like Manor Lords more, at least what I played of it. So I want to know though, we have their normal music. I can switch it up. So I want to know how you guys are feeling about that. So what music? Normal stuff? Manor Lords. I will let you guys cheat, and in the meantime, I will open up my new drink, which rather than being a beer, it's going to be a jolly good sour power. It's Wisconsin soda, so we'll go with it. Your husband can't wait for Manor Lords stuff. It's so good. It's so good. So let's see. Manor Lords music is crushing it, and that's fine. Manor Lords deserve some bardcore. More alcohol, please. Manor Lords is a medieval city builder. It's an amazing game. I put out a video earlier today, actually. Herman Miller will not sponsor me because I'm a Steelcase guy. So I'm seeing Manor Lords music crushing it. I don't even think I need to wait any longer. The real question is, I'm wondering if it's possible. I'm going to try something. I'm going to try one thing. I have all the Manor Lords music saved. No, I won't overly complicate this. I'll just pause it over here. And let's get this thing going. You guys are going to need to tell me about the volume. Hopefully it's not too much. There should be music right now. You worked at Steelcase after the early 90s or early 2000s? I hear nothing, which is strange. I'll jump back in. No game sound, a little low. Yeah, I heard nothing. Can't believe they had a whole orchestra. The whole orchestral soundtrack. Yes, very good. So I'm wondering. So here's the reality that I haven't ever played with the sound on. So I don't know. Yeah, it might come later. I'm gonna try one thing real quick. So I actually have the original soundtrack on my computer. So if I play it through Spotify, we should actually be able to see it show up in the overlay even. Just 1 second, everybody. failing. I am failing so hard right now. I feel like I'm getting close, but it's not. Okay. I'm getting there. Bear with me for one more second, guys. One more second. This is on my streaming PC, which is why you guys can't see what I'm up to. Um, hmm. And the problem is, okay, so we've actually got an ad break anyway, so huh. I thought that I could open up local files in Spotify, but it's not letting me do it, which is super frustrating. Chat, any ideas? Yeah, we're gonna start a new game. Okay, what we're gonna do, we're gonna start. We'll just see if it works. My master volume over here is all the way up, so I have no idea. The only thing I could see is, maybe in here. No, we're all good. We've got the correct settings. It's working. You guys are hearing music now. Okay. Turn the music up, my dude. I can't hear the music. Okay. We'll try this one more time. Master volume. Do you guys hear anything? It's good. It's back. Oh, that is super weird. Oh, I know what's going on. Okay. Yeah, so what I think is happening whenever I leave the window. Oh, that's even worse. So the music is cutting in and out. Oh my goodness. You guys are gonna have to bear with me. I'm flashing you guys a whole bunch. What is going on is with borderless window, when I go over to my streaming PC, it is cutting out the music. So we can't use the audio from the game. It's just not. Some games do this. I have not been able to consistently solve it. So the only thing that I can do is this. So I'm going to open this. I'm going to open the soundtrack up. I think I have VLC, and then I'll add that as a source. You won't be able to see what I'm playing, but you should be able to hear it. So bear with me for 1 second. This is my I'll go in my comfort zone. Add audio capture, create new VLC. Hopefully on YouTube too, I'm going to be looking at you guys. Let me know if you guys hear it. And oh, that's probably ridiculously loud. Can you guys hear that? Hopefully you can now. Sounds good? All right. We have been on one heck of a journey to get here, but we got there. I'm going to look at YouTube real quick. Okay. YouTube is behind, and they are seeing the problems that we had. So if you honestly, it's the same source, so it should be the same. If you guys can hear it over here, it should be good. Could turn it down a notch. How's this? This looks, when I'm looking at my volume meters, this looks about right. All good, a bit loud. Turn it down a bit more. There we go. How's that? Good? Okay, good. YouTube can hear. You love the medieval music? Yeah, we're in a good spot now. Feels very good. I see YouTube's happy as well. All right. So we're gonna start a brand new save. I don't wanna rehash what we were doing before. I want to go for a different character even. So let's think. This is characters 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I want to see which character you guys are the most keen on picking. I'll be honest. This guy looks like someone. I can't think of who it is. Kind of curious about him. She kind of looks like one of the Olsens. So that's kind of interesting. Yes, everyone is European. So I think that is like one of the... So if I'm not mistaken, this is supposed to take place between... kind of on the French-German border. 9. You like 9 or 8? 2? Okay, the first one that I see 3 times. I'll go for Elizabeth Olsen. Top, middle. I see Elizabeth Olsen twice. 3, 2. We're going with Elizabeth. Well, Olsen twin. Well, there we go. We're Olsen twin. Next, we've got to pick our coat of arms. So you can really no. For our coat of arms, we can really customize this if we want to. I haven't really seen where this is super useful just yet. I think it's in battle, but it's really cool. You can actually pick the field that you want and completely customize each of those fields. You can also import your own, and I know that Kodiak figured this out. I didn't experiment with it yet. I was thinking about putting a CPP logo on here, but for now, I think we'll just go for something like this. And let's see, for field 1, I think we'll go for a flower. We can change the background color. We'll go with purple to celebrate the purple light behind. The second one, there's a bugle. Why don't we go for these legs? Oh, wait, that's down here. That's fine. The legs, we're going to make that color white. I think for this one, do stripes. We'll see if there's a chair. I think that would make sense. We'll have a chair somewhere. We'll do purple for the interior color. Maybe a different purple for the secondary color. And actually, for this, I kind of feel like we need to go a little bit lighter. Or maybe no stripes at all. Yeah, I like that more. Field C. Do we have a chair? Is there a throne? Got pants. You guys see? You wish you could put cats in the coat of arms? You can. You can load your own coat of arms. So my wife found or what pretended or claimed to be my family's coat of arms. I could have loaded that in. I don't see chair, but I do see pants. So what do you guys think about pants? Do white pants with a little bit of purple. Background is white. Alternate around. Maybe we. What kind of symbolism can the pants have? I don't really know. There. Need axes and a tree. Oh, the tree. I like the sound of the tree. I do. Or the flowers. I like that. You know your family's coat of arms, Cladwell? Ooh, what about an ale? Is there a drink? I don't know that there is. We're on to the final field. I don't see I see a snail. I always love the Red Bull. If we want to do Red Bull, I don't actually drink Red Bull. I think it's gross, but it's another option. The barrel. Okay, is there a barrel? Where's the barrel? Oh, right there. There we go. So we've got the barrel for the drink. And I'll make this. Maybe I'll swap those around. And then we have the ability to actually completely adjust these two. Oh, that looks terrible. We can change the scale of each of these. Move them around. Change the number of instances. Like we could say, all right, well, we actually want a whole bunch of barrels. Maybe it's 3 barrels. We'll do 3 barrels. There we go. I think that's good. What do you guys think? Good crest of arms? Good coat of arms, rather. Purple is your favorite color, so you're loving it. Good, good, good. All right. So there are 3 different game modes. I'm kind of just inclined to do the default game mode. That is what I was playing on in the video today. But there's the Rise to Prosperity, where you basically don't have war. Your whole goal is to reach large town. The second goal, the second game mode, is Restoring the Peace. This is where you need to dominate the entire land and take over everything. And then the third one is you have to build your city as quickly as you can, and you'll be constantly attacked by raiders and other people. So I'm thinking we go with Restore the Peace. Large town is actually, so it's actually a different, when you have certain numbers of certain types of residents, you reach different milestones. So the first one I think is small town, and then you get medium town, so things like that. Imperial Jedi, 173 people. Jedi, thank you so much for jumping in here. What are you up to tonight, Imperial Jedi? What are you guys playing, and how are you guys doing? Let's go. Thank you so much for being here. That is super cool. If you guys are not following Jedi, Jedi is amazing. Highly recommend Jedi. Played 5B1C back in the day with Jedi, and I would love to play some Manor Lords Jedi as well. So, hello, Jedi. We're having a sour power soda to you. Thank you so much. Okay. So, Raiders, you having a good night? Canadian Power. I will, you know what? For Jedi being here, here we go. Little Jedi booty. There we go. I think we're gonna just roll with the default game mode and just jump right in. But where's the fires at? We're gonna have enough. We already had fires. Oh, Sky, dude, that I had not seen that one. That one is that feels very intimate. Does Manor Lords have multiplayer? I believe it does. But yeah, I'd have to look. I believe it does. So here we are. This is let's see, we're on the edge of the map. So this is one of the things I like about Manor Lords is it loads you in at a different spot every time you play, every time you start a new city. So the save in the video today was over here. But now we're over here. The roads change and the resource distribution changes as well, which is pretty cool. The game is absolutely beautiful. It runs really well. It's got all of the most advanced graphics options that you could think of. I'll pop in real quick and take a look at this. You can see we're running everything at ultimate settings. Everything's just absolutely maxed out. And my computer is silent. So it's very well optimized. Games is amazing. So, yeah, we're going to, we start out with the same couple of things. We have an ox, a horse, 5 families, and then some basic supplies. And then you can look at each person. You can see their names. Peter is unassigned. He's waiting for an opportunity to do something. So there are some names, though, that if you don't pronounce them in Germanic ways, might sound a bit inappropriate. So if you see certain names, just know it's not inappropriate. it's a Germanic name. The ox is impaled. It is. Early access, folks. There you go. That's how we keep our ox in line. You're not going anywhere. Does the ox have a name? Heinz. And Heinz is waiting. All right. Before we figure out where we're going to settle, it's, you know, it seems like we should just do it right here. But I think we've got to look around a little bit. And if we go into the construction menu, you can see kind of all the overlays. So wild animals are probably one of the easier things to get food from. Berries are the other one that's pretty easy. And then iron, I'm not super concerned about that. Stone as well. We got a little bit, we can walk a little ways for that. A lot of clay over there. So that may be the bigger thing. I haven't spent a lot of time optimizing farms. It is a settlers type of game. So some of the mechanics, if you played Banished, if you've played any sort of medieval city builder, will feel very familiar to you. Even Anno, I think that if you've played any of those games, you'll feel right at home here. You'll have to learn a couple of things, but the mechanics are pretty good. So emmer fertility is our wheat. So we've got wheat fertility right here. Flaxseed, not really great anywhere in this area, but a little bit right here. Barley for alcohol, rye for alcohol. I think looks like barley and flax are the same, and rye and wheat are the same. So with that in mind, I'm thinking that our city should probably be right here, because there's not oh it's way up on a hill. Honestly, I'm okay with it. We're gonna build our city up here so long as there's water. There is. So we'll build our city right up here on the hill, and we'll have the farms around it. This game is running amazingly smoothly. I feel like I can just fly around it. We got blades of grass. Everything is just, it's stunning. The season changes are amazing as well. Before we build though, we got this message. It says, we got to unite these lands under the rule. The victory condition is dominance. So that's what we have to do. The city on the hill. Yes, we're going to have the city on the hill. It's going to be amazing. So roads are kind of king in this game, because you want to be able to get your ox to carry everything for you. So we're going to build a road from this settlement over to this existing road. So any of these existing roads, these are considered king's roads. To delete roads, you hold on Alt and you can try to delete them. But these roads right here are actually permanent, and the king owns these. You can't delete them. You'll get that. Oh, wait. It's going to, oh, that's the one I just played. Sorry. This one right here, we can't delete it. So that's another consideration and kind of constraint that we've got to think about. But I'll leave that for now. We'll build up on our hill, get a roadway up here, and then we're going to need lumber as well. And I don't really want to lose all the lumber up here, so I'll probably keep our lumberjack down there. And I am very curious. I've never built on a hill before. You can see the contour lines. I'll cut up the side of them. There we go. Now, one thing that I saw in the comments a lot for the YouTube video is that I was planning the city around a marketplace. And historically, the cities that were built around things such as churches. So I need to plan around that. So rather than thinking about where the center of this is going to be, I'm going to add this so I can delete. Oh, I was hoping to get rid of just this segment of the road. Guess that wasn't going to work. I'm not going to plan this out a ton in the beginning. We'll just try to focus on getting moving and not encroaching upon the natural environment. So this is where we're going to build our homes. To build things, there's a construction menu down here. And I'm going to build a logging camp before anything else, because everything costs lumber, and we only currently have 8. So you can see all the resources that we have up here. We have 8 lumber, no planks, 20 stone, no blocks, 10 tools. It's not a lot. And then the other thing to keep an eye on is right here. We have a number of months before our supplies run out. So supplies are food plus heating fuel. So yeah, it is one hell of a hill. If we don't have both of those, we can freeze or starve. So those are some of our major considerations. The other things to know, I'm going to pause this for just a moment. So these things that are showing up right here are our immediate needs. So if you see these and I'm not paying attention to them, please call me out, because these are things that will tank our city and prevent people from actually moving in here. And our people are going to get a heck of a workout. We want people to be fit here, and that's why we're doing this. The other thing, we have our approval rating. If our approval rating isn't high enough, our city won't grow. So we want to try to improve this. Homelessness clearly will tank our approval rating. So we'll lack of food, water, different things like that. And then our population isn't as important as our number of families. So the strong soldiers, exactly. Pooch is in here. Good to see you, Pooch. So our population is important, but not as important as our families. So in this game, you assign families to jobs. So we'll build this logging camp, and we'll put that down here, like I mentioned. I might even I might even tuck this away a little ways in the woods. And there isn't like a radius that this will work in. They'll keep traveling if we allow them to. We can set this to have a general radius if we want it, but I'm going to let them do whatever they want. And then this will get built, so we'll speed this along to get this thing built. And then I want to show you how the family system works. Works like Age of Empires for gathering wood. Okay. My entire tone and mood is higher while playing Manor Lords. Honestly, I'm just super into it right now. It's hard to explain. It's you get a new game and it's a lot of fun and you just enjoy playing it. So, and I get addicted to Banished like games. I mean, I played the hell out of Banished. Loved it so much. Gary, thanks for the stream. You're gonna call it a night. Go. I'm not saying that, Gary. Thank you for being here. Have a good night, and I'll catch you next time. So you can set priority, which I will do a lot. One thing to know about this game while we're waiting for this is that you can't build something unless you have the resources available for it. So for this, for instance, we wouldn't be able to build this unless we had the lumber. And that's one of the reasons I wanted to build this before the homes. You still go back and play Banished periodically. I never modded Banished, and maybe that's why I stopped playing, because I never, or maybe I should say not never is not the right word. I didn't get very far into it. I wasn't super interested. I probably should have been, but that's also, I had a kid at the time. So another reason why it wasn't a high priority at that point in time. Oh man, with the mods, Banished went so deep. I know. So what happens if I run out of timber before you build your logging camp? Start over. I have failed my first playthrough. So there are, okay, I will talk about a couple of different ways that I failed. I'm going to just kind of follow the terrain for a couple of roads. You might notice that I'm building a lot of roads. It's because it doesn't matter. There's no cost associated with it, and they're built right away. So I might as well. And it does autosave too, which is helpful. Oh, there's a little break on Twitch. I'm going to take a momentary break and go through the activity feed while we're waiting for everybody else to return. But yeah, there's no cost associated with the roads, which is why I'm building as many as I can. Peaches, this is Manor Lords. It hasn't been released yet. It'll be released on the 26th, and it'll be on Game Pass PC. So if you have that, you can check it out there. Jedi resub, thank you so much. Such a sweet peach. This game slaps hard. I almost had it. It almost has no right. Jedi, I want to know, do you have access? Did you get it? If you didn't, we should talk. Unknown, thank you so much for the Prime. Dig Steve Annex, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. Appreciate you. And Peaches Malba, thank you so much for the resub. 5 months. The time do be flying. It do be flying. What is my favorite city builder? I mean, it's a really tough one. I mean, I would have said, oh, Irish, you're new here. Thank you for being here. Raider from Jedi, thank you so much. I would have said it was City Skylines without a doubt. It's harder now. Let's say, I don't know. Highlight your message. My charity, K. That you should have used your channel points for something better than one letter. I actually looked at it. Pooch, you're not new here. We are going to build our first couple of homes, and to build these, the mechanic is basically amazing. I'll build one more road along the side here. We pop in, there's a residential tab. Here's where you get things like your well and your marketplace, tavern, and all this stuff. We can grab one of these burgage plots, and the way that you add residential zoning is you find a control point, and you basically make a rectangle. So I'll click here, and then I can say I want it to go here. And now I can rotate it around if I want and figure out, do I want it to go this way? That might make more sense. This rear are actually areas where you could have an outbuilding. So things like you could have a brewery, you could have a chicken coop, you could have a garden, and you could actually sell the wares at the market. So it's pretty useful. You could also decide, I actually only want to have one house here with an outbuilding. That's a possibility. I don't think we can add any more. Yeah, 2 is all we can fit right here. So I'm going to add these 2. I'm going to face them this way, and then I can hit construction, and anyone who's not assigned will go and start building this. Now, speaking of unassigned, so we've got the 5 families that are unassigned. I want to assign a family to this. So we just click on the building, and we can assign a family to this. In the logging camp, let's talk about the first way that I failed. I saw this little thing right here that says permanent livestock assignment. Well, we had our oxen, so why don't we assign our oxen to this? As soon as we do that, the ox will only help with the logging camp. They won't build any. They won't bring any lumber over to these homes, and the homes will never get built. So I ended up completely losing my mind and failing. So that was the first way that I failed. The other one is I actually built too many homes, ran out of lumber, and had no ability to actually build anything else. Now I think because you can decommission buildings, so I could take this building right now. You can either move it or demolish it. You can get some of the resources back, so technically not completely failing if you inadvertently use all your wood, but I don't know why this early on in the game you would you'd continue to play. You notice this in the video, some big plots have more than just backyard in addition to a second house. Yeah, so if you have a really large lot, you can have a second house in addition to that backyard. So yeah, kind of like an accessory dwelling unit. Will the maps be procedurally so there is a little bit of text in the map screen that makes it seem like it's going to be generated, but I don't know yet. I don't know. I can ask that question and hopefully provide an answer. Do we hit a point where the Mongols burn down the entire village? I don't want to. I know a creator who had their entire village burned down on day 4. So, yeah, it can happen. Poochie played this demo. That was October 2022. I know that because I looked it up for the video, and I was very disappointed at the time because I completely missed it, and then it was removed from Steam, so I just never got the opportunity to play. So this, legitimately, this is my first time getting to play it, and it's just, it's so cool. I'm going to put some more homes along here. As we make this bigger, though, it's going to take more lumber, and we don't have enough to build this. It's 4 right here, so if I bring it in a little ways. So this is what was just talked about. So this is one building that can have a potential outbuilding and then an accessory unit, and that takes 2 lumber instead of 4. But we wouldn't have that building right away, so I'm going to let this roll. And in the meantime, while those are building, I think we need to think about food as well. Because we're running out. We have 2 months of food and no fuel. So let's go ahead and we'll build some foraging options. So this first category is gathering. So I'm going to build a hunting camp over here. The distance between these doesn't really matter. A bigger problem right now is that we have all this rain and all of our food is out on the ground getting wet and being destroyed. So that's another concern. We'll need a granary quickly. This game, I mean, this is like any other medieval sort of city builder. There's a lot of connections that need to be made. And once you figure it out, it becomes pretty addicting. If you think that I mean, it gets, every building can be upgraded and has multiple different types of changes that you can make to it. So it gets very involved. And the rain, so there are actually thunderstorms and lightning that we'll experience, and they are beautiful as well. I'm gonna also let's see how many. So I know that there were a lot. Yeah, we got 41 wild animals out of 40. Doesn't seem right. We also got 44 berries. I'll build a foraging hut over here as well. And there we go. I want to raise the priority on one of these. And we'll let the rest of that roll. Like, the homes matter a lot, but reasonably, if we don't have food, that's a bigger problem. So hopefully they chill out. Your love affair with these games, these kinds of games, goes back to Blue Bites, the Settlers. Yeah, I've heard that one's good. This makes you even more disappointed by CS2. So this was developed by one person. I probably shouldn't say that. Yeah, one person made this over many years. Just remember, if everything is a priority, then nothing is. Yes, that's why I'm trying my best. We just did the hunting camp and nothing else. Now we have 3 unassigned families. We have to have at least 1 unassigned family at all times, or we won't be able to construct things. Yeah, one person made this. A gentleman that goes by the name of Slavic Magic in Poland made this game for years. I think initially they were putting out tweets of what the game could look like and could be like, what the mechanics could be like. And then back in 2022, after years of saying they weren't going to accept any help, they finally accepted help from Hooded. My brain's a little bit fried, so give me 1 second. Hooded Horse, I believe. The name of the developer? Yes, Hooded Horse. Hooded Horse is based out of Dallas. They're relatively new to the scene, but if you played Against the Storm or Workers and Resources, they were the publisher for those games. So they publish indie games, generally smaller games that were published by smaller teams, and so, you know, that's their specialty. And in my conversations with them, which have been, you know, admittedly not very many, my contacts that I've had there have been pretty cool. So, yeah, it seems like a very good team. I'm gonna move the granary over here. Actually, no. We're gonna move we'll keep the granary close to our food supplies, and the main reason for that is when we set up a market, the family will actually establish a booth at the market and move their food over to the market so that the folks over there will have quicker access to it. So we'll slow things down, and I'll build the granary right here. Now this needs an employee as well. So that now we're going to start to run into employee shortage issues. So I'm gonna take a step back. Also got this message. Hildebolt is our foe. I've heard of your renown. I only seek to defend my rights and my honor against those who would wrong me. I hope you will not judge me by the rumors and slander that some may spread about me. So you can write back. There's not many things that you can say. You can say you have no claim to your lands. You can negotiate. Need _silver. Clearly not done yet. And then declaration of war. We're not going to do that. I do not want to declare war. I don't have an army. So we'll just talk a bit of crap and send that to him. And hopefully he doesn't get too mad at us. These vibes are so good. The game is so chill. So chill. So we're going to get this going. At the same time, We have a fair amount of timber now, so I'm going to kind of go ham on building houses. So the home is going to be 2 lumber, so we could build way more than we need. We'll build all the way back here. Oh, look at that. We get an outhouse, an outbuilding, not an outhouse. We play our cards right. Yeah, that's good. So there's some more right there. And then for this one, let's build another road. I kind of want to not encroach upon that tree. One of the things that we can't do. Did that say burglar? Maybe. I can't really hear it. So, quick replies. Have a good one. Thank you so much for being here. There could be an additional house on the plot. So with all of these, you can click on the house itself, and you can construct a backyard extension. And when the lot is large enough, you can add the side building as well. We're not going to do this just yet because we only have 50 regional wealth. And the moment that we place this is 15 of that or 25. And I think that there might be better things to do with this. Basically, right now, this is level 1. If we wanted to level these up, we would need to provide all the amenities that they're looking for. So they want a market that has 2 or 3 different types of food. They want 2 different types of food, timber, and clothing. They also want water access and a church. So if we provide all of that, they will have the ability to level up to level 2. Level 2, we get there by, but that's how we get there by actually, we level up our community by having enough homes at level 2. And level 2 is where these start to pay taxes. So it's important to get these things leveled up. But it's also important to have, basic level as well so that we can work all the different types of employment options that we have. So they're American houses? No. So let's see. Here's where we would be able to if we were upgraded to level 2, potentially have that side building as well. So lots of different options over here. Let's see. We are short 1 home. So I'm going to build 1 more. I think. There's not enough space right there. I don't want to encroach. Too small. Plot's too small. So you don't have to clip onto a road, and you can go very large. So that's. Let me show you that real quick. We're not going to do this, but let's say we wanted to fill this whole area in. We could do something. Maybe we. How big should we go? Are natural disasters a thing in this game? I know that you can have fires, but I don't know that they are natural. How does it end up being? We didn't draw any roads to divide this up, so that's how they ended up being only 4 houses. So if we divide it up like this, so we've added a couple of roads, and then we go back. Well, interesting. Plot's too small. Something's getting screwy there. Did I make this too small? No. So 4 houses this way. We could also rotate this around and kind of see how many homes can fit on here. This way it's only 2. That way it's 4 again. 2 right there. I really like this level of control. You can also say I want to have 4 right here, or I want to face the road this way, but I want fewer homes, and you can adjust that as well. So honestly, I kind of want to face these in this way. And if that's the case, all we can fit are 2. Now, we'll fit as many as we can. That seems pretty foolish. We'll go something like that. Yeah, the UI is amazing. The way that this works is really, really, really slick. The well, that is a great point. We have enough homes now in the hopper, so we should. Oh, Ooh, thank you for pointing out the well. I almost made a really big error. We'll put that right here for now. Fairly centrally located. I'm thinking that our church, if we're orienting this around our church, we'll place that maybe right here where these woods are. The church requires planks, and that's the main reason I don't want to do that right now. Yeah, that level of control's ridiculous. Hi from Slinger. Yeah. You and your wife love me. Do I ever do any meet and greets? I haven't yet, but I'm thinking about it. I've talked about TwitchCon or something like that. Outside of that, I haven't really thought about it. I don't really know the best way to approach it. Do I have to cut down the trees to clear them? No, they would take care of that. The only thing, there's no way to plant trees outside of having a forester. So that's why I'm being very protective of the trees. Because I don't want to inadvertently take them out and then not have the ability to replace them. They're pretty. So probably not the greatest reason to want to save them, but I do think that they are pretty. So there we go. I'm trying to create a fairly organic layout. You can see it just kind of nice little circle, little cul-de-sac up here. One of the problems with banished, patron, etc. was the performance dropped around 150 to 200 citizens. We'll have to see. That's the thing, is I've never I've gotten to, I think about how many households. I've probably gotten close to that. And I didn't see any significant issues, but yeah. Gingerbready Joe, Ufa did that in Timberborn and lost because you didn't know that you couldn't replant. Yeah. I've had that happen in Timberborn as well. Okay. So now let's see. Do we have our granary built? We do. So I want to get our goods in here. And right now they'll bring our goods to this, but the goods that are out here are not being brought in. See, it's only stone. Actually, we don't need a family here because of that. So I'll turn that off. The next building we need is going to be, under logistics again, a storehouse. So the storehouse is where basically anything that's not food goes. And I think I'll place this one closer to our community. Maybe on the outskirts over here. And that's because we're going to be building a ton of stuff here. I'm going to crank the priority on this, then assign a family so they bring all of the stuff over here. And then you start to see it's September. So they give you an idea of what you should be doing. And in the autumn, September, November, we should be harvesting, plowing, and sowing crops. We should also be building up firewood, which we haven't done. So I'm a little bit concerned about that. I'm going to build a woodcutter's lodge over here. Now here's where I get myself into trouble. Everything's a priority. This is a very high priority. This is a highest priority. Yeah, the autosave was super fast. The one thing, and this is, I probably should pass along some of this feedback. The autosave, when you're making a video, is a problem. It's in your face, and I had to edit it out a bunch. Not gonna bug most other people, but I would prefer that it's just like a little diskette icon or something like that. Yeah, when everything becomes a priority, nothing is. This really is our priority. So you end up using twice as much fuel to keep warm in the winter. Oh shoot. The exposed stocks are also a high priority, so we're in a rough spot. But at least we're making lumber now. We've got plenty of food, so now this will give us fuel to keep our homes warm, the homes that are not fully done. We still need one house. Okay. This is also a priority. This is now a very high. This is the highest. This one's very high. We're down to 0 because of the fuel. So this... Oh, no. Oh, no. Julian, thanks for being here, buddy. We played some City Skylines 2, and now we're on to Manor Lords. And we're having a good time. Unfortunately, I'm also putting this community in a pretty bad spot. We don't have enough housing yet. So we're running the risk of people freezing to death. We also don't have a storehouse. So we're running the risk of all of our supplies getting wet. Mercenaries are available. We don't have any money. We're not producing any taxes.
Come on.
Whew, yes, I'm a mean taskmaster. Everything's a high priority. Storehouse, I'm going to assign the one worker to this. And I think we can take the forager away from here because there's no berries to get at this point. Enough fuel for 2 months so we can get to December. We have a brief ad break. I'm going to slow down for a second so that we don't miss, or everyone that's on the ad break doesn't miss what we're up to. And AJ Loons, thank you so much for the 5 months. 5 months of tier 1. Appreciate you. Peaches Melba, thank you so much. 5 months. Yes, I got you before. Time do be flying, still be flying. And Burl84, thank you so much for the prime. I appreciate you. I have played Foundation. It's been a while. Loving it all over again. Would love to see my take on it. So here's my game plan for content. I want to build a city in videos where I get to battle and start taking over some land. And maybe if I get good enough at battling, we'll take over everything and actually win. And I'm going to be doing that every other video for a little while. Panda Sauce, you're jealous of early access? It's a fun game. I will not lie and say that I feel very privileged to have access to play this early. I think it's important to remind myself too, like what a privilege it is to have access to stuff like this, because I don't take it for granted. The music got intense. The funny thing is, it's just VLC. So cool. We've got family members joining, so that's helpful. We've got homes for everybody. We've got our storage filling up, and if you come back over here, see all of our supplies have moved. So I'm gonna move the hitching post for our ox. We'll relocate this to be in our village. And I think I'll place that. I'll put that over here by the store. And now I want to speed up priority on the well. That'll be highest. This will be very high. What's Zigster? How you doing tonight? Have we done any farming yet? No. I have not done any farming, but I want to get everything set up for the spring. So, or for the summer. So we should build our farm before June. Farming is super labor intensive. So as much as I want to get to farming, I almost feel like we've got to focus on getting our population up before we do that. I'm really torn. New here, mostly saw Timberborn stuff on YouTube. It caught me playing Manor now. Yeah, I'm loving this game. This game's been amazing. Thank you for 21. Thank you so much for being here. Appreciate you. It's a good reminder to me too that there are people that know the channel not from City Skylines, but from other things like Timberborn. So it's cool. New message. Well, they want to form a militia. So here's the thing. If I form a militia, so I got an armament delivery. That's great. And that's because we have homes for all of our people, I believe. If I do that, though, which it's easy, you just go under army, and you can create a new militia. Now, this part is a little unclear to me. It's not super easy to figure out what you can build. And I just kind of end up clicking around and figuring out, okay, there's one. I can do a spearman militia. And right mouse clicking away the ones that I can't. There we go, 10 of those. If I want to do this, I have to recruit them, and I don't have the population to do it right now. I'd basically be taking everyone. I have 15 people. I would take all 10 men that we currently have and turn them into militia which wouldn't be a great look for us. We wouldn't get any work done. So I think we'll probably avoid that. Village near collapse seems like a perfect time for detailing time lapse. Here's the thing, there's no detailing that I can see yet. So the detailing time lapse is this. I just sit back. This game is Manor Lords. It is it's coming out on the 26th. It'll be in basically everywhere. The other place, the place that you might be most interested though is it's day one Xbox Game Pass PC. So if you have Game Pass, you'll have access to it. Check it out. It's early access. So there are some things that are very clearly not done. We encountered some of those. But yeah, a lot of it is not just a little done, but super done. And it looks really good. Like, look at these trees. Outstanding. And winter's going to be another one that's pretty good. Look at all these people hoofing it up here. I feel bad. Do you guys feel bad? Xbox Game Pass for PC. It will be coming to console for Game Pass, but it's not happening in two weeks. The Assassin, thank you so much. Appreciate that. Appreciate the kind words. Appreciate you being here. Have a good night. Yeah, visually, gameplay-wise, stunning. Absolutely beautiful. I'm gonna do something foolish and just speed this along for a little while. We're playing the waiting game, and I want some more population. So let's see what we come up with. Can't wait to pick this one up. So I am curious. When I get curious, I ask a poll. Do you enjoy historical city builders? Yes or no? Now, obviously, this one's a little bit different in that there is a real-time combat component to this, like Total War. But yeah, it's definitely a city builder at its core, and you can get rid of that combat component if you don't like it. Julian, you have a really funny story. I love it. Actually, you don't know if I love it, but you've been drinking and you're in a good mood. Well, Julian, I've also been drinking. It's been a while now, and it was over a long period of time. But I want to know your story. So either send it to me here or on Discord. What's up? I think you and I had the exact same dream. I really want a historical city builder that also goes up to the modern era. That would, as soon as I get that, I can die happy. Not happening anytime soon though. You know what? You're probably right. This might be a little bit biased. We've got 100% of the people that say that they enjoy it. But here's the thing. If you don't like games like this, there's 100% chance you dropped off. So, you're drinking Crazy Uncle's Hard Root Beer. Is that good? The DS game SimCity Creator was the closest we got. I never played that one. But now I might be curious about that. Okay. So all of our homes have been built. I'm going to build a market. The market is under homes, and it's right here, marketplace. So this is very similar to the homes, where it'll conform to any space that we give it. So I'm going to place that maybe off to the side over here. So this is where our church is going to be. So the market will be in close proximity, but I don't know how big we actually want this to be. 21 stalls. I think we should go bigger than that. 54 or 56. We'll go with that. And we've got snow. There we go. So the importance of the marketplace is all these different buildings. So like our hunter, our forager, the woodcutter over here, they will all open up these little marketplaces, and one of their family members will go over here and sell their goods to the rest of the community. So it makes the travel time much shorter, and it gives one of the other family members something good to do with their time. Oh, The bandits are stealing from us. They stole some of our modest amounts of chopped wood. So that's super helpful. We basically have nothing. So great. Thank you for taking that from us. We have 36. Notification sound reminds you of Tropico. Good morning from Prague. You will skip back and watch the beginning of the stream in a bit. I wanted to say hi. Hey, thank you so much for being here, Nox. Appreciate you for hopping in. The bandits have been working with the enemy. The bandits, yes. Okay. We are kind of at a waiting point right now. Until we have more people in our community, we can't really build anything else. Like the church requires a family to run the church. To build the church, we need planks. That's how one way that we're going to get our happiness up. One thing to know is that people remember the past. So as a result, we have some of our population that's unhappy because they were previously homeless. So even though we have extra homes now. We've got 8 homes and 5 families. People are still unhappy about their previous homelessness. So I think what we'll do, we've got a ton of timber right now. We'll build our farm out here. We won't assign anyone to it. And kind of just let that be. We can't build anything else out there that's going to be valuable for us. So for the farm, the first thing that we need is a farmhouse. That is how we can build all of our different fields. I have forgotten, though, when I played before, that we have the 2 different fertilities. So we have the emmer fertility, which is the wheat. And we'd want to switch back and forth between wheat and rye. And then we have flax, which is slightly different. It looks like actually it's very similar right here. Maybe the yellow, it's better over here. So we would want potentially to have 2 different farms. Or this actually could be a better location than this if we wanted to have rye and barley. But I'm not overly concerned about that right now because that's a whole different tree that we would need to we would need to go down. So I think for now we're going to focus on just, whoops, hit the wrong button. On just the wheat. And we'll alternate. And I think I'll do something like this. We'll place it right here. And we'll connect that up. And then the fields get built instantly. So the fields can be massive. So I will just way out here. And we're going to need some workers for that. A lot of workers. Actually, oh, I don't love that. Oh, shoot. I kind of want to pull this further down. And the funny thing about that is I actually have never deleted a farm. So I'm wondering if it's just holding down. I wonder how to do this. I wonder how I can do this. Oh, click on it. Demolish it right there. Just like the buildings. Okay. I want this to line up with the side, or I wonder if I click on this. Sometimes you can wrap around buildings. You can kind of see how it's wrapping around. I'm going to try that. We'll clip here. Come way over here. There. So we'll kind of have a farm wrap around, and then we could have a road go along here. We could add even more to this, but
come on.
Start something small right there. And then we can do a crop rotation. So we'll start out with the fallow, and then we'll rotate to wheat.
Come on, laddie.
And I think we'll just do wheat twice in a row. There's a few things that we're going to need for this that we're not going to build right now. We're going to need... the windmill to grind the grain into flour. Then we'll need a communal oven to convert the flour into bread that can be consumed by the citizens. But if we don't have those, it's not going to really do much for us. So we'll need to keep those on the radar. Honestly, no, it's building so quickly. Maybe we should just take care of it right away. And when we move this around, we can see how efficient it'll be based on the trees around it. Because I think if we get it closer to the forest, yeah, the efficiency drops. So I'll place this right about here. Turn off road snapping.
Just give me a hammer and something needs to not move. I'll put it in its place.
And then the last one is our communal oven. And I'll rotate that around and put this right here as well. Oh, I don't know. Is it? No. It's good. I thought it was telling me I didn't have enough lumber, but apparently it's fine. Okay. So we'll have our little farm complex right here. Yeah, we're not getting any crops until it's going to be a while till we get any crops, because spring, the foraging deposits will grow back. So like our berries will grow back, but summer, June through August, is when we actually get our crops. So reasonably, the first year we're fallowing so that we can have more productive soil. So we're not going to get anything this year. I'm going to try to assign one family, assuming we get more people to move in, but I don't know that that's going to happen. So this might just sit vacant for the first year, which is unfortunate, but I think it's kind of where we're at because we don't have more families. So I'm going to speed things along. Fertility is a thing. Now, I haven't tested that to see how it works, but yes, you have to rotate your crops, otherwise you'll have less fertility. So yep, it's a thing. In Ontario, farmers had to clear out most of their land because it was all filled up with trees. The government gave people subsidies to move into the woods and start farming. It'd be cool if the map, we could clear out your own areas based on topography. You can. So here, and it's actually interesting that you mentioned that. So when we look at our fertility, look at this. This area, this part of the forest, is actually fertile for wheat. So if you wanted a wheat farm or a rye farm, you could clear this portion of the forest, or this portion right here, because that would be a very good spot for that. So it's in the game. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Honestly, it's been so long since I played for this frontier that I don't know anymore. I will say that the farming, from what little I've done, feels very good in this game. Reasonably, most of the time they have bandits again. Most of the time, I have spent my time foraging. You've always loved the idea of starting from nothing in City Skylines. The moment I unlock highways, I turn on anarchy and turn it into a 2-lane road for a small town. What town builds massive interchanges from the start? That is always my problem with City Skylines. That's why Magnolia County doesn't have that. Because it's so weird. City Skylines 1, it was a legitimate limitation. If you connected a 2-lane highway to the side of the map, it legitimately caused problems unless you divided it into a split highway. But yeah, I never got that either. And that's the problem, I think, with a modern city builder. And it's probably the one thing... Ooh. The enemy... Hold on. What is this? New message. We've received reports that a band of raiders roaming nearby lands. Should we track them? Yeah. Got a year. Really? What are you guys doing? I'm not a fan of this. The Battle Brothers, they're moving. Light Mercury Infantry. Is that okay? So they're over here. Oh, that's our enemy. Hildeberg. They're a long ways away. And it seems like they're walking through their land. I mean, he has no rights to this land, but I can't really be upset that they've got their own army walking around. But that, I mean, I don't know how many guys this is. It seems large. That's a little concerning. Well, population, we need to grow because we could be attacked and we don't want that. Let's see, where is our little city? You can see that the map updates as you're building it, so you can see that there's all the roads that we planned. They're all right there. Makes me wonder, is there a way up the side of the hill right here? Because that would actually shorten the trip up considerably. Ooh, we're gonna do that. And then just kind of back to waiting for spring and hopefully more population growth. I am a pacifist. That is a problem in this game. Can you name your next character?
Why do I have
Our
to carry this
character's
all the way?
name is Olsen Twin, and we can walk around. I'm wondering. I've only been a man, so if we are Olsen Twin, we are still the same guy. So that's unfortunate that we're still the same guy, but I assume that'll change in the future. So I basically went into a mode where you can walk around your city. I've seen people run. I have no idea how they did it, but it is possible. Yes, Pointy. Honestly, I look like I'm ready to tell someone a joke, not like I'm the lord of the city. I love that I can walk sideways too. Imagine. You walk up
We all know what
and
that
you see this lord walking around sideways. Mind your business. Mind your business. How do I go faster? There is a way. There is a way. I'm just gonna keep hitting buttons until I figure it out. Button mash in a city builder. Elizabeth? Yes. And it won't let me see my face. So that's fun. Anyway, just a fun thing that you can do with the game. And one of the things I really like about it. So if you zoom in basically anywhere that you go. So let's see. With our farm, for instance. This actually, even though there's nothing happening over here, it looks, there's a lot we built a lot. Look at that lady just bringing a big slab of meat over to our village on our new road. Very cool. Can I walk through? I wonder. And I know there's collision, so I can't go through the fence. Oh, I can. I can go through the fence. How about through this building? Shift? Ooh, you're right. Shift is sprint. And I can run right through the building. But not that one. That's great. Oh man. This is what I want to do to wind down at the end of days. I want to be dressed up as the King Jester and just running around tormenting all the people in my land. Imagine you're the hunter and you're wondering, why is the Lord of the land running around and clipping all the way through all the meat and the fire? Yeah, the approval is our problem. People are still upset about homelessness, which is why one of the reasons why we kind of just need to let it run. It will get better. They'll forget about it, but they're thinking about those last 30 days. And as long as they think about that, they'll be unhappy. The other thing that we could do is build more homes and just kind of have them ready. There's no punishment for that, so maybe we just should. If we do that, let's see. I'm going to face these ones towards what'll be... Oh, that looks bad. Well, I wanted the church to be right here. I've already faced these buildings in the wrong direction. So maybe the church ends up being over here. And instead we just have all the buildings facing in the same direction. So where the arrow is where the buildings face. And then... I think we'll roll with that. We'll get 3 more homes right there. And then right here. I wonder if I can rotate these around again. And let's see. That is 4. Can't do that way. That's 3. That's 3. So, well, yeah, we'll face it again towards that same road. There we go. Do we have a fire department? We have a well. So, because we have a well, we're going to be just fine. If we didn't have the well, the whole place could burn down. So, yeah, I want to build a church, but we have to... Okay. You actually make a good point. So, what we'll do is we'll build a saw pit. So, I was reluctant to do this because it takes workers, but we'll take the saw... We'll reappropriate our worker that we have right here into our saw pit, and then we'll get planks, and then once we have our planks, we'll be able to build the church. Problem is, the church requires a worker as well. So we have all these different locations where we need a worker. We need a worker really bad. Oh, we're not playing any music anymore, are we? Unless you're getting it from the game itself, which I do not believe that you are. Let's see. I'm gonna make sure. Now we got all the way down. Okay, there we go. Better. Can people go fishing on the water? I actually do not know the answer to that. That said, we haven't looked at our development tree yet. So when we leveled up, and we leveled up when we got 5 homes, we got development points. So when you get development points, you can choose one of the tech trees basically to go down. There are 4. So this one right here is farming, this one's trading, this one's fighting, and this one is foraging. And these can provide you bonuses. So I wonder if that would be underneath this tree if it were to come. I'll tell you, this is a place that is clearly not completely done in the game. So if you hover over some of these, it'll say locked in early access, work in progress. So some of these are not done. There are a number that are, though. Beekeeping, forest management, doubles, berry deposits, trapping. Provides passive income from meat. That could be really helpful. Advanced skinning. For our farming, you can have an orchard. Takes 3 years to grow them. Sheep breeding. The sheep, we actually have to set up a trading post for animals. So it's actually quite involved to get sheep. So this is not the first one that we would want to go for. Heavy plow enables oxen at the farmhouse. We'd have to have more oxen for that to matter. Foreign suppliers. We could get the firewood cart and the food cart, which we currently do not have access to. And then basic armor making, which is going to be very helpful for us to make helmets. We also could unlock charcoal burning, which is actually helpful not just for fighting, but also charcoal. Firewood turns into 2 charcoal and basically cuts your... basically makes it so that one piece of firewood heats 2 homes. So that's also very valuable. I'm not 100% sure where to go just yet, but I'm starting to think that trapping might be the policy to adopt. What are you guys thinking? To me, it seems like the right route. MLM, passive income. Poll. Okay. So we will poll. What should we get first? What should we unlock first? We have charcoal. I'm going to say trapping is an option. Food variety. The herbalist is in the berry. Like, so when we level up, eventually we'll be able to level up our forager, and you can actually add an herbalist to that there. They can add an herbalist garden or an herbal garden. I'll do the forest management as another option. That doubles our berry supply. What else? When you build houses, it shows you a specific amount. It shows you can build a specific amount of houses. Then you can press the minus. Yes. You can change the number of homes on the lots as well. That's true. I'm going to say orchardry. And honestly, I don't think the rest of these are the right approach at all right now. So we'll just go with these. So you get a minute, and I will unlock whatever wins the poll. In the meantime, yes, should feel bad. I've done that. So yeah, berries are only there for 3 seasons, right? Yes, that's true. Robin, big fan. Can you move your chat to the cam to the top left of the screen so we can see the overlay at the top right? Yeah. Hold on. Is that a problem right? Well, we'll wait till we're out of this screen, then I'll take a look, see what I have to do. Can't vote. Do you need to sub? No. If you're on a phone, I know that there have been some problems with voting. Bump it down like a couple of pixels. Yeah. Actually, here I wonder. Hold on. I don't know what this overlay looks like right now. I guess I could get rid of myself. Yeah. I'm wondering if I am very nervous to move it. So I might just move myself. Can you guys? It's fine. Okay. I need to group things. So I'm using Atom for the yeah. If I will break it for sure. Basically, I'm still in the process of working on these. If I move it, I might totally break it. Okay, trapping is what you guys are saying. So I've clicked on that. No take backs. If you click on it, you immediately unlock it. So just when you guys get access, just know. So now we have trapping. So that'll give us some passive income, which is good because we have none right now. The other thing that we could build is our manor. That doesn't require any workers. So that could be a beneficial thing for us as well, because you need that to tax. Although we don't have any money to tax anyway right now. I'm going to let this roll. And hopefully we start to see some of these things filled in. We'll go high on the saw pit. My impression of the game is it's a ton of fun. I've really enjoyed it. There are clearly areas. I mean, it's early access. I guess when a game releases into early access, I'm very forgiving of it being in early access. I don't know if this is true. But one thing that I've read from a couple of years ago is when this was going to be released into early access, they were going to have some sort of a deal for it. I don't know if that's the case still. The projected price, I have no idea. I would imagine, I would hope it's somewhere around like $30, but we'll have to see. Yeah, we'll have to see. Not sure yet. Didn't get that info. But it is on Game Pass. So if you're on the fence, if you're not sure, get the Game Pass deal. The deal for $1. $40. I think that would also be a fair guess. I would hope that if they go for that high, they give some sort of early adopter sale. The UI reminds me of a game called Crossroads. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? Do I have a market? I do. I don't. Riri, if this launched at $60, that'd be a huge unforced error. I would hope that they don't do that. Marketplace is right here. It is good, but it is clearly not complete. And I think that the one of the benefits of early access for the developers, they get an influx of funding and some direction as to how players want the game to go. But it shouldn't be a one-way street. The developer should also be giving the end user something too. And that is a better deal. I would hope anyway. That would be what I would be looking for. Yeah, $40 would be a good deal. But reasonably, whenever you have an early access game on Game Pass, I always feel like that's great. I mean, go check it out for sure then. Game Pass is basically the best. Yeah, it will be on Game Pass day one on the 26th. Best deal in gaming right now, which is why I don't think it'll last forever. But for now, get it, enjoy it, and get the game on it if you have it. So yeah, it is still. I believe what I have is what you would get on the 26th. Maybe there's more that would be added to it, but I doubt it would be much of anything. You think 20 would be a good idea for early access? I think that'd be fair too. Honestly, it really depends. I just think that whatever the price is, I hope that they give a sale up front to get people interested, and I hope that it's not, the price of a full price game. It would seem to be a little bit steep in my mind. The Woodcutter's Lodge will take away our woodcutter there, and I'm going to move them over to the saw pit. And this is specifically so that we get our planks that we can use to build our church. My goodness. Where is the army now? Okay. They've moved over here. I don't know what they're doing on the other edge of the map, the other end of the map. But it's the same army. They're in two different formations. And I'm wondering if that number is the number of soldiers that they have. 35 there, 36 here. And I guess they're just walking through. We'll let them be. We'll let them be. It is the most wishlisted game on Steam right now. They can probably get away with more than a less wishlisted game would be. That said, having positive sentiment matters. And I would hope that they would understand that they want to maintain that as much as possible. I mean, I think that we've seen that with City Skylines too. Like the sentiment of a game, even if all the issues are resolved, my fear with City Skylines 2 is that they've lost a number of people. That there's going to be a segment of the population that just says, you know what? I don't really care if this game ever gets better. Don't want to see it. Don't want to play it. So, I don't know what the wishlist count is. The biggest difference between this and Anno? I mean, it's you're stuck in medieval times. So that's a big one. I am regretting what I did here. I'm going to do something that maybe I'm going to regret again. These are too big, and I don't like... that we have... we have our market right here. Nothing's facing it. So I'm gonna call a mulligan on that. And we'll try something new. I'm going to go with some smaller homes like this, facing the market. And then I want more lots facing this other way. And it's not going to let me place this here until this gets picked up, which stinks. I'm fairly certain it won't. Oh, it's going to let me. Okay. So now I can get 2 lots here, which isn't wonderful. Eek. There's an outlot there, so I'll call it. It's fine. There we go. We'll go with that. The only Fallout game you played was number 3. Be faithful to the source material. The production value is good. Wait, are you guys talking about the Fallout TV series on Amazon? Lord Mulligan would have been good. My wife was actually asking about that. She asked if... Oh... DJ Jazzy. Hold on. I want to get back to the Fallout series, but Slavic said that on Reddit that it would be $30 at launch, with a sale at launch. Looking at other Hooded Horse releases, probably 30 to 40. Honestly, as long as it's in that range, it's a completely acceptable price. Completely acceptable. Yeah, I think that that's great. It's gruesome, but is it good? Is it just my wife? She is a scientist. We're basically the exact opposites in our outlook in the world, which is a good thing. It's good in your opinion. So is it The Last of Us good, or is it just like it's fine? I feel like most of the stuff outside of Mrs. Maisel that I've seen on Amazon is just kind of fine. Looks better with the smaller lots. I agree. I think that the larger lots are beneficial because we have the ability to do some of our upgrades in the future, but reasonably we need some of these smaller lots as well. I think it'll balance it out a little bit. And I also like, we've got these trees here. If you were in this backyard, now you get the view of the trees. We won't get rid of those. It'll just be a nice amenity. Make it feel more like you're within nature, which I like the idea of. The Last of Us was amazing. I'm really looking forward to the next season. Yeah, I'm trying to think. What did I watch? I watched the Philip K. Dick one that was based on a Philip K. Dick book. Men in the High Castle. I watched the entire series of that. That was pretty good. And I've watched Marvelous Mrs. Maisel all the way through. That was pretty good too. But a lot of the other stuff I watched kind of lose interest pretty quickly. As a longtime Fallout fan, you loved it. That's great. Yeah, The Man in the High Castle was really great in the very beginning, and then it kind of got... You could tell when they deviated from the source material, and they kind of just were making stuff up. Anticlimactic ending, yeah. It's one of the few shows that left me feeling... Not one of the few, but it's one of those shows that I didn't leave it feeling great.
Feast your eyes on our fine selection.
The Boys is good? Yeah, you were sad it got bad. I was too. It didn't feel like it should have ended that way. The Expanse is great. Honestly, I've been spending most of my time now on Apple TV, which is a service that I didn't want to get, but for the price and the shows that are on there, but like basically everything that I've watched has been at least okay. Like I've watched Lessons in Chemistry. I've been watching The Morning Show. I mean, obviously Ted Lasso. Everything's been really good. The Man in the High Castle ending sucked. It did. Yeah, if you don't like Ted Lasso, I think you don't have a heart. It's such a good show. It's so funny. It's heartwarming. It's just a little bit of everything. So nice. Yeah, I would kill for a 4th season of Ted Lasso. Trying. I haven't done that. I haven't looked at that one. Severance? That's on what, Max? You have an important question. Are you a mess? Unverified login. I can't answer that. I have no idea. Oh my goodness. I have missed. Oh, hold on. We're just cruising through here, still with no more population, a little bit more happiness, but I've missed some really important alerts, and I just want to apologize to everyone that I missed. In specific, Burl, thank you so much for the Prime. Vice Grip, thank you so much for 6 months at Tier 1. Walrus Waste Wrestler, thank you so much for 2 months of Prime. Julian, thank you so much for the 10 gifted subs. I really appreciate you, Julian. Appreciate you. We got some really cool stuff coming out from Julian soon. Might have had a little commission. Nair, thank you so much for Tier 1. 1 month at Tier 3. Thank you so much. 5 months total. Appreciate you. And last, Gupta, thank you so much for the Prime. Appreciate you. Ted Lasso, it's Apple TV. Yeah. Oh, Severance is Apple TV. How did I miss it then? Oh, that's what the guy from Parks and Rec. I can't think of his name. I know who you're talking about. I have to check that one out then. Okay, hold on. This is specific to the publisher Paradox Interactive. I don't trust them anymore, as they've abandoned 2 games without fulfilling the pre-orders of X number of DLCs and for meeting premium versions. You don't trust them with City Skylines 2. They've already burned you twice. At this point, you only kind of trust them for Paradox Development Studios. Crusader Kings 3, from what you've seen, Hooded Horse has been kicking their ass with new games. I agree. They that Hooded Horse has been nailing it. I think the jury is still out with City Skylines 2. I'm not willing to give up hope right now. I think that the thing with City Skylines 2 is that the base of the game could be really, really, really solid. And if they would have just given themselves a little bit more time, the game would have been absolutely outstanding. The Raiders are nearby. Oh, they've been nearby forever. They want us to prepare for the attack. We have no people. So we've got all the homes. We've got the best looking village, but we've got no people. Yeah, my feeling is I have no idea how to feel just yet. Man, Beach Properties was not a good look. I hope that I hope they can do something to regain people's trust and confidence in them. I think the really unfortunate thing is thinking back to City Skylines 1, just the general overall sentiment from everybody about Colossal Order in particular was super positive. So I would hope that they can regain their mojo at some point in time. You've been spending a lot of time in the map editor. It's got some quirks, but you can tell it has some potential. So that's the sort of thing. Like, so many parts of the game have so much potential. It's hard for me to write it off entirely and just say it's bad. Like, it's not bad. It's not finished. So there's a big difference there in my mind. So yeah, recommendation show that has nothing to do with the previous conversation. Survivors Reign on Max. So Julian, I am going to put that in my OneNote, my super top secret Twitch ideas grocery list / everything else OneNote. Because I'm actually going to be I'm hoping to drop Netflix. And when Game of Thrones comes out, getting Max back again for a little while. Bad Peanut, good to see you in here. You missed City Skylines, but we're having a great time in Manor Lords, building up this beautiful city for absolutely no people. we have 15 people now, and I'm wondering, this is something I didn't really test. We've got 5 children, and I'm curious if the children are going to become adults, move into a new home, and then immediately have children. So I want to test that by speeding this up.
Hey, you! No slacking off.
Am I planning to build a ye old cul-de-sac? I should build a cul-de-sac. We still have 5 families, still one of which is not assigned to anything. We have our generic storage being full. That's still a problem. The thing I'm really curious about, 10 adults, 5 children. I feel like we're on the precipice of getting another family. We've got 1 trillion homes at this point, 14 homes for 5 families, and we're kind of stuck until we get more. So yeah, cul-de-sac crew. I will build a cul-de-sac just for you guys. Yeah, they can move homes every single night. Everyone, we should build 1 more home just so that everyone can have 3 homes for themselves. Yeah, so our approval, okay. You know what? We're going to do it. The church, we still don't have the planks for this. I can't believe that. We need 20 planks. So as soon as we have 20 planks, I'm going to build the church. And we'll just go for it. Hopefully that will get us where we need to be to level up. Yeah, more planks. 20. We've got our planks. Okay. We can build our church. This thing is massive. I think we want this to be the center of our community. I'm going to focus it this way. And then we'll build more homes around this end. Need higher approval for the growth to start? Yeah. The part that stinks is we're kind of... Okay, we're at 50. Oh, look at that. We got another... As soon as we hit 50%, when they stop being upset about the homelessness, we immediately got another family. So, curiosities... Yeah, just another family. We didn't... The children didn't convert. Great. Well, that's helpful. I don't love this road, though. I'm going to change it. So, Alt... And maybe it's actually this road, too, that I don't like. No, we'll do something like that. That's good. So, the nice thing about this is it should give us the ability... I mean, we got that extra family now. We should be able to put in... assign one of the families to the church. So I'm going to speed this up once again. And
Gotta smooth that beam over there.
just kind of wait. You get the historical stuff, having churches and religion, but man, as an atheist, I get wary of religion being a thing in games. I look at this and it's there's a historical context. They've chosen a very specific time in a very specific place. And one of the things that I really respect about Slavic magic is that he's basically said he wants this to be as historically accurate as possible. And I think you can kind of see that in the game because, I mean, the ability to pop down and walk around, I just don't think that you could have this in the game and say what you've said about it without it being historically accurate. And part of that is that there are going to be churches as the center of some of these buildings, some of the villages, and things of that nature. So I guess I personally, generally, I like video games to be an escape from all of the different things in the world that you just, that can cause division from people. But in this particular instance, if the goal is to be accurate to a period of time, I think it makes sense. And I mean, the thing is, like, there are a whole bunch of things that could be considered controversial that are in a game like this. One of those things is that, for instance, I believe for the armies, it's only men that can be in the army. But at this period in time, that's exactly what we expect to see. So, makes sense to me. This is the 14th century on the border of France and Germany, I believe. Bad Peanut, you're saying that the Kodiak, that the lot sizes trigger you, the current housing market in Australia. I've heard horrors of the housing market in Australia. One more family. Look at that. And this, we are one timber away from this being done. Okay. We're at the end of the year, so there's no strong reason to do anything over here yet. But I'm wondering, what do we need? So to increase our granary, we would need planks and stone. So what we're going to do, we had a supply of stone somewhere around here. I want to build a stonecutter camp. It's way over there. We're going to build this to collect the modest amount of stone that we have over here. And then hopefully we can build some of that other stuff. Eventually we might trade for this, but for now, this is the best that we can do. And it's a long ways away. I totally get that. It'll be fine. Oh, overshot. Oh, and that totally, I got rid of the whole thing. Perfect. Perfect. There we go. Question. You've heard of rumors of map making for this game in the future. Do I know if it's true? If so, does that mean that we could create our own historical scenarios? I have no idea. But what I will say is go in the Hooded Horse Discord or in the Manor Lords Discord. And if it's not a thing, I would ask the question there. And if it's not a thing, I would highly recommend recommending it because that's the one nice thing about the game being in early access is you have that ability to say, I really want this. I really want this in the game. That would make it for me. Let's see, as our church, how far are we? I really want this to be done. After this and after our stonecutter, I think in the winter, we're going to build our manor. That's what we need. Our own castle. You really want the dog so I can add dog parks? That would make this place. So there we go. We've got a pastor in there. We can ring the bell if that's what we want to do. And this should eventually start raising the overall happiness of our citizenry. So that is a good thing. Let's see. The other thing that could help. I think that we've got a forager over here that's not doing anything. I'm going to assign someone to that. We actually have the ability to add an herb garden. But that costs money and we're not making any right now. So I'm going to hold off on that. Hunting camp. We've only got one overhead. We're just going to leave it. Look at that. Now we're at 53 because of the church. 54. Our happiness is shooting up. So that means more growth, which is good. The bell sound is great. Thy Lord deserves the grandest manor of all. I agree. The real question. So are we Olsen twin? A woman of the people? Or do we want to be in the most special place of all? Or do we just overlook the side of the hill? I mean, look at that view. It's pretty outstanding. Mulligan Manor. we should rename this. So it's a funny thing. I don't speak German, but apparently in the video today, the name of the city was Forest Fire, but in German. Cliffside, that's what you guys think? What should we name the community? We should rename this. I'm going to choose the best name that I see. How many bells do I think they listen to before deciding which ones to go with? Probably so many. Bluffside Manor. Oh, caps lock. Ooh, Olsenshire. We're going with that. We've got the Olsens. I like that even more. So here we are in Olsenshire. Old Verdant Beach. Okay. Next. Is this done? Is this done? It'll be done in a second. The one thing that keeps tripping me up is the buttons to increase and decrease speed are Z and X, and I keep hitting 1 through 3 because of City Skylines. You think the manor and the cliffside would make sense? That is true. Can you remap the keys? Yes. But it's still not going to help me because now I'll hit 3 constantly. There's only 2 different speeds. Now this speed right here is 12 times and 4 times. So we got another family, which is great. Because we're going to immediately assign them over to the stonecutter and they can start working. So next, we are going to start building our manor. So for this, a couple of interesting things. So that's under administration, and then we can build our manor or a settler's camp if we want to go and get to the edge of the territory and try to claim more land. We're not there yet. We don't have any money. So I'm going to build the manor. And well, we're going to have a fence. anyway, or not a fence. We'll have walls around this anyway, so I guess I can face it towards the people. No, we'll face it this way. We'll have roads within, and we'll get through that way. We'll do something like that. Maybe. I don't know if that's gonna work. We might need to adjust. Okay, that's probably not super safe, huh? Probably not super safe. Yeah, it's a manor right now. We're in the castle planner. I'm guessing in the future, once we have more money, we can convert this thing. Private cliffside backyard. Yeah, we lose a little bit of land if we go over here. Let's see. Why don't we go right here? No, this is too good. It's too good. We'll go right there. We'll commit to this. Now, if I were to... The weird thing about this is, let's say I were to build other things within the castle planner. The moment I do that, I need all the materials for everything. Right now, it's going to take 5 timber, 20 planks, and 15 stone just for this building alone. So I'm going to build a road to this. Wait a minute. It seemed like it was doing something weird. Okay, the manor's in the right spot. Something, I think we found a bug. Because I moved it, it thinks that the front of the building's right there. Until it's built, most likely. But I'll get rid of it and give it another go. And place it right there. Let's draw around this. I'm going to just connect right into this road right here. And then as we commit to this, now that we'll need the all the materials. So actually, it looks like it's 5 timber, 20 planks, and 15 stone. Can I trade for food and materials? We can. And that should be something that we're moving towards soon. Oh my goodness. We have land being claimed. And I'm wondering, where is that? Wow. I can't believe that. Hildenbolt is claiming this land. We don't have an army. We don't have any people. We can't fight him. Oh, he's hemming us in. Okay, well, I guess eventually I can claim with influence. Interesting. There's nothing we can do. There's not. I can't send him a message. I already like. I have nothing to say. I can ask for money. I can declare war on him. Give a surprise war. I think that'll go poorly. So I'm trapped. I can trade food and materials. So that's after our castle gets built, we should probably start thinking about that as well. Hopefully, I mean, we've still got quite a bit of overhead for our homes. Hopefully we continue to have families move in. We've got a whole year of extra food and fuel. Hopefully we still have people moving in, and then we can maybe populate the trading post. Now, I will admit, no, I don't need charcoal before trade. Charcoal would help me with the firewood. You can take 1 firewood and convert it to 2 charcoal, and then that will you can fuel a home with charcoal the same way you can with firewood. So yeah. Set up a booth and do makeup tutorials at the market. That sounds perfect. Okay, so we have another family now. At this point, I think I might just leave that extra family Well, there are a couple things we could do. We could assign more families to do different tasks, but here I guess we do have the berries. I'm going to assign another family to work here at our forager's hut, and hopefully they just grab all these berries before the winter. I'm also a little bit curious. We're so close to being able to upgrade our granary, which will give us 5 times the storage if we shouldn't start saving towards that as well. Yeah. You guys want to see the months and the seasons they correspond to? Winter's December through February. So, not a lot that we can do in the winter. Foraging is done. So that's one of the reasons why I threw a bunch of people at foraging right now, because we're about to be in a bad spot. And we also, for our granary, that is another issue. Ah, shoot. Need an unassigned family. I'm going to take one away from here. So I realized that the granary didn't have anyone here. So that means that there's no transportation coming to it. So the forager hut was full. So they wouldn't be able to take anything from the forager hut and move it over here because the granary doesn't have... it's not transporting anything anywhere. So it was kind of capped out. And it wasn't useful to have two families working here. And now you can see our berry deposit just disappeared. So cool. Whoops. Did not mean to remove the family from there. Took away their market spot. So that was not great. Winter should be November to March. Well, what is winter like in France? When does it really take off? You don't care what... I feel like we don't get snow now until January. We get like a little bit of snow here and there in December. Clydewall, thank you so much for being here. Have a good night. And it is getting late. It's 1:15. Skydripers on YouTube. You've been watching City Planner Plays for a bit, and I don't know what this is, but when you put it on at night, you don't know what it is when you put it on at night, you always tend to fall asleep a lot easier. Honestly, I'm happy that I can help with that. I hear that a lot. I'm one of those people that really struggles to fall asleep. So if I can help you with that, love it. Let's see. We got a quick ad break on Twitch, so I just want to thank J-Dubs for the Prime. Appreciate you. So you're the one to blame for traffic? Me? In Madison? I might have been in some conversations, but Gingerbready Joe, how come the Marketplace Road is so thin compared to the others? So the Marketplace Road, I think this is where, but all of these roads right here. Oh, that's interesting. So what I think we're seeing is basically the formation of an arterial. So this is usage is causing that. But the weird thing is this road right here, you'd think has a ton of usage, and it's not getting thick like that. This one as well. And it is as well not getting thick. So I'm not 100% sure. All the way around the market, there's a lot. I mean, it's a lot wider as well. Not sure. Found CPP at the start of COVID and very glad that you did. So many hours of great fun. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Julian, yes. Hello, Julian's wife. I hope that you're having a good night. It is definitely very live. We are right here. Science, dude, you thought that Wisconsin traffic jam was a tractor and 3 cars? It's also a horse and buggy if you're in central Wisconsin. You have no idea how many times I have been trying to race a train to get away, to try to get ahead of the train, only to be stuck behind an Amish person and getting stuck. Julian, you guys having a good night? Vainglorious, your cat is always the man to be let into your studio when CPP was on. Now you just stream Verde Beach playlist for her in the bedroom. That's awesome. Well, can you, Vainglorious, can you thank your cat for the views? I appreciate it. Don't forget the Amish. Yes. That's traffic jams in central Wisconsin. The Amish. Is the church just a church, or does it double as a school? It is. Well, it's interesting. I don't know that there are actually schools, or at least I haven't unlocked them yet. So we've got the church, and it's just right now, just the church. Oh, Gravedigger. So I guess it's also Death Care. Barbara, the Gravedigger, who lives right here and works at the church as a gravedigger. Oh, and I can reassign her to a different place. I did not dive into that as much as I should have. Neat. Good morning from Europe. Good morning. And Big Asher, thank you for being here. We are playing a bit of Manor Lords. We played some City Skylines earlier, City Skylines 2. And then we've built Olsenshire, where one of the Olsen twins is the Lord. And we've just been building this up. We are finally getting, look at this. We've got 4 unassigned families now. We're finally in a spot where we can start building some things. For those families, I'm gonna immediately upgrade this. And highest priority, this gets done. I'm gonna immediately take 3 of these families after this is constructed and assign them to the fields. So the farms will begin. I guess we can wait till June if we really wanted to min-max it, but I just don't think we should care that much. Oh, sorry. When I zoom out, it's so cool. Yeah. So you zoom out. If you zoom out far enough, it turns into this hand-drawn version of what you've done, and you can see the whole community that we put together. And then it converts into this. I hope at some point there's like a kind of a harsh transition. But just imagine that having a slow fade. Super cool. Funny thing is, I dislike that in Civ, but I think I like it here. Andrew. I'm now watching CPP stream for the first time. I used to watch your City Skylines YouTube videos like crazy. Jedi. Thank you. Sneaky Snack Hobo says, oh my god, I fall asleep to Jedi and now I'm watching CPP streams the first time. Ha. Jedi is amazing. If you are not... So Jedi, I don't know how to shout people out, which is why I didn't do that. But if you guys are not following Jedi, you should be. Hold on. So here you go. There is Jedi's channel. I would highly recommend go follow Jedi if you're not already. Glenn McKee, thank you so much for the 3 months. You've learned a lot from me over the last couple of years. You're in law school and just got a job working in a municipality for the summer. I felt loud in the interview. I talked about how I became interested because of your channel. That's amazing. I've worked, municipal lawyers are super important. And there are things that you could do where you can make a ton more. I think it takes a special person to be a municipal lawyer, especially with how you kind of become the center of gravity for a community and answering all the really tough questions. So, good for you. Manor Lords is out on the 26th. This is early access, so we're just able to check it out, stream it, and hopefully you're enjoying it so far. We are still, the Raiders are still nearby, apparently. We're at the end of that. Let's see, generic storage is also full. Upgrade that. Did this one finish? It did not. Oh, boy. First impressions, I'd never played the demo. So my first impression of this game was I watched a whole bunch of videos. I watched a lot of Raptor. So Raptor was playing the heck out of this game in the demos and then like talking about it quite a bit. And I got pretty hyped up over that. It's like, I want to figure this out. So the way that I was able to figure out like early access is I just tried to reach out to Hooded Horse and was able to get a key for it. So very, very happy about that. Municipal Lawyer just sounds like a bad time with all the NIMBYs. I'm going to finish it. First impressions of this game are very, very good. I really have enjoyed it. I've been kind of addicted to it. Municipal Lawyering. It's not the NIMBYs you've got to worry about. It is the city council members trying to break laws. Reasonably, like the number of times that I had to go to the city attorney and say, hey, can you talk to so-and-so about this thing that they want to do that's illegal? It just so crazy. So crazy. Yeah. So here's the thing. So a plan commission, for instance, if you sit on a plan commission, at least in Wisconsin and in many other places, your role is not to say, I don't like a project. Like, let's say we're building this large storehouse right here, and we have a plan, and the plan says that you can build a large storehouse right here. If you're on the plan commission, your job is not to say, I don't want a storehouse, so I'm not going to be on board with that. Your job is to say, does this conform to the plan? Okay, it does. Okay, then yes, we'll forward this on to the city council. City council, depending on the zoning, might have a lot of latitude to say, we're not really feeling this. But the plan commission doesn't have that. And oftentimes when I saw issues, it was plan commissions that didn't understand, ooh, that's not, that we don't want to happen. It was plan commissions that didn't realize that's what we want to happen. That didn't realize that they couldn't do certain things. Ooh, that is super messy. So we have our well right there, and I wanted to get around that, and it's letting me, but it's pretty ugly. Maybe the right way to do this is to just, yeah, I like that more. So we're facing this, well, actually, we should face it the other way, the same way as our other houses. Although it's away from the church then. No, we'll face it towards the church. I'm very indecisive right now. But yeah, these will be facing towards the church. I like that. Pre-log go. Doth this plan conformeth to the will of the laird of the manor? Exactly. All right, so our manor. Speaking of our manor, here it is. Open the castle planner. It's refueled. We can add our own fuel reserves. Obviously, we want to stay warm. We don't care about the peasants. So yeah, we'll give ourselves fuel and food are both becoming issues. So the last thing we want is to personally run out of fuel. So we'll make sure we've got a couple of months in reserves. Then this is almost done. We've got one person assigned here. We're going to assign someone else to the hunting camp as well so we can collect more food. One more to the forager's hut. We were producing a bunch of planks over here. We've got 30 now, so I'll take that back. We'll reassign that to the woodcutter's lodge. And then I'm going to leave those 3 to construct things. Hopefully, I mean, I feel like at this point, we've earned the right to have a wall around our fortress. So we're going to do that. And we could make this super curvy. Like you could just... And should I make this a curvy castle wall like this? Or should I make it traditional and square? What do you guys think? Claim all the land? I need more. We got more families coming. Curvy is nice. Curvy. We'll roll with curvy. You like circles? Humans like circles? That's true. Oh, you know what doesn't like circles? We don't have enough wood for that. We need more planks. So we will cancel that and continue our work at the saw pits. How are we doing with timber? Not great. And now here we are back to having one family to build all the homes. And no families. We have no families available for our farms yet. I need, chat, you got to remind me. It's March. In June is when we start to grow the crops. So the moment it hits June, don't let me forget to move people from foraging and hunting and all these other things over to our farm. I really want to grow some things. Charcoal would have saved some wood. It would have. So we've got two problems. So we're not leveling up until we have clothing. So we need linen, leather, or yarn to get that. We don't have any animals that can produce that, unless we could grow some flax and then convert the flax into linen. Problem is, if we don't have 2 level 2 buildings, we get stuck and we have no more development points so that we can unlock those other things that we want to unlock. So yeah. Ooh. I don't know if the cemetery's proximity to the well impact the water. It doesn't seem like there is anything about water quality just yet. Because reasonably, we're constructing this big home right here. So that would be a problem as well, you would figure. Just make the water taste a little bit funky. Leather comes out of the hunted animals. That's true. So what are we doing with all these hides then? That's the real question.
Gave the old ox a handful of months old brat. He spat it in my face and tried to guard me again. Splendid work.
Passive yield of hides with the goats as well. So we need to figure out how to basically take create the tannery. So if we add this, now this in reality will be pretty bad to have near people. In the game, I don't think there's any pollution yet. It seems like it is going to be a thing. Place that right here. And we'll make that very highest priority. Stinky village. Should I move this? I should be a good person. I should be a good person. Okay. I will move this. Let's make an industrial area. We kind of have one over here, but it's not quite. Let's look at our fertilities first before we do that. I'm gonna slow this down because we're just cruising along at this point. So I want a place that's not fertile for anything. So it's really these two. Honestly, this area right here and our entire settlement. I think we'll roll right here. We'll just add it back here. The only thing I don't like about this location is we're just not close to any of our storage. But I think it'll have to do. And let's get this thing rolling. 'Cause that's how we level up. On the cliff face. That's where we got our castle. We don't want to do that. At the bottom. That honestly, that's not bad either. That wouldn't be bad. The other thing, we have clay deposits. So yeah, we're gonna have to expand out this way anyway. Well, we've got a spot for now. We can always move it if we don't like it. This will do the trick. It's under construction, hopefully done soon. The other thing we mentioned earlier, we talked a little bit about trading. So trading is interesting in this game. So trading comes down to two different things. Hold on, let's see. So you have a trading post, which is for just like normal goods, and you get traveling merchants that come and visit. And you also have a livestock trading post, and that is if you want to get sheep, for instance. It's June. Thank you, guys. Thank you, chat. You saved my butt there. So let's do this. I was cruising. I was cooking. We don't have. Okay, we got 10 months of food, so we're fine there. I'm gonna take this down to 1. And still isn't done either. Why is that not done? We've got 2 families here. That's probably not enough. We'll do 3.
We all know what that means, don't we?
Plowing by hand. That stinks. But look at that. 3 families is actually quite a few people. Let's see how this looks. Look at that. Getting to work. That, not a great time. We also have no tools. So that's another problem. We should probably get tools at some point soon. Farms and livestock equal investment. Yes. So I think that we are going to build our trading post. We'll get that going. But then we probably should think about tools as well. Now, I don't know if tools are a today thing or not. I want to get to... We would need iron ore and then turn that into iron slabs and then have a smithy. We would need to have charcoal for that because it's going to be really, really expensive in terms of our fuel. We also could probably use a forester. You can see that we've just kind of wiped this entire area out now of all of its landscaping. And we're just demolishing everything. Brain freeze, you got me. Yes, I think that is exactly what they're doing. And it seems like it's doing the trick. You know, for people that don't have tools, that looks like a tool to me. Now, as lord of this land... Oh, I'm not in the field. I can't be bothered with that. Can I run out there, though? I can, just to watch. The tannery is done. We'll focus on that basically immediately, too. I wonder if I should take one of these families that is so dutifully running around and hoeing the land. If I should take one away. Or if there's anyone else that I can pull from. I guess... Not really. I guess maybe a logging camp? Yeah. Or. We cleared all the stone over here, so this family's not doing anything. So if I empty this, and I wonder if I demolish this, this could be really stupid. I'm going to demolish it. Okay. We got the wood back, and then we've got the 24 stones. That's good. So this will get picked up by our large storehouse. We've got a family working there, so we should be just fine. Okay, so the tannery's done. We'll assign a family to that. And then I want to work on our trading post as well. A nice touch would be peasants bowing when you're near them in the third person view. That would be. Phil equips his villages the way that America teaches equips its teachers. Good luck. You know, I really want to do a better job. I'm not well equipped to be a lord. I'm just doing my best. It's just they're out there with sticks and stones, just trying their best to get this field ready. But it looks like they're doing a great job. So we'll call it a win. Do I get 100% of the resources back for demolishing? Yes. That is well okay. So I believe that this was 2 stone to build this, and yeah, we get or two timber. Yes, we get our 2 timber back when we demolish it. So there's no real penalty outside of the work it takes, the time it takes to actually demolish a building and rebuild it. So it's a good thing, or it's helpful anyway. Little ad break on Twitch. So Dennis thank you so much for the Prime sub, and Mid Dragon, thank you so much for Prime as well. But is the water and electricity under the roads right where it belongs? You know it. We actually have the water next to the buildings, right where it belongs. The water is underground, right where it belongs. Perfect. Let's see. Let's start working on our trading post. We also have the whole reason why I was building all this. It's 60 that we need. 60. 60 planks. So we're still not there yet. Yeah, I'm going to build the trading post. And where is that? Why am I missing this? Oh, right here, trade. So I'll build the trading post somewhere around our market. Thinking, we've got this road right here. I don't want to get rid of it and face the trading post right up to it. So I'm gonna get rid of this road. That got rid of much road, a lot of road. Probably didn't need it anyway, so it's probably okay. Hey Phil, have you heard of a game coming to early access this year called Memorialopolis from 5 PM Studios? I have not. But now I want to check it out. So let me see. I'm looking at this on another screen, by the way. So if you're wondering why, I'm gonna put that in my document. Okay, we've got this being built. Let's see. The real question, they have not opened up. We need them to open up a booth over here. Once they do that, then I think we can start upgrading some of our homes. Can I delete King's Road? I cannot. I would love to delete King's Road, but I can't, and modify it. So if I hold down Alt and I try, it just says King's Road cannot remove. So any of the other roads I can. Right now it is 1:39 a.m. So I'll probably need to cool it at some point soon. But here's the thing. I think I'd probably be playing this game regardless of whether I'm right here or not. So it's cool to be able to hang out with you guys and play it. And you know, you're having fun. I'm having fun too. How do I know if the tannery is tanning? The tannery is tanning. We got right here. They got some materials, it looks like. And now there's this little icon right here, which means that the family owns a market stall. So that should be everything that we need. Peaches, thank you so much for the biddies. Appreciate you. Hype Train. Holy cow. Goofy Barrel, thank you so much for the Prime. Appreciate you. MLD Dragon, thank you so much for the Prime as well. Appreciate that. Appreciate the hype train, everybody. Thank you. And Forrester, thank you for the biddies as well. We should now, the clothing stall, soon, we should be able to upgrade. And once we upgrade 2 buildings to level 2, we should be able to reach Medium Village, our next level. Now, one of the things that's so important about this is that once we've reached the next level, all of these buildings will pay taxes. They'll generate some revenue, which we don't have right now. And then we can hire mercenaries and start to go after our buddy. Vainglorious, thank you so much for the biddies. Sambox, thank you so much for... Whoa, hold on. Let's slow this down again. I'm getting too excited. Thank you so much for being here. So, Sambox, this is your first time in chat. I appreciate you. Peaches Melba, thank you so much. Appreciate you. Hippie Deluxe, it's only midnight there. You're in the West Coast. It's perfect for you. The taxes will fund the Lord's mansion. That's all that we really want. We want to fund the mansion. So let's see. I do want to speed this up. Let's see. What you want this stuff too? I don't think that matters for our general requirements. Ooh. So this is our other option. So we could expand the living space for 2 lumber. Let's do it. I'm doubling it. I'm turning this into a duplex. Level 2. Level 2. We can finally do it. Okay. This one will be level 2. Upgrade. Probably should have upgraded that to level 2, but did not. Can we get one more? Requirements not met. They need their clothing. They need to go and pick it up. I'm getting too excited and upgrading things. These are our highest. Do these. That's all I care about. And then I'm going to click around. Is there any other homes that will upgrade? Yeah, some of these are way, like, where it's too far away. Oh, wow. So yeah, I'm too far away on most of these. They don't have the food requirements. Some don't have the fuel. Very interesting. Avcourt, are you actually leaving? If you are, goodbye. Thank you for being here. If I'm just catching parts of a conversation, you are. Thank you for being here. Have a good night. It is late. Julian, do I need more people? How do I get more people? Basically having high approval rating, which right now we're in a good spot. The other thing is having enough supplies. Now, we don't have a lot of supplies. It's not looking good. And that's one of the reasons I want to get to the next level for everything is we'll have another policy and we can get the coal, the charcoal. And we desperately need that because charcoal takes 1 firewood and turns it into 2 charcoal, and 1 charcoal will heat a home just like 2 charcoal will. Alexander, thank you. Just a dude in his basement. Sweating a whole bunch. Mabel, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Red icon top middle. Exposed goods. We're not picking these up for some reason. We've got part of it. Makes me wonder. Is this full? We just don't have enough people. I'll assign 1 more. Oh, wow. 2 market stalls for our storehouse. Okay. Well, hopefully they will go and pick this stuff up. It's stone and wood, though, so I'm not overly concerned. Probably want extra population unassigned for whenever you need to build a task faster. Yeah. I feel like we've been on the edge for the entire time. Like, I really want these built fast, so I probably shouldn't have been speeding things up. The other thing that we could really use is an ox. Another ox. Because right now, That's our biggest limitation. So we have one ox that one oxen that is basically providing all of the transportation throughout our entire village. So that's our limitation. If we want to build this over here, and we've got 2 families willing to do this and this, they're still sharing an ox. So that's a problem. The game is surprisingly good. It's very good. Some box. Mathny Beats. Thank you so much for the biddies. Appreciate you. Get that ox a girlfriend. We got to. The ox is basically our freight. We have public transportation in one horse basically, but it's only for traders, and we don't have any traders because we can't build a trading post. So just in general, we're in a challenging spot. Yeah, it's kind of a waiting game. So we need to start harvesting in September. We're almost there. Once we get to that, we're going to take all of these, and I think we can force an early harvest. As soon as we get to September, that'll be our goal. Chat, it's all you guys again. If I miss it, let me know. There is some fascinating YouTube chat going on. I'm glad that you guys are supporting each other. I can see what you guys are up to, and I appreciate you guys. Okay. 70% approval. Do we have enough? We still have 30 planks. So I've been holding out, hoping that we get enough planks for our wall, but we're not gonna get there. We're building too many other things. Good morning from Brussels. Cax Morg, thank you so much for being here. It is very late where I am at, but hopefully you're having a good morning. September, okay. The reason I care about September is we don't have any tools. So I think we've got to harvest this stuff. We're going to have a penalty for this. But let's just go for it. So we'll get our 3 families, and I wonder, let's give them another family. Just crank at this. And then right after that, we'll assign one right here. We'll take that family away, actually. Because we've got to take our wheat, grind it up into flour, and then cook it into bread. So there's our little supply chain right there. Let's see, how does this actually look? Get to work. Your Lord commands you. It seems like they're going... Seems like no one is here. What are they doing? I think I can actually find the workers. What are they doing? They're way... Oh, they're all at home. I need them to get to work. I don't know what they're doing. Must be a time of day where they're all chilling at home. This is a really cool view. I really think this is neat, the way this is lined up. The wheat is still green. As much as you love my stream, you can never do me. You can never do a 9 a.m. stream. Yeah, no, I'm not an early morning stream person either. They're praying. They're going home. They're not harvesting. Okay, maybe I just need to believe in what they're trying to do. I just feel like we're gonna run into some problems. It feels bad. I'm gonna watch it for a little bit longer because I'm very concerned. Waiting. Oh my goodness. Okay. Harvesting, finally. Just gotta trust the process. Click on the field, it shows the growth process. Yeah, I guess here we are. Crop growth 22%, harvest progress 39. I shouldn't be early harvesting this. Oh, but or should I be? Oh, I'm so unsure. No, we're gonna do it. We're not under attack. We've got policies now. We'll get to the policies in a second. There's just a lot going on, and I want to add more to it. Right here. There's our second level 2 upgrade. As soon as this is done, we level up to a medium village. While we're waiting for this and our harvest, which we can see looks really good. You're clearing it out. Making some wheat. Eventually. We can go to our policies. We only have a couple of policies available right now. Hunting grounds, wild animals on rich deep deposits breed twice as fast at the cost of 50% of reduced yield from crops. Oh, I don't know how I feel about that. Next one, strict fasting. Citizens skip every 5th meal, reduces food consumption, decreases approval. That would? Locked in early access, so we can't do anything with those. Hopefully those unlock soon. Should I just skip these? I don't know if I should go for any of these. I planned it as early as I could. I think I would have needed to have a full slot of farmers to get it done appropriately. Poll? Okay, I'll poll. Quick poll. Policy? First policy is hunting. So this is the one that will give us more wild animals but make our farms less effective. Second is fasting. Or skip. And you get 1 minute to answer that. For now, I'm just going to back out. We'll let some time fly. How early can they plow so it'll be ready for spring? I don't know. We'll leave. It seems like they're plowing right now. Why? Is that what they're doing? Let's see. No, it's like going backwards. Well, we'll leave some people assigned to this. Maybe that's the problem. Looking at this, I bet you we could, if we would have had someone assigned in March, they probably would have started plowing and sowing the seeds March through May. So I probably screwed this up by starting too late. So my bad, totally my fault. Spent oh my goodness. Can you believe that? We got 11 wheat from that whole ordeal. Oh. Ooh, that hurts. I kind of felt like it was going to be better than that. Yeah. Oh, well, I learned a lesson. We're not doing the early harvest anymore. Next year, we're not even supposed to... I want to switch this. We're just going to force it. Wait. What are they doing? Are they plowing? They are. So they're getting it ready for next year. Fair enough. Good enough. Poll. Skip. Skip one. So we won't do anything. June seemed awful late for planning. Yeah, it was a mistake. Not my finest choice right there. Now, the next not so finest choice is that we are out of fuel. As soon as this is done, I think we get another policy. And there's really, we not a policy. We get another development point, and we can buy the charcoal burning. I think that's what we have to go with because we're running out of fuel. There we are. So slow things down. One development point. We have to go for this. There's no option. Wait. Doubles the amount of meat harvested by hunters and butchers from the goat pens. We don't have any goats. From hunters and butchers and from goat pens. Oh, so this would really help. Health extraction. Hunters also collect hides from traps. I don't know, guys. I think that we've got to go for the charcoal burning. This is a game where make mistakes and everybody dies. Learn next time. I've already failed on multiple occasions. We're going for charcoal burning because I feel like I'm not even gonna pull this one, because if we don't do this, I think we basically just everyone freezes to death this winter. This is looking a little sadder than it used to. There are no trees around here anymore. So I don't know. I mean, it's still gathering timber, so I guess it's still working. Feels bad, though. Feels real bad. First oxygen not included run is going to be such a disaster. Yes, I can imagine that. All right, highest priority for this. Then what they should do is grab all the firewood and bring it over. Really? We have 79 firewood, and that's just enough fuel to get us through 2 months. That is wild. So even with this, we'll only get through 4 months. Here's what we're gonna do. No more planks. More logging. All of the wood cutting. 4 months is better than none. My problem is that in 2 months, 2 months is January, which means we use double the fuel. 4 months would get us into spring. How does my wife feel about this forestry? My wife would be disturbed. I have no... right now, we probably should have a forester's hut. That's... we never did that. I'll add this to our little district over here. In fact... move it a bit deeper in. And then just meander our road over here. There we go. So not quite, I mean, obviously I think that planting trees should probably be a priority, considering we've removed all of them, but we're not going to worry about it. This is future Phil's problem. Reasonably, this Phil can't stay up all night planting virtual trees, although I had done it on many occasions. We were speculating about the cost of the game, and someone mentioned that Slavic Magic said that on Reddit this would be $30 with a discount at launch. I have no way of confirming that, but I do know that it is on Game Pass PC day one. So if you have Game Pass, you'll have access to that. Obviously, the military wants us to clear cut everything so that we can see the enemy coming from further away. That is a great point. The more trees we cut down, the further we can see. So that is a strategy. I don't know if it's a good one, but it is a strategy. I also would love to build more homes, but reasonably, we don't have food or fuel enough for the ones that we have. So let's see, 2 timber here. Yeah, we're kind of trapped. Kind of trapped right now. I think I'm gonna let these last few things build, and then we might save this one. In our next stream, we might have a multi. We might play multiple games again because I've really enjoyed the diversity. So I think we might do it. Yeah, and Lothrak, I think you're right about that. Although I think it's planned. Should feel bad. Thank you for the clarification there. Appreciate that. We have our trading post. It's almost done. It's a medium priority, which is why it is not finished. I'm going to basically let everything build out. And then we're going to save. And then I think for Thursday, I really want to get the Stardew. I've wanted to play Stardew. We're going to go back to it. We'll do half Stardew, Crowd Control, and half Manor Lords. Because this is really turning out well. And I want to keep going with it. Let's see. There we go. We've got our trading post. So I'm not even going to try with this right now because there's just a ton to it. And I feel like I need to really give this some thought as to how it works. Also, I don't feel like we have enough stuff that we could trade right now. It kind of feels like we are not in a good spot with anything. So, can I explain crowd control? Basically, for crowd control, you have the ability to use channel points, or you could buy control, whichever you want, and you can make things happen in game for me. So for Stardew Valley, you can take away my health, you can add health, give me money, do a lot of different things. You need more streams? If I could pull it off, I would. The last little while, the kids have been home a lot. So, for instance, they were home today. Well, yesterday, Friday. And is this the longest stream? Is it? 6 hours. We've been going for a minute. Yeah, so if you have 18,000 channel points, save them for crowd control streams. You can use them to trigger actions on the game, on the screen. It'll actually happen. And I do have that set up. Like, that is part of the overlay. I got that right. Jordan, it hasn't felt like 6 hours. It hasn't for me either. That's the thing. I might only stream like once a week, but we generally go a long time, and it generally feels like just a couple minutes to me. Time just flies. I just have great time hanging out and playing. It's a lot of fun. I mean, I could reasonably do it a lot more if I had the time to do so, which maybe someday, but not right now. It's not working. Let's see. We're gonna add a family here. And I wonder, do we still have a bunch of families foraging? Got one. I'm gonna remove one farmer for now. And one over here planting trees. So, okay. All right, everybody. I think we have... So we have a stable village now, but we have no army. And we're not really doing much in terms of taxes. So we are making a little bit of money from regional wealth. The whole... before we go, the next stage is really to start taxing people. So we've got our approval way up. Everyone's happy. They got a church. They got markets. They got variety at their market. Now we either tithe them, so take their money through the church, or we can take their money through a land tax. People don't get mad if you take their money at church. They get very mad if you give them property taxes. So that is the next step. We need to figure out how much we can take from people so that we can form our mercenary army. Unless we can raise up a whole bunch of people and feed a whole bunch of people through policies and whatnot. Ooh. We'll need to worry about that next time too. But we could either form our own army if we had the men to do so, or we could hire that mercenary army. So that's the next step. I'm going to actually take this all the way down so that we don't inadvertently leave it on and forget about it. So when are we going to play Tropico? Soon. I think maybe I need to do this more often, where we have multiple games in a stream. I think maybe that's the way to do it. So this is April 13th. There we go. So now we are going to play one last game. We always like to end with a game of Geoguessr. So I figure we'll do one round. It's super late for me. It's 2 a.m. If you guys are wondering what I'm up to tomorrow, which you might not be, I'm gonna end. We'll end our Manor Lords music. We'll go back to our normal stuff. I am going to be running a whole bunch of networking cable. I'm going to be making my own Ethernet runs. I actually have, hold on. They're not in here, but I'm wiring up a bunch of PoE security cameras. So I've had a Ubiquity network and I've been building it out for years. And this is kind of the next thing, the security. It's a lot of fun. So it should be Cat 5e, but I got a good deal on Cat 6 without thinking about it. Pick that up. Now I realize as a novice at building networking cables, probably should have went with Cat 5e because it'd be a lot easier to work with. The Cat 6, the reason why I went with it is I have a run going out to my garage and I have a switch in there. And why needing so much security? I don't really need it. I feel like I live in a pretty safe area, but I like having it. It's a deterrent mainly. So hold on, I'm gonna pull up Geoguessr. Now before we do this though, I'm gonna give the code to YouTube for just a couple of seconds because they're behind. We are going to play Geoguessr for one round. Please join. Okay, and now I'll give it to you guys on Twitch. All right, there we go. And now I'll switch it over to this. But yeah, I'm doing that. The other thing, I'm able to set up Wi-Fi in my garage then. So not super important stuff. Where is it? Right there. It's not super important that I'm setting up Wi-Fi in there, but I reasonably kind of just enjoy doing this stuff. Like I've built I have my server built out, and it's just kind of been a fun thing for me. The other thing I've got to do, my main arc. Nick, you passed out and I'm still here. Well, thank you. I missed a couple of these. Spook, thank you so much for the tier 1, 4 months. Appreciate you. Here, take some money. Thank you so much. Rainy, thank you so much for the prime. Yeah, my main archive server went down yesterday, and I didn't realize it till today. I went to do some editing, and I couldn't access it, and it kind of freaked me out. So I'm rebuilding portions of that. So I want to check that out. So that's my weekend. Bellmouse can't play Geoguessr, but you will yell your answers on the screen. I think that's acceptable. You actually ran fiber throughout your house. I really would have loved to do that. It felt like such. I mean, if I'm struggling with Cat 6, I can only imagine how bad fiber would be to terminate. I'm gonna set a timer. So we got our normal 60-second timer. I'll give you guys this one more time. And let's see. I think we're gonna do world. And then I want to see where we're at in terms of how many people we have here right now. And I actually don't have Twitch up, which is not smart. 460 on Twitch and 834 on YouTube. So we've got about 25 seconds left, 62 of us in here. If we get to 70, I want to be in the top 7. That's going to be my goal. I think we'll do world again. Crack at 87. Good morning or good evening. Pre-terminated lengths, custom made. I have custom made, right? So I've done pre-terminated lengths or predetermined lengths, but I felt like I needed a challenge. It's been interesting. I don't know if I would do it again this way, but yeah. Artemis used to install fiber for telecom in the early 2000s. Okay. Made the connections and bend radius was a pain. I can imagine that. Never played Geoguessr. Portion of the evening, usually down and out by now. Well, it's a lot of fun. Julian, you better be in. We are done. So I'm going to move in 70 of us. So I'm going to be in the top 7. Let's roll. Cat 6 is future-proof, honestly, Galileo. Well, good, good. That was part of the other reason. If I would have only been doing outside runs, I would have felt a little bit more like Cat 5e would have been fine. But going to the garage felt like I should go a little bit. Puerto Rico, Elite Auto PR. So where is that? Is that where we are? Is that after this Geoguessr? You'll watch the Manor Lords part. Do it. So much fun. We got way further in Manor Lords on stream than I did in the video. Oh my goodness. How's it going, O'Neill? Good. What is going on? I'm just going back and forth. I'm going to say that this is Puerto Rico. The street signs look like the US, but they're in kilometers. So let's just get it ready. I'm going to pick San Juan because, of course, and then we'll look. I am loving Manor Lords. Manor Lords is a blast. Still learning a lot. But that doesn't mean that, I mean, I kind of appreciate that. Ooh, 955. 950. Little ways away, but I'll take that. Lost 99, 16th place. Not an insurmountable hole. It's still possible to get to 7th. Good job, Chad Vainglorious. Good to see you up there. Fleck, Dylan, Poplar Park. Good job. Round 2. Chad, you got it on the nose? That is impressive. Oh, there's a sign back there. Are we in Austria? I think we are. So it's 66. I'm going to say Austria. 66 Bad Orb. Okay, got to find 66. You guys aren't helping today. I kind of appreciate that. Sink or swim on my own. I see people are already guessing. Makes me very uncomfortable to see that. That means that it's either very easy and I just can't figure it out. Okay, bad. Oh man, we've seen these signs before. I just don't know the numbering. Like I don't understand what the organization is. I'm in Germany now, so that's not helpful. Well, when in doubt, you go towards one of the largest cities. You missed Manor Lords. Oh, I forgot to change. After this round, I will change it. I apologize. We just stopped playing Manor Lords just 5 minutes ago. We're not in the center of Vienna. We're not right there either. Oh, we were in Germany. Shoot. The funny thing is, I started migrating towards Frankfurt and I just started thinking it was wrong. Before I move this on, Nightcap. Okay. So I'm sorry for the fake out on Geoguessr. Embarrassing. The rest of you are Austria experts. Get it together. I'm gonna do my best. Julian, you're going by vibe. How's it working out for you? What is your name on here, Julian? Are you in the top? Ooh. I feel like these are places that, or maybe I've just played enough at this point that places look familiar, but I don't really know. So I'm wondering. I was immediately thinking Australia, but now I think it's South Africa by looking at the people, and I see English. This land is not for sale. Beware of something. Okay. You found Highway 61 and panicked? Frankfurt seems similar, does it? Where are we? Are we? So I'm thinking. Call for plumber. Call for electrician. This is a weird place. Some of the buildings look really nice. Then there's like barbed wire around them. For sale. Real estate development company. It's in English again. I wonder if we are military. Keep off. Where are we? This is the strangest place. I feel like we saw this before and it was like this. I'm going to pick this place near South Africa in the middle of it. No way. Nigeria. Cool. Way off. Well, cool thing about that, I think I'm like a quarter Nigerian, so awesome. Alexander, thank you for the biddies. Appreciate you. All right. We've got another round and things are not looking good for me. Alexander, I appreciate you being here. So now things aren't looking good for me, but hopefully they're looking good for you. I feel like I should have gotten the last one. Let's see. Hi from Hong Kong. Hi, thank you for being here. Is it so what time is it in Hong Kong right now? Car. Are we in the UK? Looks kind of UK-ish. 3 p.m. Oh, a nice time. Okay, people are not driving on. They're on the left. They're on the right-hand side of the road. So we're not in the UK. On the signs, Eastern Europe, Poland. I could see that. I'm looking for language. I'm seeing. What is that? I'm gonna go for Poland because I have no other guesses. And I'm going to choose a suburb of Warsaw. And that's as good of a guess as I have. I feel real bad now about... Okay, it was Poland. I'll take that. That's good enough. 29. I don't think that top 7 was in the cards. Look at that cracker at the very top. Observer number 2, Vainglorious number 3, Chad and Lane rounding up the top 5. Peaches down there at 7, nice. And Axner. So that's the top 7. Can I beat Peaches? No way. I would need Peaches to disappear and everyone else to fall off. You couldn't find the guess button, Hippie? I've had that happen. So if you just place your pin on a map, like it could be anywhere. You could just say, I'm going to put it there. And then you move back. You might as well. So you might notice that I do that sometimes around like the 30-second mark. I'll just put a pin on the map because there have been so many times where I had a general idea of the location, but I waited too long and I tried to click it and it didn't register and immediately regret. So then I saw a person there. Where are we? Seems like a very nice resort of some kind. Yeah, this is a really fun game. Figuring out where you are in the world. Maintenance. Are we in Hawaii? I don't know the area code in Hawaii, but that's so. Here's exactly what I would do. I'm gonna say we're somewhere on the Big Island in Hawaii. And I went the wrong way, so I'm trapped. I don't know if in 20 minutes I can get out. Yeah, I'm stuck. Hopefully this is close. Fingers crossed. No way. Well, that wasn't at all close. But I want to go to the U.S. Virgin Islands now. It looks really, really nice. But yeah, Tank to 12th. I got 9 points. Tank to 32nd. Well, that's actually that wasn't terrible. Lane and Chad are the only ones who like really nailed it. And Vainglorious. Nice. Wow. Actually, there are a lot of you who nailed it. Never mind. So Crack of Vainglorious, Chad, Lane, Maya, Palmer, Dylan, and Jortman rounding out the top 7. Excellent work. Nice job for everyone in the top 10%. So I think this is where we say good evening or goodbye. But I want to thank you all for joining me. We're going to say goodbye to YouTube first. Twitch, can we give some hearts to everyone over there? And I want to thank you. Geoguessr is always so much fun. I appreciate you guys always being willing to do it. Oh, yes. We've got to end this the right way. With a little bit of cats walking. Hold on. And I won't be late on the stream. This was just a late stream. It wasn't actually, I mean, just late by 24 hours. We're not going to miss any, though. You've been lurking for hours, Blue Squad. Thank you for being here. Thank you, everyone on YouTube. I see lots of hearts over there as well. Thank you, YouTube. Thank you for being here. I appreciate your time. Appreciate you hanging out. Appreciate everything. Just absolute blast to be able to do this with you every single week. I really appreciate it. For everyone on Twitch, stick around. We are going to raid somebody. I'm not 100% sure who we're going to raid yet, but I want to say goodbye to YouTube. So thank you so much.